talented young spinner who sadly passed away at the age of 20. Very popular figure around Worcestershire. So once a year in the Metro Bank Cup, we make sure his legacy is honoured and people around the ground are wearing blue in his memory. And the game selected is Middlesex, our visitors today, who have gone well in this competition. 3 wins from 3. So an emotional day, but also a day of potentially very high quality cricket and plenty on the game as well. Guiding you through all the action, I'm Jim Dale. Alongside me, Frank Watson. You knew Josh well, a very talented young man, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was a very likeable, very talented young cricketer. I had the pleasure of coaching him from quite a young age, when he was about 13 years old or so. Used to do one-to-one sessions, mainly on his batting, because I always felt there were more qualified left-arm spinners to coach him in that area. Norman Gifford particularly had some impact, and a tragic loss. It was a great shock to us all a couple of years ago when he passed so suddenly, and it's great that the club remembers him.
Well, remember him, they do.
Blue for Bakes, blue caps, blue shirts, both teams wearing them for warming up, etc. Very much at the forefront of our thoughts.
Well, there is a small matter of a game of cricket in front of us today as well. And we can tell you news from the toss. Worcestershire have won the toss and they decided to insert Middlesex, so they're having a bowl. Tom Taylor, leader of the attack from the Diglis end, as we've seen so many times this season in white ball cricket. And he's bowling at Josh the Careys. And a very talented young Middlesex side, actually, Frank.
Yeah, and they've started well, as you said. The Careys has had a couple of important contributions as well, although beaten on that occasion by Tom Taylor.
Yeah, 25 years old now, so he's seen plenty of first-team cricket, Josh the Careys, and he's batted up and down the order from 1 to 8, but he's sort of settled now.
Opened in T20 as well, didn't he?
Yeah, and you're right, he had a career best with the bat and the ball and a thumping win against Hampshire last week. 75 with the bat and 6 for 35 with the ball. That's a good-looking drive for no run. Got 45 and another thumping win. Actually, we were on comms here, Frank, and you were telling me, I was like, are we sure we've got those numbers right? Glamorgan getting rolled for 66. Middlesex getting it done before the lunch interval, which was pretty astonishing. So yeah, Middlesex going very well. 2 slips in play for Tom Taylor. That's a good length, and De Careys is in behind it.
Bounced a bit, that one, didn't it? Yeah, Worcester need to pick themselves up a little bit after that disappointing performance a couple of days ago up at York, when really the batting didn't fire, with the exception of Latigan and Cullen and Waite, and then Luxton got a good 100 put down when he was in single figures, probably a significant factor, but they were well beaten.
Oh, it's an absolute beauty from Tom Taylor. Beats the Careys, all ends up.
Good over this, isn't it? Great start. Can he get out of it? Or maybe even better. Gone past the bat twice.
Well, we'll give you team news just after Tom Taylor completes this over. One of the more impressive performances, I should say, against Yorkshire was a Yorkshireman himself, Matt Waite. He's not in the side. That's why Ben Allison's back in the lineup. He's at second slip at the moment. Full details on that in just a mo. That's an uppish drive, thick edge, and after a bit of a fumble from Fateh Singh, they'll come back for 2. And 2 from the over in total. So Middlesex 2 without loss after 1 over. So to the sides then. Worcestershire, as I say, one change. It's Waite out, Allison in. So Dan Latican, Brett D'Oliveira, Gareth Roderick with the gloves, Jake Libby skippers the side, Kashi Fally and Henry Cullen make up the top 6. Tom Taylor slated to come in at 7, then Bez Swanepoel, Ben Allison, Fateh Singh and Ben Gibbon as well. And we're going to see Bez Swanepoel from the New Road End. And Tom Taylor, he's got a good record with the bat in this competition, Frank, but
yes,
hoping they don't miss Matt Waite's runs at 7, because he's been, as we've talked about in every format, Mr. Consistent this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, they will miss Waite. You hope that one or two of the batters higher up the order who haven't been in form, Jake Libby springs to mind, usually so reliable. You hope that they might stand up today. Bez Swanepoel starts with a good length ball, defended off the back foot by Fernandez. And the Middlesex team, De Keres, Fernandez, Robson, Geddes, the captain, Sawant, Cracknell, Gohar, Roland Jones, Henry Brooks, Cornwell and Sharma. So yeah, hard one to call. Swanepoel again from the New Road End bowls, and Fernandez on his toes steers this down square on the offside. D'Oliveira fields. Swanepoel, we said the other day here that he's beginning to look a little bit more settled in his role here at Worcestershire. Didn't really, as I understand it, expect to play in this competition, but has actually stepped up and done pretty well. And it was he who had the catch dropped at York, which might have been so different had Henry Cullen managed to hold on to that slip.
Well, you're seeing more presence from Swanepoel. He's that kind of guy. He's a confident fella, and the more influence he has, I think the more you see of him, and he grows with that responsibility. That little cameo to get over the line against Hampshire was really important.
Yeah.
Delivered in his own inimitable style.
This one is clipped away on the leg side for a single by Fernandez. So he is away. First run to him takes Middlesex on to 3 without loss. Yeah, he's, as I say, wasn't necessarily expecting to play and has stepped up and done pretty well. No Matthew Waite today, so it'll be important that Taylor and Swanepoel start well. Allison, Fateh Singh to follow them. That one's left alone outside the off stump. And Ben Gibbon, the left armour, who's not played a lot of cricket for the first team this year. Worcestershire again, I suppose it's fair to say they're lacking that extra bowler that most teams would have coming into this competition.
Yes.
Pretty much going with 5 bowlers. Brett D'Oliveira not bowling with any kind of rhythm at the moment. Swanepoel bowls again. De Keres forces off the back foot. It's a lovely shot. Not going to go all the way, but it'll go close and be flicked back just inside the rope. They get 3. D'Oliveira sliding to push it back. A bit of team fielding there. Latigan accompanying him to the rope. End of the over. 4 from it. At the end of it, 2 gone. Middlesex put into bat 6 without loss.
Well, Harry Darley went well, didn't he, against Hampshire? I wonder, they had the amount of left-handers they had in their side, whether Ben Gibbon felt like a good option. In favour of a bit of variation in favour of a 4-seam right arm fast medium. Well,
he played up at York, so
got a good caught and bowled as well, didn't he?
Did, yeah.
In comes Taylor, and De Keres solidly in behind it. Good clear shout of no. The demeanour of a young man actually who knows he's in pretty good nick. and that's beaten the outside edge. Keres just offers a bat. Ball holds its line. We see the Graham Hick Pavilion filling up nicely with all different shades of blue. And the new road end where we're commentating, where the only real notable shade is, again very well populated, and the ground slowly filling up. Another good day's cricket on our hands, I think. De Keres in behind this one, slightly fuller, slightly straighter from Taylor. And yet again, Frank, we have a lovely day for it.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. It's not too hot today, is it? Mid-20s, I think, is the forecast. Bit of cloud. Absolutely perfect. £10 for adults, £1 for kids. If you're in the area, don't just watch the stream. Get down here and enjoy it. Great atmosphere. Wear something blue if you can. Just a hat will do.
Again, beats the bat. He started well here, Tom Taylor.
He has started well. He's beaten the bat 4 times now in the space of 10 deliveries. Must be just wondering what he's got to do to find the edge. De Keres pretty phlegmatic. Just checks with umpire Richard Lillingworth that there's 2 left in the over. Sun reappears. Worcestershire seeking that early breakthrough, having won the toss.
Well, the pattern repeats. Beat the outside edge, firmly in behind it. Beat the outside edge, firmly in behind it. That's
yeah, the skill of not allowing the player misses to worry you is important.
Well,
concentrate on the next one. There is only the next ball. It's all that matters. It's a great way to play if you can do it. Only the next ball.
Last ball of the third then. In comes Taylor. Genuine edge. It's dropped just short of Ben Allison. It proved to be a good bit of fielding, actually. It was an awkward bounce in front of the tall seam bowler. But another genuine edge.
First maiden.
And it's a maiden for Taylor. That's 11 dot balls from 12 deliveries. The only runs from Tom Taylor were a thickish outside edge. He went for a couple. So Taylor is absolutely bang on it first up this morning, and that's what you want. Bit of control.
Swanepoel again then, in bright sunshine, number 8 on his back, moves away from us. Right arm over the wicket, down the leg side, and that will be wide, called by umpire Illingworth. It's past the right hip of the left-handed Fernandez. 2 slips, the only close fielders. The 2 men outside the circle are that wide third and long leg. And then we've got 3 saving, 1 on the offside and 2 on the leg. Swanepoel is in again and bowls, and this time a little nibble by Fernandez to a ball that was angled across him and bounced a little bit more.
Yeah, he
does hit the deck quite hard, Swanepoel.
Went fishing there, Fernandez, didn't he?
Yeah, it was. He wasn't well. The most he could have hoped for was a single down to third. Could easily have got the slips interested. Got away with it. Swanepoel again into him. Runs this time as he clips it nicely away on the leg side. Again, it's not going to go all the way. Be a couple though, as Singh runs round from long leg to field. Nicely played. Swanepoel just struggling a little bit to get 2 or 3 in the same place. 1 down the leg side, 1 across the left-hander, and that 1 in at the pads. 9 without loss. 4th over. And that one's over pitched on off stump and driven through wide mid off. Again, not timed perfectly, but a comfortable couple. And as I say, I just get this impression that Swanepoel is yet to settle. 11 without loss. Early wicket important for Worcestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bowl. Might expect the pitch to flatten out a little bit when the sun's on it as the day goes on. Again, very full and driven, but this time straight to Taylor. But yeah, it's a mixture at the moment, isn't it, from Swanepoel?
Yeah, I think as a bowling unit, I'm not sure they'll be entirely pleased how they've bowled at left-handers in general, I think, in this competition. I think Swanepoel is slightly... Well, he's going to come round the wicket now, I think. Yes, he is. He's going to change the angle.
Better.
Immediate
That's a good
results.
one. Pitched. Maybe just held its line, that one. And again, Fernandez was looking to play it off the back foot, and it goes past the shoulder of the bat this time. Well, they're going to get a run, courtesy of an overthrow. Could easily have been a run out, pushed into the covers. Fernandez wanted a run, De Queiroz sent him back. He hurried back, throw came in, and backing up, I think it was Allison, managed to get his hands to it, couldn't stop it, and they managed to sneak an overthrow. So one more off the over. 6 altogether, 12 without loss after 4.
No one really minded that, did they? Because it was a quick pick-up and throw from Kashif. I think if he throws the stumps down, batter's in real trouble. So it was a rare moment, really, where you saw an overthrow, but Brett D'Oliveira was applauding the fielding effort. And immediately Tom Taylor from the Douglas end is going to come round the wicket, and that's been the ploy.
Yeah, you mentioned about them bowling at left-handers. He's actually bowled well at left-handers round the wicket early on, especially with the new ball. He just gets that shape away.
That's leg sides. Fatih Singh's there, and he takes the catch, and that's the first whip of the day. Fernandez looks to flick it away, and all he does is pick out Fatih Singh at fine leg. Came with him quick, good catch. But Fernandez will be disappointed with that. He'll be probably feeling he missed out on one there.
Well, it was just like Dan Latigan's dismissal the other day in the last game here, wasn't it? It's a nicely timed shot. It's on his pads. Just got underneath it and lifted it. And Fatih Singh did not have to move really at long leg, and that's a bit of a bonus. Taylor's bowled a lot of very good deliveries, and he's picked up a wicket with one that was just fairly ordinary delivery.
Well, it was down leg side. It was one of those that you just think, as you say, it was like Dan Latigan's in that he was just trying to help it round the corner. I think it's a freebie, really. It's not a good delivery at all. With all that green grass to hit on the leg side, only 2 men out, of course, only one on the leg side, and that's at fine leg. And he's picked out Fatih Singh. Worcestershire won't mind at all. But it brings out the evergreen Sam Robson to the wicket. It's a young Middlesex side, but it's got a sprinkling of experience and wisdom, the likes of Sam Robson and Toby Rowland-Jones, of course.
Well, Josh De Queiroz has just gone to meet Sam Robson. A lengthy conversation in which he's gestured with his right hand about 4 times about what the ball's doing. Maybe it just bouncing a little bit more than they might expect, just nipping a little bit. But there were words of warning for Robson. I think Taylor's asking some questions. Interestingly, he's gone past the right-hander's edge. He's only bowled the one ball at the left-hander, and he's picked up the wicket. He's racing in.
And Robson in behind that.
Fateh Singh has grown in stature in the last 3 weeks, one way and another. Got that fifer in the championship, and possibly a little bit flattered by his figures, but a couple of good white ball performances since then. He just looks a more confident young man generally, I think, and he took that catch well. Very solid Robson.
Yeah, well,
as ever.
Nearly 15,000 first-class runs, Sam Robson. Former England Test batter as well.
Always appears to have a lot of time.
But yeah, going back to Fateh Singh, I think what's really impressive actually, it's not just bowling performance, it's when he's bowled. We've seen him bowl at the death in the 50 over stuff, we've seen him bowl at the death at the T20 stuff, where the game's on the line, and
he's
being given that
really
responsibility.
Well.
Yeah, really impressive. And the dot balls keep coming from Tom Taylor.
He's played 3 defensive shots, Robson, but coming in at this time against a bowler who's obviously hit a nice rhythm early on, he's got all 3 of them right in the middle of the bat, and he uses the crease so well, doesn't he? He goes back quite a long way on the back foot. He gets forward. His footwork in defence is very, very good, Sam Robson. I've always thought that. Really well organised.
On the front foot this time, and he's got enough of that to get through Jake Libby. Uncharacteristically, Jake Libby misfields, so Robson will get off the mark, and it will be a 1 more to the total. 13 for 1 the score. Worcestershire have got that early wicket that they were hoping for.
Yeah, Jake Libby would be annoyed with himself there. It was sloppy, wasn't it?
Taylor in to carry his weights, and he flashes at 1, and he's lucky not to get a feather on that. So another dot ball to end the over. It has the wicket of Fernandez and just a single to Robson off a misfield. So Tom Taylor, it's 3 overs. He's gone for just 3 runs. He's got a wicket to his name already. And we've discussed it at length, Frank, but we always like to look after visitors to our stream, don't we? That if you haven't watched much cricket here at New Road, timing it can be tricky. You have to work very hard for your runs, but if you do apply yourself, get the measure of the pitch. We saw 2 300+ scores in the Hampshire game here last time out.
Yeah, well, Middlesex were here in the championship earlier this summer, and Zafar Gohar bowled them to victory, so they will know a little bit what the pitch is like. Slightly different perhaps in white ball. Swanepoel bowls nicely turned on the leg side by Robson for a single, but it's not, it'll turn a little bit. It's not a 300 pitch generally. I think we tend to think in 50 overs probably about 260, 270 be about par. 300 can be achieved, but probably over par. Not an easy pitch on which to play big shots.
Yes, being aggressive aerially can get you into trouble.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, we consider mid-on to be a catching position.
Swanepoel bowls, De Keras on the back foot defends, Latigan fields. That's not to say that we won't see any players hit big shots down the ground. It can be done, but there's just a suspicion that the ball might stop a little bit occasionally, and we've seen a lot of attempted big hits go a long way up, not necessarily all the way over the boundaries. That's in white ball cricket generally this season here. That one is full and driven by De Keras. Sliced drive beats the diving D'Oliveira at backward point. Just a single. as Singh comes round the boundary. Gibbon actually sings that long leg, isn't he? Swanepoel again is in and bowls, and this is cut very nicely. And again Gibbon is busy. Good tumbling stop keeps them to 2, but a bit of width from Swanepoel, who has not settled. And Robson picks up a couple more, moves on to 4, 17 for 1. There's a contrast between these two bowlers at the moment. Taylor looks as though he's really slipped into gear. Swanepoel is not yet, I don't think, bowling with any kind of rhythm. A little bit too much of a mixture in there at the moment. Bit too much width, bit too much variation in length.
He hasn't quite put 2 balls in the same spot in a row, has he?
That's better, just short of length. Played off the back foot. Out on the offside. 17 for 1. Good crowd building up here. Lots of blue in evidence. Blue for Bakes. Josh Baker Foundation on a fundraising effort today. Swanepoel again. And again Robson is in behind this and defends down on the onside. So a decent end to an over, but it produced 4 runs. 6 gone. Middlesex are 17 for 1. Josh De Keras has 6. Sam Robson has 4.
Little bit of bounce from a length, really nicely by De Keras, who's feel like he's setting his stall out here for an attritional passage of play here as Tom Taylor asks all kinds of questions. Brings Robson on strike. 2 slips wait. In comes Taylor. And again, Robson in behind it, using the full depth of his crease. And you have to have a good eye to play at this level, obviously, Frank, but he just strikes me as the sort of player that got a really good eye and really quick hands. When you're playing late, playing off the back foot, when others might get into trouble, he looks all right. As Taylor's in again.
I think Tom Taylor has made the batsman play at every single delivery so far. There has not been one leave. He has not bowled a ball down the leg side. Apart from the one that
he got a wicket, but that's it. That's it, isn't it? There's one bad ball, really, you'd say. But yeah, it's again, he's that probing line just on off stump and just outside. And right on the top of the bounce there, trying to force that through the covers. So 18 for 1. I feel like De Keras and Robson here are just going to try and ride this out. But it's a really good start from Tom Taylor. Played nicely through the onside. That's going to beat the fielder. Libby chases, but the ball wins. Lovely bit of timing.
Yeah, that was just a flick, wasn't it? I mean, it was a bad ball. Taylor's first half volley, really, leg stump. But just a flick from Robson. Just played it late, allowed it to come onto the bat, whipped the bottom hand through and found the gap. You don't get any more for hitting the boundary boards hard. It's only going to go over the rope. Beautifully played. 22 for 1.
Well,
good response from Taylor.
Sliced off the outside half of the bat. D'Oliveira does the fielding. So 5 from the over. Just that one stray delivery that was 2 full 2 straight and dispatched by Robson. But as you say, Frank, I mean, just the technique and the timing doing all of the work there, right under his eye line.
So Swanepoel to continue from the New Road end. Healthy crowd at New Road today. Umpire Illingworth just tells Swanepoel he's a bit too eager, as De Keras wasn't quite ready. Still the 2 slips. Oh, and that's probably the best ball he's bowled today. Drew De Keras forward into the shot and then just left him a tad off the seam, bounced a bit more, well, bounced a bit more than most of the deliveries that Swanepoel's bowled. Climbed through to Roderick. Good start to the over for Swanepoel. De Keras in behind the next one. But a solid start, Middlesex. I mean, they've lost the toss, they've been put in. Always likely to lose a wicket or two in the power play. If you can get through it with only 1 down, you've probably done pretty well. 50 overs, there's no great pressure to score quickly in the power play. It's not like a T20. So they've done okay. Bat's been beaten a few times. It's not been straightforward. Another dot here. And they need to just get through these first 20 overs or so without too much damage. Of course, a ball at each end in this format, so it takes a while before both the balls soften. And batting, I expect, will become more straightforward. But you've got to get through that early, first hour and a half. That's a lovely shot. That's the best shot of the day from Josh De Keras. Given width, it wasn't quite a half volley, but the width is what was capitalised upon by the batter, and he's hit that really nicely, timed it beautifully, square of the wicket, between the man at cover point and backward point, and it's gone all the way. It's a good shot. Takes De Keras into double figures. Made the most of it. Well played. And he's again driving this one, but this time doesn't really time it and just lost his shape a bit. Unable to beat Libby at mid-on. Annoyed with himself, goes for a little walk. Swanepoel also annoyed with himself, having bowled that loose one. And that's another nicely timed square drive by De Keras, but this time D'Oliveira makes a diving save. And there's no run, it's the end of the over. 26 for 1 off 8, 4 came from that one. It's been tidy from Worcestershire, but just the one breakthrough. Taylor's been by far the more threatening of the two opening bowlers. But Middlesex at the moment, given that there's a bit of assistance out there, negotiating things pretty well. Just the one wicket going down, and you could argue that Fernandez was a bit unlucky. You could argue that it was a loosish shot, but they've done okay, I think, having lost the toss. No alarms.
Well, I think the feeling, isn't it, really, on this surface is that if you can keep wickets in hand, build a platform, try and rotate if you can. Tom Taylor doing a good job of applying pressure. Run rate only just over 3. As Taylor's in again for this time, and fielded by Swanepoel. They'll take a single. Good sliding stop from the South African seamer. An appreciative round of applause to go with it as well. And people still filtering into the ground. It's been a well-supported competition. You would expect it with the weather we've had and recent successes of Worcestershire in the Metro Bank. People still filing in for a good day out of the cricket. De Carey's on strike. Tom Taylor at the top of his mark. In he comes. Good looking drive. Fateh Singh chases, but he's not going to get there. It's going to be 4. So over pitched. Just wide off stump, and he just threes his hands.
Yeah, the square drive has been quite profitable for him today, which speaks of width. Not really so much from Taylor until that one.
And that's a good response. The delivery just rises a bit from a length, and again you see the hand gestures from De Carey's, suggesting there's a bit of movement there into him. Ben Allison going through a few warm-ups. Second slip. Seems to be a modern way, and people like Jimmy Anderson fielding at slip in a test match. Fast bowlers in the slip cordon. I'm here for it. Again, fullish, nice looking drive. Straight to Kashif at the cover. So these two negotiating things pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
Being watchful. Mentality is so important. It's not worrying about getting bogged down when Taylor's bowling maidens at you. They've taken the opportunities, haven't they? These two, if they've had a bad ball, anything slightly overpitched has gone to the fence. Not by overhitting it, relying on technique.
Yeah, played well.
Oh, that's a genuine play and miss, though.
Not such a good shot.
No, wasn't there, was it?
But 5 from the over.
Delivery on a good length.
31 for 1 off 9, having been put in, is okay. I think they've done, as you say, they've played pretty well. Robson has brought a calmness out there. De Carey has played a couple of cracking shots, but has also been beaten a few times. Just a little bit less settled at the crease, it seems to me. But Robson 9 off 15, been extremely solid. There's lots of time, always lots of time.
Good bit of fielding from Kashif there. Releasing the ball quickly was the key to stopping them from running two. Get to the ball and get rid of it quickly is a popular approach. Brings Robson one. I've read a stat about Sam Robson that means absolutely nothing at all, but it still intrigues me. He's the first batter to ever score a first-class century in England in March.
More details?
Do you know what? I don't have any more details. I read it last year, and I meant to look into it.
Was it actually in England? It wasn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Must have been against... I wonder if it was against one of the universities. It is extraordinary, isn't it? That's a loose one from Robson, unusually for him. Do you think, Jim, hypothetical question completely,
is that the end of it?
Do you think? Do you think?
Sometimes, not
hypothetical
often.
question. Do you think if Worcestershire had another spinner, they'd play him?
Tricky one. I mean, it's a cop out. It depends who it is. If they had Sam Amir, for example, if he was still here, very possibly. I'm not sure. Although it does turn, we saw with Andrew Neil, he went for a few, even though he's a left-arm spinner. I think they will genuinely at New Road feel safer having four seam bowling options. I think the tricky thing is Ethan Brooks would have played in the 100 anyway. We were lucky, it's a miracle we had him last year for this competition. If Ethan Brooks, there was a medium pace option in the top six or so, then I think they might feel a bit better about playing two spinners.
I think
it depends on the calibre.
What they would like to have, I suspect. I'll just break off as Taylor bowls this one. What they would like to have, I suspect, is a batter who was more than an occasional spinner. You know, a decent option.
Well, it's
not necessarily to bowl a full 10.
But someone who can get you 4 or 5, and when it's turning a bit, and they're looking, it's that quiet period of the game. You don't steal 4 or 5.
You just
but
feel
can get through
you just feel
4
the
overs
attack
for 12.
lacks that, don't you?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because in Dan Latigan, Jake Libby, Brett D'Oliveira, and even Kashif Ali at the start of his career bowling leg spinners, there was an opportunity perhaps to
but none of them are
for his previous shot.
None of them are quite trusted, are they, to do that?
No, I think it helps if they bowl. I'll say that.
Yeah. It just shows you the value of having one of your top 4 or 5 who can just bowl a few and reliably.
And even if it's every now and again, in an opportunistic moment where batters are shutting up shop a little bit, or one spinner's got it on a string. I agree. I mean, the setup of the team, particularly today, without Matt Wade, who adds that, who's a genuine number 7, it's 6 batters, 5 bowlers, isn't it? I know Tom Taylor and Bear Swanepoel, they absolutely can bat, and actually so can Ben Allison. But having that bowling option in the top 6 gives you more selection options.
The reason the question occurred to me is because
that's another misfield. Bear Swanepoel isn't able to stop that. Wasn't entirely timed as a drive, but they'll take a couple.
Because I was just thinking, if you're Jake Libby out there skippering Worcestershire at the moment, you know you've got 10 overs of spin. That's all you've got. So you've got to think about when to use them. And if Fateh Singh comes on and it grips and turns a bit, you might just look around and think, you know what, I just wish I had somebody else who could bowl me 4 or 5. I don't know, he might not do that. They might have gone out there and they've got a clear idea of who's going to bowl and it's not even an issue.
Well, one slip in place, second slip's come out. Again, it's slightly over pitched by Taylor, and De Keras has crunched that down at ground. Again, it's an example of just really good, solid technique, isn't it? He's not a flashy player, but he's not bad to watch at all.
It was a great shot.
And the tricky thing, perhaps, if they wanted to find out, is that Worcestershire, although the first 2 games that they won, they were very close, and there hasn't really, I don't think, been an opportunity to find out. Better length, but a bit too straight, so Lib is after it. He'll stop the 2. Again, it's a good sliding stop and throw. So I think you're absolutely right, the word is trusted, isn't it? There hasn't really been a situation, a scenario, an opportunity really in this campaign for Libby, or even to see if Latigan wants to bowl a few offies, because every over has had something on it.
Yeah.
As you say, it might be by design. These are our 5 bowlers, this is our team, this is how we're going to do it, this is our plan. And we like plans, we like a team with identity and a clear process. But it does mean that you are limited in how you respond to in-game situations.
By Swanepoel's left the field, Raina Davalath is on as a 12th man, and Ben Allison is on to bowl at the New Road End.
So 40 for 1 the score, and that run rate has gently climbed to just over 3.5. And this is a solid start.
Yeah, good
from
start.
Middlesex.
Good start, I think. Especially De Keras beginning to find his feet. There's another cracking shot, this time off Allison's first ball, wide outside the off stump, and De Keras thumps it through extra. Really playing well now. 27 off 37. It's a lovely shot. Well, he has shown that ability to play and miss and forget it, hasn't he? Such a good quality.
Well, he's settled at the top of the order, and his form reflects it. This year, it's been very, very good. He seems to be, well, of good temperament, tough. You would expect it with the family lineage, but there was an interview I saw of him actually last year. So the expectations for the season, he just said to have fun.
Really?
And I liked that a lot.
Great, yeah.
I don't know why I wasn't expecting it, but
well,
said with a knowing grin as well.
Yeah, there is a danger in all of this, I think, including what we do and all these people, why they're here. There is a danger that people forget it is a game. And, you know, when you see all that stuff about cheating in the league cricket this week and everything,
yeah,
you forget that at the end of the day you're just hitting the ball with a stick. Nicely driven up to mid-off.
We'll get that on the posters as well, Frank.
Yeah, but
I
it's
like
true,
it. But you're absolutely right. It's just a bit of cricket. and it's wonderful and it's tense and it's dramatic, and we've seen lots of drama here this season, and it's been wonderful and great fun. And we've had our head in our hands at times, and I've been jumping up and down at times and knocking commentary equipment over, nearly taking us off air. But you're absolutely right. It is a wonderful way to spend your time.
Yeah, and just to have fun. I
But
remember,
it is just a game.
after lockdown, I've said this before on air, I think. Allison in bowls down the leg side this time, just nurdled down to long leg for a single. When after lockdown, when that season eventually got underway, down at Bristol, Worcester's first game was at Bristol, empty ground. They allowed a few journalists in. There was tape everywhere telling you where you could walk and where you couldn't walk, and we had to do our interviews with selfie sticks, holding the microphone about 6 feet away from whoever we interviewed. And we interviewed Chris Dent, who was then Gloucestershire captain. This one's clipped again down to long leg by Robson this time for a single, end of the over, 46 for 1. 6 runs came from it, 12 gone. And Chris Dent said, because they'd been practicing, I think, in little groups and pairs and things for about a month, and they weren't allowed to get together and all that stuff. And Chris Dent said, what a joy it was just to actually play cricket again. He said, I think all of us have just remembered why we do it. Just the enjoyment of batting, bowling and fielding. And that stayed with me, that. And, going back to what you said about George Takera saying have fun, I think that is great. And we do forget.
And I'm sure other pros...
We forget all the time.
Other pros feel the same way, but there's sometimes that sort of obligation, particularly between interviewer and sports person, to provide a certain sort of answer and go through a certain sort of dance, really.
Yeah.
But no, you're absolutely right. And look, to be sat here doing this, Frank, it's an absolute privilege. And whenever I do it, I am like a little giddy schoolboy, and I rein it in. Sometimes I don't. We've seen a few times this season. But it is a joy.
Ben Gibbon is introduced at the Diglis end to replace Tom Taylor, the left armer.
Gibbon in, one slip, waits, and that starts down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. It's a good tumbling stop in the end from Gareth Roderick, who gets a fist bump from fellow keeper batter Henry Cullen at first. Did a decent job up at York. As you mentioned earlier, Frank, not seen a lot of first team action. In and out the side in all formats, actually, in his 3 years or so at Worcestershire. Again, it's leg side. It's just dabbed into Latigan at deep mid wicket for a single. But offers variation as the left armer. Again, it's on leg stump and it's just worked into the leg side. Just one fielder in the ring on the leg side is at mid-on. That's Jake Libby. So, fine leg, deep mid-wicket, out on the fence. Anything. It's middle leg, even off stump with the angle coming across. There's a single there for Robson and De Kerris if they want it.
5 years, since Ben Gibbon made his debut, believe it or not.
Was it really?
22. It's his 5th season.
Better length, better line. Squared Robson up. Well, he's seen plenty of second 11 cricket. It was at Cheshire, wasn't he? It's a little stint at Lancashire.
He's massively improved as a batter.
Well, there was the knock down at the Oval in the county championship against Surrey
was
was a season highlight, actually. It was a spectacular bit of hitting in what was ultimately a losing cause. A game, actually, that Worcestershire started brilliantly. Look to run at Libby, and chance for a run out. I think in the end, a slightly wayward throw means that they'll get the single anyway. But Robson was halfway down the wicket, trying to run to Libby. Libby's throw, I think if it had just been slightly more accurate.
There's a bail off, you know. And well, Roderick appealed, but I think he might have knocked the bail off.
Well, I think it might just have been that the batter was home. It was a little underarm throw from behind his own back that dislodged a bail. The upshot is a single after all, but there was plenty of work to get there.
It was a bit messy, wasn't it, all round?
Again, this time a rather more conventional approach. The ball goes to Libby. Takeras doesn't move.
50's up.
50's up, yeah.
Good start. Really good start. Lost that first wicket on 12, but since then, Robson with calmness, Takeras with rather more flair, have added 38 without too many alarms.
Uppish, but it's going to go. Firmly struck down the ground by Takeras.
Dismissed.
Well, there's been a few play and misses, mainly from Takeras, but you'd expect that on this surface. You'd expect that early on with the new ball. So you're right, this has been a display really of how to go about your business, because that run rate again just gently, slowly climbs, just north of 4 now. Takeras 33 from 44 deliveries. Robson 13 from 23. 54 for 1 the score. And you get your eye in, and again, earn the right to play some shots. You can catch up.
Yeah, what's been impressive is that Josh Takeras 33 or 44, and he played and missed a few times early on. You're entitled to do that, but every bad ball, more or less, I mean, he's hit a couple straight to mid-off, but more or less every bad ball he is dismissed. And he's just looking a little bit ominous from a Worcestershire point of view at the moment. Meanwhile, at the other end, Robson is as calm as ever. He drives this one out on the offside, and they'll get a couple. Latigan Fields. And they're doing what we were talking about the other day, that Worcestershire did in their first innings, is they are laying the foundations for a big score. If you're going to get a big score on these new road pitches, you have to do it the hard way. You have to put a base down. You're not going to score at 8 and over from the start. You have to put a base down, get 150 or so off 30, 35, and then go with wickets in hand. It might sound obvious, it's a bit old-fashioned, but that's the way you do it here. You don't see many flyers, is what we're saying, isn't it, in 50 over cricket?
No, it generally tends to build to a crescendo. You can go hard, and we've seen it before, you can go hard right at the end, and you can start hitting 10, 12 and over, but you absolutely have to earn the right to do that.
And they are doing exactly that here, and that's another lovely shot from Takeras, who is really impressing at the moment. In his last 15 minutes or so, he's hit 4 or 5 boundaries. It's prompted Gareth Roderick to come to have a word with the bowler, coming all the way down from his position as keeper. Jake Libby getting involved as well. Henry Cullen coming out of slip, and Takeras is causing Jake Libby a headache at the moment. He's found real fluency. 37 now off 45 deliveries, and he's hit 6 fours.
Well, we've seen there's been a little bit of width offered at times, but it's mainly anything full, anything of a full length half volley. And again with that on drive, didn't try and hit it too hard.
Just played really well. Yeah. Better from Allison, causes De Keras to go back and play that defensively out on the offside.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a short ball yet, or at least back of a length. And there's generally De Keras has been punishing anything over pitched. I think Worcestershire have been a little bit too full, with the exception of Tom Taylor. And again, a bumper is very effective here if used very sparingly.
Eased away for another one on the leg side. Wide.
The Sam Robson 100, it was against Durham University, 31st of March 2012. Absolutely no need for cricket that early. I still find it sort of odd when they play county championship the first week of April. That doesn't feel right.
Did this year, didn't we? 4th of April, I think.
Yeah, and we saw a really good shot of. There are a couple of sides in Sussex, particularly. They were fielding. The slip fielders had bobble hats on. They had those all-weather bobble hats on.
10 off that one.
So 64 for 1. Worcestershire need a wicket here.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they need a wicket. Absolutely.
And it's
Gareth Roderick again getting involved. He's always full of ideas. And his suggestion, perhaps, is that Gibbon goes round the wicket. He's certainly doing that.
Well, change of angle. Looking to change things up. We've tended to see Fateh Singh around about the 19th or 20th over. Around about that mark. We're not there yet as Gibbons round the wicket. Good full delivery. I also like there's an extra man in the ring on the leg side. So the slips come out. Henry Cullen now at mid-wicket. Again, another full delivery, good delivery as well. Couple of good Yorkers to start the over from Ben Gibbon. On a length this time into the covers. Another dot ball though. rarity, a slight miscue from Sam Robson off the inside edge. Well, we've seen a general trend that around over 20, areas 20 to 30 have been tricky as the balls soften. That's when we usually see the introduction of Fateh Singh. And some sides have adapted well to that, some sides not quite so well. Good tumbling stop, good bit of running as well. Tom Taylor in the field. And you see that Sam Robson's experience, he just plays situations well, doesn't he? Knowing how to approach this.
2 or 3 good deliveries at the start of the over. That one a little bit more in the slot. He was onto it quickly. Took a good stop to save 4 actually. Finish the over, and he does. Good over, just 1 from it. His best over so far. 65 for 1 off 15. I'd say Middlesex have had the best of it, but it would only take a wicket for that to change.
Well, we've seen batting in partnerships. Again, it's very, it's simple. It doesn't, the modern world of, stacking cameos of aggressive batting performances doesn't really apply here. So Allison's in from the New Road End again. What Worcestershire did particularly well against Hampshire was they were able to build partnerships. Even if it was 30 or 40, it wasn't losing wickets in clusters, which we've seen throughout the T20 campaign. And the first game against Derbyshire is that 1 can often bring 2, can bring 3, and in certain circumstances 4. So allowing for a reset. Again, that takes a certain sort of mentality, a certain sort of patience, and these two have it in spades.
Yeah, neatly turned for another single by Robson. What's been impressive from a Middlesex point of view in the last 20 minutes, half an hour, is the ease with which they've accumulated. They've put bad balls away to the boundary, but they've also picked up 1s and 2s, and the bat hasn't been passed. In fact, the only alarms really have been a couple of potential run-outs in the last half an hour or so. It's a worry for Worcestershire. Lots of time again for De Keras. Just pushes this out square on the offside.
Well, as these two look to go about their business quietly and effectively. Kit Watch, thoughts on the Middlesex outfit?
Better than the one that has more pink on it.
Okay.
I think their T21. Again, nicely played by De Keras. Well in behind that. I like the Worcester kit. Prefer it to the T20. Obviously the numbers are better. I quite like the black.
How are we feeling about the quarters? Is it a bit too rugby top for you? Is that the vibe?
Yeah, a little bit. Norwich City had a green and yellow quartered one a few years ago, and I wasn't a fan of that either. Blackburn Rovers circa 1954. Again, nicely played for a single. That's what I mean. It's just they're untroubled, aren't they? If you're batting and you're picking up a single or 2 every other ball without really any trouble, and then you get the odd bad one to put away, you just get into a nice rhythm. And this partnership has now added 55, relatively untroubled. Nicely guided by Robson, that one. And a single taken, end of the over. 5 from it, 3 from it, I beg your pardon. 68 for 1. Off 16. The man out, Fernandez, caught at long leg by Fateh Singh off the bowling of Tom Taylor in the 5th over for 6.
Gibbons going to continue. I think the introduction of Fateh Singh should come sooner rather than later here. Need a little, well, quite a literal change of pace. As Gibbons on his way into Robson.
Been a lot of misfields, haven't there?
Yes, and uncharacteristically so. Worcestershire very good in the field this year, in all forms of the game. Is it particularly hard out there? Is it just a difficult bounce? But it is uncharacteristically, isn't it, the amount of overthrows or misfields that have probably totted up to about 11-12 runs at this point.
Gibbons been a lot tighter since he's come round the wicket. Not given the batsman any room to free the arms going round the wicket, angling in at the right-handers.
I wonder how much Adam Finch, he's kind of a late addition to 100 squad. That extra bounce and pace that he can offer as a variation. So Gibbons in again. Hits the deck hard that time.
It's an interesting one, Adam Finch. As I understand it, if you're left out of 200 games, you can then become eligible. So Ed Barnard, for example, played for Warwickshire the other day. Don't know whether that is the case with Finch. Ironic applause for D'Oliveira because he stopped that one.
Gave himself a little fist pump as well. Just managed to put the squeeze on here, Ben Gibbon, bowling wide of the pop-in crease, angling the ball in, looking to get it to straighten. Just tucking up the carries here. So, as we suspect, it's Gareth Roderick in the bowler's ear. As you say, Frank, he's been very vocal. And it's just allowing, well, one from his previous over, one so far from this. And that's another dot ball, so 2 runs from his past 2 overs, Ben Gibbon, and that's what you really, if you want to change the direction of travel here from a Worcestershire perspective, is trying to build a bit of pressure. At 69 for 1, that run rate just north of 4, which is not a bad spot to be in at all.
No, I think they've earned the right to have a couple of quiet overs if they need to. Not going to give it away, I don't think, these two. Well, it doesn't look that way. Allison bowls, and that's, again, really nicely timed by Robson. No more than a steer off the back foot, but picks up a couple past the diving D'Oliveira. A bit of a wayward throw from Fateh Singh. And any pressure that was built in that last over is relieved by picking up a couple off the first ball of the next one.
It was actually Ben Gibbon down there, and it was absolute rocket arm. It was about 10 metres over his head.
Yeah, sorry, it is Gibbon. It's the left arm throw.
Astonishing throw.
Did me. Looked to get it away early, but not much control. They were going to get 2 anyway. Bright sunshine again now as Allison moves away from us. Bowls and Another easy run for Robson, turned on the leg side. There is an ease about batting at the moment that is impressive, and they've earned it. They've absolutely earned it. And Worcestershire at the moment don't look particularly threatening, do they?
Yeah, again, that's just a bit too straight from Allison.
Two more for De Caras. Had a little bit of luck early on against Taylor, but since reaching about 15, 20, played really well. Picks up another one as Kashif comes into field.
Well, it's the fourth delivery in a row that's been worked easily into the leg side. Plenty of space there as well. And yeah, it's the first time I've seen Josh De Caras in the flesh. I've been really impressed. Averaging about 50 in this year's competition. This is a bit of a coming of age. Some good bowling attacks to play against in this group as well.
Another single for Robson.
And while this does look rather comfortable for Middlesex at the moment, one thing we've noticed is that we've seen this before, where Derbyshire, Anderson and Guest look comfortable.
Yeah.
Same with Gubbins for Hampshire. And Worcestershire have found a way to claw themselves back into the game.
Seven from that over. 76 for one. Off 18.
Well, Gareth Roderick has got his gloves on Jake Libby's shoulders, deep in conversation.
Yeah. And one guesses that the gist of that conversation is we've got to make something happen somehow here. At the moment, just a little bit too easy for these two. Gibbon round the wicket bowls, and actually, very nearly does make something happen, because that's the first full shot that Sam Robson's played. He gets a leading edge and it goes just over the head of Swanepoel at extra cover. They pick up a fortunate two. Fateh Singh is loosening up down in front of us. So Gibbon almost gets the reward for all those dots he's put together in the last 2 overs. Comes in again round the wicket, this time just a little bit too straight, whipped away for a single on the leg side by Robson. Almost got Robson there, Gibbon, with that leading edge flying just over extra. First time Robson lost his shape, really. He fell over it a bit, didn't he? His head outside the line. De Caras drives on the onside, this time a good tumbling stop by Libby at mid-on, otherwise that would have been at least 2 if not 3. Didn't quite time it, De Caras. 42 to him off 60 deliveries. Oof, goodness me. Well, quite a lot to talk about there. Super shot from De Queiroz, straight back at the bowler, and a brilliant piece of work by Gibbon, diving down and stopping it two-handed. Looked for all the world as though that was going for 4 straight down the ground. Timed it superbly. Good work by the bowler. Ooh, and he induces another false shot. Outside edge this time from De Queiroz, flying past D'Oliveira at backward point. It's about 3 or 4 inches off the ground. So good from Gibbon in this over. Hasn't got a breakthrough, but he's certainly produced a couple of errors from the batters, 1 each. 80 for 1.
Well, again, just playing down the wrong line.
Another very good over from the left armour. Well bowled, Ben Gibbon. 4 runs from it. 19 gone. And we are going to see spin from the New Road end. Fateh Singh will replace Ben Allison. Ben Allison's figures: 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26, bit expensive. Swanepoel 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. Taylor, the wicket taker, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. And Ben Gibbon, nice 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14.
Two batters just taking some fluids on board. And, well, 20th over, so it's Fateh Singh o'clock. So a different challenge for these two. Singh has gone very well in this competition, finished the blast very well. And as Frank alluded to earlier, a young man that's grown in confidence and stature. He's got some work to do for his side here though. Middlesex 80 for 1, looking good. In comes Fateh Singh then, round the wicket. Sweep immediately. A good bit of fielding. I think it's Henry Cullen down there. De Queiroz just reaching for that one a little bit, drops it into the offside. Rather more confident shot. Ben Allison at long off. So fine leg on the fence, pretty wide. Mid wicket on the fence, mid off, cover as well. Everyone else in the ring. Robson goes back. Allison does the fielding. So if you're able to pick length early, then there is an outlet to long off. Again, nicely worked. Well, 5 from the over. Negotiated with relative comfort from the two batters.
Yeah.
Wonder whether Fateh Singh, I felt like he polling a little bit slower than he normally does. Perhaps just giving the ball a chance to grip, find out how much turns out there.
Gibbon carrying on from the Diglis end. And again, DeCare is not quite in control of that one. Sort of squirted outside half of the bed up to mid-off. So Gibbon in the last 10-15 minutes, last 3 overs certainly, since he went round the wicket, has made both the batters look a little bit less certain. Another amazing piece of fielding of his own bowling by Gibbon. It's a full-length delivery, driven straight back by Josh DeCare beautifully. And again, Gibbon, who's particularly good. I know they always used to say, if you can't stop them off your own bowling, who can you stop them off? But that's a stop for a big man. He gets down really well with both hands. And he saved 8 runs, basically, in the last 2 overs. DeCare will feel a bit miffed that he hasn't found the boundary with either of those 2 cracking shots. Lets that one go a bit wider outside the off stump. 47 to Josh DeCare, and he's played very, very well. .48 now, and he gets one that bounces a little bit, rides it and steers it down to third for 1. 86 for 1 Middlesex then. The run rate 4.2, and they are very nicely placed. That one is wide and slashed away on the offside. And there, a brilliant piece of fielding by Kashif Ali, running across to his left, diving down, flicking it back just inside the rope, and it was travelling. And that's just a measure of something we've commented on quite a few times recently, is the improvement that Kashif Ali has made in his fielding in the last couple of years. A late entrant to the game, graduate from South Asian Cricket Academy in his mid-20s when he started, really. Worked really hard on his fielding, saved 2 there. Gibbon again bowls, and this one is driven to Swanepoel, who stops it at extra cover. A bit looser in that over from Gibbon, got away with that last one. 3 from it, 88 for 1 off 21. Middlesex nicely placed, putting down a base which will allow them to build a competitive score. Not always that easy here at New Road. It's not a 300 pitch as of right. I mean, you can get 300, but you've got to put the base down first. We've said this right from the start. It's not been a pitch in white ball cricket this year on which it has been especially easy to bat. They've done well, these 2. 76 added so far.
Fateh Singh in for the New Road end, and carries on the walk and clubs it down the ground to Swanepoel at mid-on. They'll be in at mid-wicket, looking for catching. That's going to be a wide down the leg side, and DeCare will feel like he's missed out on that. 2 men out in the deep on the leg side, mid-wicket and fine leg. Again uses his feet. Only finds Jake Libby though. I think Ben Gibbon's done a good job of offering control at the Dignas end. If Fateh Singh can offer the same, good bit of work as that turns away from the outside edge. Bale's whipped off from Gareth Roderick. And if Singh can just provide a bit of control from the other end, Frank, then that pressure might start asking questions of shot selection.
There hasn't been any pressure, has there?
Not from both ends at the same time, have we? As Pusher a little bit faster this time. Runs the first one hard because he wants his 50. They'll settle for a single. Robson down the wicket, lofted drive over extra cover. What a fabulous shot that is. Used his feet elegantly to get to the pitch of the ball, lofted it over the 2 in the ring on the offside, hitting with the spin. Pretty risk-free shot. Doesn't make it easy, and to make it look that good, well, you've got to be a player. Again on the walk, he was rather fortunate in that instance to get it past Tom Taylor. But
7 off the over.
Not looking to let Fateh Singh settle. Both batters very happy to use their feet. Spoke to Henry Cullen actually after the Hampshire game, Frank, and he said that it felt like the pitch was getting easier to bat on throughout the innings. And it was easier still than it was first game of the season in this competition.
And that might explain the decision at the toss. Rather than we fancy we can pick up early wickets, just we fancy it'll be easier to bat on later on. Gibbon round the wicket. This one chopped down into the ground by Robson. Good call from De Queiroz. Calling Robson through as the ball dribbled away behind square on the offside. Busy Josh De Queiroz, 49, keen. He's enjoying it at the moment, I think. Just looking to turn the screw a little bit, I think, these two. And there is his 50 as he slices this down to Fateh Singh at third man. Warm applause for Josh De Queiroz. 50 off 75 deliveries with 6 fours. A very, very nicely put together knock. Another single for Robson.
Yeah, his 5th half century in List A cricket. Averaging just about 23, but he's a much better player than that. As I mentioned, he looks altogether a different character this season. Benefit of experience at a settled place in the lineup. Again, squared up, skewed off the outside edge, Frank. Well, Ben Gibbon is, they're having a difficulty contending with the wide angle release point.
And maybe just stopping in the pitch a little bit, the odd one from Gibbon. Good over. 3 from it. Given probably the pick of the bowlers, actually. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. And Tom Taylor being reintroduced. Always a sign that Jake Libby wants a wicket. And he obviously wants a wicket, but Taylor is the man they turn to more often than not. This time coming on at the New Road end.
Well, a quick note on Ben Gibbon is that his fortunes changed rather rapidly when it was decided to go round the wicket. Struggling with both line and length first up to the right-handers. It was Gareth Roderick, I think, who was the instigator of that decision. And since that decision, it's gone rather well as Tom Taylor is on his way in. Sam Robson waits. That's just guided nicely. Feel altogether rather more comfortable with those sorts of shots when there's no slip fielder in. Kind of classic one-day shot run down to third. Middlesex on 99 for 1. Little shimmy from Josh de Carries and plays that confidently through the covers. 100 up for Middlesex. And these two doing a really good job of manoeuvring the visitors into a really healthy position. Again, Dan Latigan out in the deep on the offside, called into action, another single.
Robson's got 40, you know, almost without noticing, isn't it? It's one of those innings, isn't it? He's one of those players. 40 or 51, and yet, you know, you remember more the de Carries shots, I think. Very impressive.
De Carries in behind that firmly, just rotating the strike, taking what's on offer.
Couple of particularly good shots. That inside out over extra off Fateh Singh was good.
The well-timed on drive as well.
He's just that kind of player that you just look up and he's got 20 and you haven't really noticed. It's not in any way to denigrate his performance. I think if anything it's the opposite.
Can run down to third. No, I absolutely agree. It's another player like that who I admire, who does very, very well here. Sam Hain has the ability just to... He can play different types of innings, but the default setting seems to be quietly accumulate. Before you know it, they're settled, and there's another gear to go through. But as you mentioned, Frank, it's the lack of relative peril.
Yeah,
I think that will both frustrate Worcestershire, but actually, you know, from a chasing point of view, there don't seem to be any gremlins in the pitch. There's a little bit on offer for the seamers. There's a bit of grip for the spinners. But again, as long as you apply yourself and you concentrate, there are runs to be had too.
Fateh Singh has changed ends. Gibbon withdrawn. 6 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 20 for Gibbon. So very good from him, but he will be required later on, one imagines. Singh to De Keras. Quicker, second ball. First ball of the over, reverse, straight to a fielder. That one quicker. De Keras unable to capitalise, despite being on the walk. Short this time, hammered away on the leg side, and that has hurt Jake Libby. Short mid wicket. Managed to stop it with his thigh, I think. They get a single off the rebound. Bad delivery from Singh. Got away with it to some extent. Probably could have whacked it over mid wicket if he'd have.
I think Jake maybe probably wished he had, to be honest.
He does, yeah. Singh to Robson. Ooh, well, that's a beautiful shot, albeit one that carried with it an element of risk as he went back and dabbed it down. Proper old-fashioned late cut, really, off the stumps almost. Picks up a couple. $105 for one. Sweep this time, it's in the air and it is caught. You do not want to give Dan Latigan a chance in the outfield. He is the best of catchers in the deep. Sam Robson goes for the sweep, top edge, and Latigan running in, big man, dives forward, picks it up, ankle height, holds onto it as he hits the ground.
Well,
massive breakthrough.
I think this bounces a little bit more than he expected, and it takes more of a top edge than expected. But to take a wicket just 2 deliveries before the drinks break. Needed, Frank. It has to be said, but you're right. If there's one fielder you want out there for that in the rapid side, it's Dan Latigan. It's echoes of a
Buddy, you come stand here, Frank. Right, so while we're at drinks, I'm joined here by Pathway lead Elliot Wilson and a few members of the Batathon that participated a few months ago in a little charity fundraiser for the JB33 Foundation. Elliot, you're going to take a bit of time to explain a little bit about the reasons behind why you did what you did and a little bit about how the day went.
We're all slightly mad, I think. I think to try and support the foundation, we're trying to find creative new ideas of how to run events. A number of years ago in my previous life we ran a Batathon down on the Isle of Wight and thought we'd try and recreate it, so we ran for 24 hours from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m, continuously hitting cricket balls, everyone involved raising money, raising funds for the JB33 Foundation, and a couple of us did the full 24 hours, so Ryan, myself, one of the lads is here now, and then a load of guys from the Pathway and girls from the Pathway came in and joined us over the 24 hours.
And a way to kind of reconnect with Josh after playing such a prevalent part in his story when you would have been around him and helped coach and nurture him as a young player. A nice way to sort of bring the next generation back involved into Josh's story.
Yeah, I think Paul and Lisa want to really support players who are on a similar journey to what Josh was on. So anything we can do that involves the current Pathway players, they're fully supportive of, and to be able to run that for 24 hours to get the current Pathway players involved, to support the JB33 Foundation, and remember Josh himself was a huge opportunity we couldn't turn down.
And a great idea in hindsight. How was it then in 24 hours?
Well, I flew in from India at 8 p.m. on the Thursday night, and we started at 8 p.m. on the Friday night, so I was a bit jaded by Saturday night, but it's a great thing to do for 24 hours.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Round of applause for everyone in the Batathon Foundation.
Cheers guys, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
who is Ben Geddes, the Middlesex captain. And his first ball is driven to Swanepoel in the covers, and that's the end of the over from Fateh Singh. Successful one for him. 3 runs came from it. It also brought the wicket, and Middlesex are 105 for 2 at the halfway point.
Well, Tom Taylor to continue. Worcestershire looking to capitalise on that timely breakthrough. And what seems like every other over now for Fateh Singh. He returns to the outfield on the boundary to a round of applause, having taken a wicket. Taylor into the carriers. Offered a little bit of width. What's notable about this very impressive performance from Takaris is he's not looked to overhit at all, particularly in the offside. If it's full and straight and he looks to hit down the ground, well, there's a bit more power introduced, but rather like Robson actually, he's offered timing and technique over anything else. And even that delivery just on off stump, just with a little flick, worked into the onside. There's Swanepoel's there, so it'll be a dot ball, but getting the bat face to good effect so far. 53 to his name. Geddes yet to score, having faced one delivery. Getting started is tricky. How Worcestershire would love to have 2 new batters at the crease. In comes Tom Taylor. Again, guided to D'Oliveira at a backward point. The sun back out, plenty of blue on show. Just over the halfway point in this Middlesex innings. So Takaris runs that down to third. Good looking drive, and then a slight fumble. We've seen plenty of that today. Henry Cullen has enough in behind it to make sure there isn't a run to be taken. Slightly fuller, slightly straighter. But another dot ball. Brought back to take wickets, but he might not have managed that. Next best thing is to build a bit of pressure. Just a single from it. His 8 overs have gone for just 25 so far. So Singh to continue from the Diglis end, his preferred end really. Carries his back quickly to punch this into covers, but no run. Gets through his overs quickly, Fateh Singh, looking for the reverse. That's a lovely shot. Placed beautifully. Tried it in the previous over, got it right this time. Placement key, just to the right of D'Oliveira at backward point, but too much on it for Kashif to chase down. To carries on to 58. So we've seen a conventional sweep that was somewhat mistimed. The reverse, though, clearly a shot that he's comfortable with. The carries, and Fateh Singh just directs a bit of traffic with the field. Oh. Well, that's gone right through him. Carries plays the wrong line. He's lucky to survive. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. It's cut away by Geddes. Kashif should get there, and does. They'll take a couple. Previous delivery straight through to carries. Echoes of the Wayne Madsen dismissal here a couple of games ago. There's turnout there for Fateh Singh as Geddes just drops soft hands, takes a single. Really nicely judged single as well. It's Ben Geddes' birthday today, Frank. 25 today he is.
Right.
I'll be hoping he doesn't celebrate too much today. It's Singh fires this one in, fuller, faster. Just whipped away by De Keris for a single. And the opening batter goes on his merry way. Just been really impressed. Anything that's been full that he can hit down the ground has been absolutely walloped. Other than that, it just doesn't overhit anything. Carries
9 from that over. The reintroduction of Taylor didn't bring the wicket. Swanepoel coming back at the New Road end. Taylor 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Very tidy though. Swanepoel 5 overs for 20 so far. Allison 4 overs for 26. Gibbon 6 overs for 20, also tidy. Fateh Singh 4 overs, 1 for 24. Swanepoel starts a new over to De Keris, and he's edging this one down to third man all along the ground for a single. Gibbon the fielder down there. 116 for 2. Men out, Fernandez 6 and Robson 42 after a partnership of 93 for the second wicket with De Keris. Geddes defends. Still to come. Cracknell. Sawant, who I haven't seen. Zafar Gohar. Toby Rowland Jones. Henry Brooks. Cornwell. Noah Cornwell and Navia Sharma. Swanepoel bowls and Geddes drives for a single. Beautiful day here at New Road. Perfect cricket weather. Mid-20s temperature. bright sunshine, bit of cloud around, good crowd in, and another single to De Queiroz, just chopped down to third man. Scoring very freely, 62 now off 95 deliveries.
An excellent cup of tea, Frank. Another skill to add to your extensive resume. Commentator,
Tea boy,
coach, writer to the stars, and then I just got a cup of tea.
tea boy.
These things matter.
Just want to pull in, bowl short, cut by Geddes. Latigan the fielder. It's interesting how a player like Latigan has come in, started in the One Day Cup last year, still an overseas, playing in the Championship as an overseas for another year, and has established himself. This one's short from Swanepoel, pulled by De Queiroz for a single. Took him by surprise a little bit. Second time he's dropped his bat running through. Gets a single, end of the over, 120 for 2. What I was going to say is it's amazing how quickly a player can become almost part of the furniture. And now when the ball's hit away on that side, you just expect it to be Latigan who's out there, and yet it's hard to think that, you know, you mentioned Whiteley. For years it was Ross Whiteley who would do that job, but you just expect it. You look at him, you recognise his shape immediately in the field, and you just think, gosh, he's only been here for a relatively short time, really. Becomes so much part of things.
Well, they'd rather hoped he was on the other side of the ground for the previous delivery. That bumper in the air a long time, catching chance. So Singh continues his work to Josh De Queiroz, and I don't think Kashif picked it up quite fast enough. And cut away, slower, offered a bit of flight there, Fateh Singh, and he's varied his pace. And actually notice, Frank, that the seamers hasn't been a lot of pace off from the seamers today, as De Queiroz looks to whip that through mid-wicket. Half stopped by Jake Libby, who has been in the firing line from that end. A short one a couple of overs ago from Fateh Singh, and that's missed time. Chopped down on that one. De Queiroz looking to go hard at the ball here. I think it's caused him a little bit of bother. That's worked nicely behind square. Cullen will do the fielding. It's a nice little contest, actually, this, De Queiroz versus Fateh Singh. And Geddes on strike now, though. 121 for 2 the score. So slower, a little bit shorter, gives Geddes plenty of time just to sit on the back foot and cut away for a single. Just a couple of singles to finish that over. And Worcestershire just getting a little bit of control back.
Just keeping a lid on it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just keeping a lid on it. But I don't think Middlesex will be too worried.
Well,
Swanepoel bowls. Geddes works him off his hip down to long leg, just for one.
quick look round the grounds. Derbyshire Falcons 158 for 3 from their 30th over against Glamorgan. Essex 181 for 3 and after 29 overs against Hampshire. Yorkshire going well at York again. Durham 94 for 5. Wickets spread around again. What a shot.
Goodness me. That's as good as anything he's played, isn't it? That from De Queiroz. Not quite a full half volley, but beautifully driven. through, wide mid off for 4. Josh DeCares moves to 68, and he's hardly put a foot wrong. Moves to 69 now. No, moves to 72, because having praised him to high heaven, Dan Latigan makes a horrible error. Running in, 2 hands to the ball. Oh, looked like a single for all money, and he missed it.
They do it to spite us, Frank, don't they? I don't know. You try and say something nice.
131 for 2, a very rare Latigan misfield. And called into action again now. Ironic applause as he fields one much easier, quite safely. 132 for 2. DeCares moves on to 73.
I think we've got to change the narrative of commentators' curse, Frank. It can't be our fault. Really, we should be angry at the players for making us look daft. It's not our fault.
Absolutely right. That's nicely timed by Geddes, but D'Oliveira fields smartly a backward point. 20 overs left after this. Got to be looking at 250, 260, I would think, if not more.
Minimum with this platform. Wickets change that, of course, but as it stands, I think it's 250 is absolute minimum.
Dot to finish the over. 132 for 2 off 30, 10 off that one.
Well, just to finish up our quick whiz round the grounds, down at Kent, Somerset 145 for 2. And that's in the 29th over, so Somerset going well. And Northamptonshire, they're at home to Leicestershire, 151 for 4, the Steelbacks, in the 29th over. So plenty of sides going well with the bat, with the exception of Durham. And, they're going a rather similar way to how Worcestershire went, really. Cliff Hill, Code, Yadav and Bess, a wicket apiece. Yorkshire looking good form in this competition. In Worcestershire's group, of course, Fateh Singh to DeCares. The battle continues. Fired through 2 straight, work down the leg side. That's going to get pulled up just inside the rope. Good diving stop from Henry Cullen. Looked like the ball was going to win that race, just slowed up a touch. A good diving stop. Henry Cullen with back-to-back 70s in this competition, taking his opportunity. As Singh's in again. Slightly slower, bit more flight. Geddes just pushes it down the ground. Again, it's down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide, and Roderick just gets a bit of his body in the way. So DeCares was ready to cross back that down to fine leg. Didn't connect as Singh's in again. This time he cuts. Kashif is in business. So 6 from the over already. Again cut away to Kashif. rather like Robson before him. Ben Geddes is just quietly going about his business. 9 from 14. Dealing almost exclusively in singles. Short. Pulled away by De Keres. Got what it deserved. So dragged down. Only just cleared Jake Libby's head. But as soon as he got past the Worcestershire captain, it was always going to go to the fence. And so that's a really expensive over in the context of things.
The last 2 have gone for 21.
Well, 11 from that one. 143 for 2. De Keres is on 81. It's his highest list A score, eclipsing that of his effort a week ago against Hampshire. We made 75. So, a young man in good form. Really impressive today. Swanepoel continues from the New Road end, and again, get that feeling that Worcestershire will need to see the back of Josh De Keres sooner rather than later, otherwise they will be chasing a pretty sizable total.
Well, Geddes is gone. Little nick through to Roderick, very straightforward. Might just have done a little bit.
Well, he hits the deck hard, induces the edge, and there's carry there as well. Just carries on with the arm. But he's nicked off. But a bit of pace, a little bit of bounce, a bit of carry from Bayer Swanepoel. Well, it's
what
not
they
the man
really
they would have
need
wanted.
to do, no, what I was going to say, what they really, really want to do, Worcestershire, and of course Middlesex will want exactly the opposite, is to get 2 new batters in at the same time, isn't it? That's the way to slow the scoring rate down. But with Ariant Sawant coming out to join De Keres, as long as De Keres is there, and he's played really well, 81 off 108 deliveries, and he has played, he hasn't given a chance. He's hardly played a full shot. A little bit of luck early on against Taylor, but a really good effort by Josh De Keres. And he is still there. And as long as he's still there, they are still eyeing up a significant total, I would think, with 19 overs to go after this one. 18 overs to go after this one. I think they'll be looking at 275, maybe even 300. But if Worcestershire can remove him and get a couple of new batters at the crease together, they might think they can sneak a few overs through fairly cheaply, which might disrupt the progress. Sawant's first ball is off the mark.
Well, it's another youngster who's at just his 3rd match, another young Middlesex player as part of the England under-19 setup. Batted just once, made 15 against Hampshire. Oh no, Frank, it's happened again, mate. There's a gent who's just got his fish and chips and that waft of...
We might get fish and chips today. De Keres, lots of time. Takes another one.
Deep fried chips with vinegar. There's nothing quite like it. It's always about this time, I'm sorry. Well, I'd say that this this interjection from Bear Swanepoel is rather timely, as again Middlesex were looking to push on a little bit.
Yeah, good over. 3 from it, which is good at this stage for Worcestershire. More importantly, that wicket.
Well, applause around the ground
for Josh Baker.
The 33rd over about to commence, aptly being bowled by a left-arm spinner, but the number 33 that's been worn on the back of many a people around the ground, all the players in the warm-up before this game, the number that Josh Baker wore. And it's a little moment for the Worcestershire family, cricket as a whole, and everyone at New Road, to take stock and remember a young man who had a bright future, but sadly isn't with us anymore.
I think it's really special that they keep doing this, you know. Yeah, because you can always say, "Oh, we'll never forget him, and he's always one of us," and then it fades with time, and it's really important. Great to see.
Well, much is made of the community, the culture, the family feel at Worcestershire, Frank, and it's not affectation, it really is that. And I think cricket as a whole is a wonderful sport for that sense of community.
Yeah,
links,
I agree.
Local
it was good to
villages.
see the Middlesex players joining in, and that message from James Rue earlier this week.
Yeah, one from Jason Holder as well.
Yeah, saw that. Lovely. Back to the cricket. 2 singles off the first 2 balls. 147 for 3. De Carers on 83. Well bowled by Singh. Just held that one back a little bit. Pushed out on the offside. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Beautifully executed. Late cut. Very well fielded by D'Oliveira. Quickly after it, slides as they all do now and picks the ball up expertly. But a lovely, lovely shot. Mixing touch with power. De Carers in this innings. 85 now. Just pushes out square on the offside. Not a bad over from Fateh Singh. 3 runs from it. 149 for 3 from 33.
Well, touch is absolutely right, isn't it? And if you're going well, sometimes the temptation is to look to whack everything. Ben Allison's going to come into the attack from New Road end. I thought Bear Swanepoel, actually, that bumper was pretty effective, where for a moment Kashi Valley was interested. And we saw him hit the deck hard. We've seen variations of pace from Fateh Singh, not so much from the seam bowlers, Frank, which I'm surprised that we haven't seen so many.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree
we've
with
seen
that.
Cutters tend to go well here, you know, rolling your fingers over. Even the slower ball bouncers have proven to be, again, if used sparingly, effective wicket-taking deliveries. As Allison's on his way in. Good-looking drive straight to cover. And
Allison's somebody who's used the bumper to good effect in the past, but he hasn't tried it today.
One only assumes that, I mean, given that Middlesex have had a pretty decent platform, and at Worcestershire you feel are slightly behind the game in terms of wickets, that you would go to that variation, you go to your bag of tricks, but perhaps it's a plan, deliberate intention to hit the deck.
It's a chance, though, isn't it, to bowl at the new man, get a couple of overs through tidily in the middle, put a little bit of pressure on. De Kerr's also in sight of a first ever list day 100. Might just be a little bit more cautious while he gets there.
And you want him to be down the non-strikers end, thinking
That's
about it,
what I mean.
ideally.
Yeah.
Well, there is an opportunity, and again, it's Allison's finding that right line and length for this surface. Just on the round off stump. And in area and so on, you've got a young man only on his second outing in the middle, played 3 games, wasn't needed against Glamorgan, as they were only chasing 67. So 4 dot balls to start the over. Run rate is healthy, but Worcestershire will want to just keep a lid on it, as they are at that point where Middlesex want to try and start accelerating, pushing towards a strong total.
Nice time to bowl a maiden.
And it's the game situation is that 5-6 overs ago it doesn't matter so much. The pressure on though is when you're out there, as you see the overs tick by and opportunities to score diminish. Maidens are really valuable as Allison is in. That's down the leg side, he's not going to get one though, and that should go to the fence. It's going to pull up just inside. It's a Davalath that's in. It's going to be off the pad. So just 2 from it. 2 straight in the end though from Allison. Doesn't detract from the fact it's a very good over. Brings up the 150 for Middlesex, 151 for 3. 34 overs gone, 16 to go. That run rate at about 4.4. They're now in that sort of phase where they'll want to accelerate. It's going to be another change of bowling. Looks like Ben Gibbon's going to come back into the attack. Really impressed with him actually earlier on, Frank.
Yeah, particularly when he went round the wicket. And he is starting round the wicket. Probably bowled as well as anybody and induced 4 strokes from both Robson and De Kerr's. What he would love to do now is to get De Kerr's. If Worcestershire could get De Kerr's now, then I think they've got a real chance of restricting Middlesex to something pretty chaseable. Could really be as simple as that. Obviously, still plenty of batting to come, but he is the man in, and the man in form, and that's a cracking shot that he plays first ball. And poor old coconut shy Jake Libby takes another one. Oh, it's Henry Cullen this time, short mid wicket, but Libby's pulled himself out of the firing line there.
They are, young man, you get a walloping now.
You get in there.
I thought it was Libby as well.
Whipped it straight to the fielder. It hurt, but it's a dot. Gibbon again round the wicket then. Width, De Kerr slashes it away on the offside, but only a single. Cashew fielding on the boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion. Sawant on strike. Just 2 to him off 10. Gibbon will be hoping he can keep him on strike and subdued. And he does that.
I don't think he would have. He spends most of the time umpiring.
That's a cracking shot though from Sawant. Slightly over pitched and wide as well, and driven through extra cover for 4. Or is it Kashif? Not sure. On the rope.
It looked quite 4-y to me.
He's asking people behind him what they think.
It was a lovely bit of timing,
wasn't it?
wasn't
Back through. He's kept them to 2, I think, by the look of it. Umpire's not signalled 4. It's a difficult one, isn't it, when the fielder actually doesn't know, and he turned around and asked the people behind him, and don't think they were sure either.
Oh, well.
What do you reckon? It's 4, is it? It's 4.
I think he was touching the ball with his knees.
4 is signalled, so
it looked like 4 from here, to be honest. But
4 is signalled, and the umpire Sam Hollingshead says thank you to whoever signalled it. And I think it was probably a few members in the ladies' pavilion. It was a good shot. Deserved 4. Gets another one here as he just dabs this one down to third man, Ben Allison Fields.
Yeah, there's no follow through with the shot at all with that drive. It just stopped at the point of impact and just held the pose.
Beautifully
lovely
timed
bit of time, yeah. That looked a bit 4-y. I'll have to stick that on a poster as well. What a wordsmith you are, Dale. Well done.
Given again to De Caires, who takes a single. He's very keen because he keeps the strike at the end of the over, and I think he recognises that it's important that he gets as much of the strike as possible. 158 for 3 off 15. Just looking back at the last game, Worcestershire were 158 for 3 off 35, 15 left. Worcestershire were 166 for 4 off 35 when they got 307. And in the reply, and Hampshire also got 300.
Well,
they were
Allison digging that in.
They were 163 for 4, so very similar. 300 is on, but it could depend on De Caires. He's on 88 off 118 balls, but he has lost the strike.
Joe Cracknell scheduled to come in next. Aggressive batter. Gohar and Tony Roban-Jones can clear the ropes as well. Third man, profitable area, plenty of singles there, second on the bounce. Allison mainly in this spell looking to go length and just back of a length, try and pin the batter back, extract a bit of bounce. 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. I wonder if there's going to be a short one coming. Well, pulled away straight to fine leg. Just got the line a little bit wrong. I think it's just a little bit too straight. So when you can help round the corner. De Caires timed it. Mind you, he's timed most things today. 89 to him now. And the young man at the other end, I think, should be trying to feed De Caires the strike if he can. That is the bumper. He's just helped that over the keeper's head. 4 runs. Well, I sensed there was going to be some short stuff coming.
It was a top edge, really, wasn't it?
There was no control over it, but he was looking to play it fine. He just wasn't looking to play it over the keeper's head. The end result is what he wanted, though. It's gone for 4. Batters touch gloves. Allison comes back in. Back on the length, just outside off stump. Tumbling stop from D'Oliveira. Again, it's short, pulled away, well in front of square. A fumble from Kashi, but it'll still just be a single. So a mixture of bowling essentially at 4th stump, just outside off, and a couple of short ones as well. It does mean there's 8 from the over. Middlesex are 166 for 3, 14 overs to go. I wonder if we'll see a little game within a game as to Carrie's hope for 100.
Yeah.
I've never gotten anywhere near one, Frank, so I don't know what it's like, but if it was me, I'd be thinking, just get 3 figures, then we'll deal with the team stuff later.
Given round the wicket bowls to Sawant, who drives up to mid-off, no run.
We saw Joe Root make 99 at One Day International and just said to Gus Atkinson, get the game won. Down in Cardiff, Atkinson just whacked it all over the place. I'd have been taking a single. I don't know. I know there's being professional and all, but I don't deny Joe Root 3 figures.
Given bowls, Sawant, lovely dab down to 3rd for a single.
Like Alex Tudor being night watchman, he got 99 in a test match. It was Graham Thorpe that came in and just went bang, bang, bang and won the game.
It's a good shot from De Caires. Misfield at mid-on almost produces a run out as they hesitated, but another single is taken. But singles are okay for Worcestershire at the moment. Won't be too worried about that. Keep the boundaries down. 13 overs left after this. Keeping it within manageable parameters at the moment. Very full from Gibbon and timed well, but straight to the fielder. What he's done well since he's gone round the wicket, Gibbon, in both spells, is not allowed the batters to free their arms. He hasn't bowled much in the way of width, angling the ball in at the right-handers. He's bowled at right-handers exclusively, and he's only gone for 28 runs so far.
Yeah, you're right. He's looked to tuck them up, hasn't he? And bowl full when he can.
And that's another dot. So that Sawant is steering down on the offside. So 1 ball left in the over. If he can get out of the over without a boundary, there'll be another very useful over for Worcestershire. Just 2 runs from it so far. This ball becomes quite important. Single would be perfect from Worcestershire point of view. Would keep De Caires off the strike. And that's exactly what happens as Sawant steers it down to third man. Almost better than a dot, dare I say. 169 for 3 off the over. Old bold Ben Gibbon.
Yeah, it's another example, isn't it, of the next man up for Worcestershire. And Ben Gibbon's doing a good job. Wicketless, but has been effective and actually bowled really tight in a period where it felt like Middlesex was scoring with such freedom. It was only 4, 5, 6 and over, but it was every over. And Allison will continue from the New Road end. And if you're a Middlesex fan watching this thinking, why aren't they pressing the accelerator, why aren't they going hard, we're only 3 down, well actually they've done a good job so far. Perhaps on the pad in hope rather than expectation, I think, there.
But it's a dot. I think what Allison's got to do here, for me, if you want to keep Sawant at that end and keep the cows off the strike, is you've got to get straight. You don't want to allow that little steer down to third man, which has been so productive. Got to bowl straight, try and make him hit it down the ground. And every dot at this stage, very valuable. And that's another one. This time he does steer it behind square on the offside, but D'Oliveira Fields just eating up the deliveries a little bit.
And that will play on the batter's mind as well. No, there's a guy at the other end that's batted beautifully. I think the key is that, I mean, Sawant, he's already got 15 to his name. Were he 6 not out from 24, it'd be a little bit different, but he's managed to rotate a little bit. Allison mainly just sticking to that off stump just outside line. Again, it tests the short ball.
Wide.
It's given a wide.
Just eases the pressure a bit. Not sure there's any need for that.
No, I think that's
just
the
kept trying
key.
to pin him back in bold dots.
Key is again using it sparingly on here, isn't it? I think it goes full here after pushing the batter back. He doesn't quite get up in the block hole.
That just needs to be there though, doesn't he? Full and straight. Make him play down the ground. Mid off and mid on.
Well, especially with mid wicket on the
Fairly
drive.
Straight, yeah.
Just the wide from the over so far. Slower that time and worked through the covers. Think about 2, think better of it. So De Carriage does get on strike. I'll take you round the grounds in a couple of balls' time. Special interest in the group that Worcestershire are in. Again, they find themselves in a white ball group that's hyper competitive. And that's got a bit of bounce there. He's ridden the bounce nicely actually. De Carriage gets a single. Again, short, club well in front of square. It's going to go for 4. Well, I think Allison's just slightly overused it. Waited for that and pulled away well in front of square.
Yeah, not quite sure about what the thinking was there. I think, again, just pinning Sarian back and bowling full and straight.
Well, it seems
Well,
that
not
he's
pinning
using
him back, bowling full and straight and making him play down the ground was the way forward, I think, in terms of trying to get dots. Dots will build the pressure.
Yeah, he was looking to take. It was wicket-taking delivery was the attempt, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I think you're right, Frank. He'd already used one for the over. One was wided.
Oh, given around the wicket, finds the edge. It drops short of Roderick, diving to his right. It's 176 for 3 then.
But that shorter delivery only really seems effective here when it's a surprise.
Yeah, I agree.
Or if, you know, the batter is unsure of length.
I think he was trying to get out of the over, but in fact, probably it would have been better to pitch it up and, if necessary, concede the single, I think. Unfortunately, it went to the boundary. And that's gone to the boundary too, because that's 2 full and 2 straight from Gibbon, and De Keras. He's been waiting for that one, and that's beautifully played. Full face of the bat, straight through the line, and one bounce to long on for 4. He goes to 95. How well he has played. 95 of 123 deliveries. I think he can look to reach 3 figures, and then we might see him really cut loose. Gibbon again bowls, and he drives. This time doesn't time it to mid-on. No run. Outstanding innings.
For me, it's the mentality more than anything. You see plenty of swashbuckling innings and good-looking shots and all that sort from all kinds of different players. But you know, you have to earn 100 here. It's not easy to get one. And he has the shots, absolutely. But it's the mental application that's been so impressive. He's not there yet, mind.
Tries to cut this one, misses it.
I think agree, he does deserve one.
I would say, you know, we've seen all the white ball cricket here this year, and we've seen how difficult it is, as you say, for a player to make 100. It's the fact that he's made it chancelessly, really, that's impressed me. It's been not a high degree of risk either. Very, very measured. That's a wide. Measured and composed, good
tempo
technique
as well.
Yeah.
So he hasn't allowed himself to get bogged down.
No,
he's got a few
not at all.
shots that we've seen that
He's hit,
can release the pressure.
yeah, he's hit a couple of cracking shots that Gibbon stopped off his own bowling as well. Otherwise he'd have had 8 more, wouldn't he? Be there already. Really good performance. Another one here as he cuts this away on the offside.
As an aside, Ben Gibbon, one of the greatest fielders off his own bowling I've ever seen. Like, he's not bad in the outfield, but I mean, he's absolutely dynamite off his own bowling.
He's not just sticking a foot out, clogging it, is he? He's diving, getting 2 hands to it. Caught and bowled the other day at York.
It stays caught. That's the thing. He's quite fearless with it too.
Oh, it's a good end to the over from Gibbon. 182 for 3, 6 came from it, 11 left. Got to be looking for another 100, I would think. Gibbon, no. 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 36. Pretty tidy.
Decent effort, that. Right, I promised you around the grounds, I didn't deliver, so I'll do it now. Derbyshire Falcons, 236 for 3 in the 41st over against Glamorgan. Essex, 247 for 5 in the 39th over at home to Hampshire. Yorkshire have got Durham in all kinds of bother at York. 137 for 9 Durham are in the 44th as Allison's on his way in from the New Road End. Down the leg side, good take in the end.
Off the pad.
Yeah, for a second there, couple of the crowd thought that might have been an opportunity, but it was a dull sort of thudded noise. There was no bat involved. Just the way it gently sort of cushioned and then ballooned down the leg side. Good take nonetheless by Roderick.
4 away from that first ever list day 100, Josh de Caris.
Again, getting a bit of bounce from a good length here. Ben Allison.
I suspect it will mean a lot to this young man if he gets his 100. He's worked really hard for it.
Move back actually as well. So extracted a bit of seam movement off the surface this late on. In behind this one, de Caris. Quickly finish up with where things are. Kent against Somerset. Somerset 219 for 3 in the 39th. Northamptonshire Steelbacks are hosting Leicestershire Foxes. Steelbacks are 197 for 7 in the 38th. So a bit of a collapse there. Gloucestershire Place, sorry, that doesn't start for another 20 minutes or so. So here, 182 for 3. de Caris tantalisingly close to a first 100. Heaved into the leg side, plenty of bottom hand in that. That's going to go for 4, and that is his 100. And it has been a fantastic innings from Josh de Caris. Supporters around the ground standing regardless of persuasion, and as Frank said, he's had to work for every single bit of that. With its crunching drives down the ground, back foot punches, reverses off the spinner. He has batted quite beautifully. The composure, a few plays and misses early on, but that happens everywhere to everybody. Got to have a short memory if you're a good batter. And
a fine innings. And now can he kick on and take them to a really big score? Fairly subdued celebration, I thought. Took the helmet off, raised the bat to his teammates, but nothing exceptionally flamboyant about it.
He's not a demonstrative young man, is he?
He's played beautifully.
Yeah, it's been a real joy actually, hasn't it? And against a good Worcestershire bowling attack as well. Might have been in a bit of bother if Libby hits. Nearly knocks de Caris out anyway, as the two semi-collide. De Caris asks for a drink, don't blame him. But it's not easy to get 100 here because you have to concentrate all the time. You can't just cruise. We've seen plenty, well actually we've seen plenty of 50s, a couple of 70s, haven't we, this year?
Yeah, no,
but nothing quite.
Really good innings. And I also think taking that single off that last ball just indicates that he intends to take control now. He wants to face as much of the bowling as possible. He wants to capitalise. He wants to be the man that builds on the base that he's put down, rather than chuck it away now and let somebody else come in and do that. It's intelligent cricket as much as anything.
Yes, it speaks to a personality trait as well, doesn't it? I shall take responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it seems that way anyway. I just think that that was a risky-ish single, but he thought, I'm going to get up the other end. I'm going to take control now. Wow. And he faces sink, and he plays the reverse, and he plays it really well. But there are two fielders behind square on the offside, and even though he hit that nicely, it went straight to Taylor inside the circle. This time he goes down the ground. Only a single up to Gibbon at long on. It's important now that Worcestershire stay focused, pick up any opportunities that come along, try and get two new batters in at the same time. Singh bowls, so Went pushes out on the offside. Singles are okay. But 9 overs left after this. You'd be looking for 10 and over off the last 10 with 7 wickets in hand. Maybe even more.
Sure.
De Caires plays a little scoop. Picks up 2.
I think we've mentioned this before, but there's also Josh De Caires. He's not been greedy here, has he?
No.
I think his shot selection's been good.
Yeah, because when you see a player score, especially if they get a boundary or two early in an over, gets another single in. We've criticised 1 or 2 Worcestershire players for it, haven't we, over the weeks and months in T20. Cashy, a couple of times I think I've said, you've hit a 4 or a 6 early in the over, maybe even 2, then you get out trying to hit another one, and you've already won the over. You don't need to do that. Don't give it away.
Exactly. When there's 7, 8, 9 already scored off the over, don't try and launch one.
Dot ball to finish for Fateh Singh. 5 off that. 192 for 3. 5's all right at this stage.
And that's what I mean about not being greedy.
Yeah.
It's be proactive, yes. If you can manufacture a shot on a boundary option, yes. But it's
yeah, absolutely.
About the risks have to be very much calculated here. And a word for Ariane Sawans as well. I think early on probably a few too many dots, but he's moved on to 21. He hasn't allowed himself to get bogged down. Ben Gibbon's going to change ends. He's going to finish up from the new road end. So if they want 300, they're going to really have to go some. But I think they've put themselves in a position that no matter what now, they're going to get a very, very defendable total. And they've got a bowling unit that has gone very well in this competition of late. I mean, again, a good mix of youth and experience. So De Caires on strike. Ben Gibbon to bowl the last of his 10 overs, the first time he will bowl from this end.
Yep, and he will bowl round the wicket. He's been much more effective round the wicket than he was over at the start of his first spell.
So in comes a tall left-hander as a swish there from De Caires. He can't get bat on ball. How do you think at this point Jake Libb is feeling about this, Frank? Only 3 wickets. Only 3 wickets in 42 overs. 41 and a half. Given in again. Heave down the leg side. That's going to be 4. Got the line wrong. Angling in. De Caires just helps it round the corner.
Yeah, Jake Libby, I think probably a bit like us really, thinks if they can pick up a couple of wickets.
They haven't got away, have they? That's the thing. Down the ground.
They're getting away now, aren't they, a bit?
Well, that's just cleared the rope. It's gone all the way for 6. So 4 followed by 6.
I mean, it's exactly right from Josh De Caires. Exactly the right way to play it. Got to the 100, trying to get as much of the strike as he can, and now beginning to open his shoulders.
Well, mid-on.
Really.
So I was going to say mid-on's up. Mid-on's up to a man on 109 at the time.
Yeah, you don't want to be too full, do you?
But again, with that, I think the shot selection from De Caires has been excellent.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
And we've seen very good players come a cropper on here by not playing the right shot.
No, it's been outstanding.
Mid on and mid off stay up, and they say to De Caires, hit it overhead if you can. cuts this time. And that's going to be 4 more. So Ben Gibbon changes ends. His fortunes have changed significantly as well. He's gone 4-6-4 here. Middlesex well past 200. And we said if they're going to get to 300, they've got to go some, Frank. Well, they've started in the right vein here.
Yeah, absolutely.
119 from 140 deliveries.
He's can't really fault De Keras' approach in any way, not just recently, but since the very beginning. Spot on.
Oh, it's a bit of a misfortune, but it's still going to go to the boundary rope. A genuine edge. Pass a despairing dive from Gareth Roderick. Never a chance all along the deck. But this is proving to be the most expensive over of the innings. Middlesex, and more accurately, Josh De Keras on the attack here. He's on to 123. Gives a little shimmy with his shoulders, loosening his back up. And there's a dot ball to finish things up. So dot balls bookend a very expensive over. 4-6-4-4. The last of the boundaries may have been a little fortuitous, but he's earned every single little bit of that luck. It's been a fabulous innings in what feels like a breakout year for Josh De Keras, and a very welcome one as well, because I mean I would say we're old school. I think we can move with the times, Frank, but we do like to see proper technicians at work, don't we? We don't mind seeing scoops and laps and all kinds of reverses if there is a foundation of solid cricketing technique. De Keras has it.
Singh starts a new over. Single taken off the first ball. Yeah, I agree. I think it's been a good season for him. Made some good contributions in the T20. He bowls as well. He's the sort of player that I was talking about Worcestershire could do with. And he's played another super shot here. Goes for the reverse, and this time picks it up over the infield and picks up a 1 bounce 4, despite there being 2 men inside the circle. And dare I say it, he's turning it on. He's turning it on now. 127 off 143. Oh dear. Well, that one slipped out of Fateh Singh's hand, and it's looped up in the air and run away to mid-wicket, and they've called it dead ball.
De Keras was on his way to give it a
No
whack.
ball. Graham Hick would have hit that for 4. I've seen him do it. Yep. He would just say, leave it, leave it, leave it, run over, and then whack it for 4. It's actually called no ball, presumably on height. Now they're asking what I should do here. I think if you don't let the batter hit it, you call that dead ball. I've seen Graham Hick say, leave it, leave it, leave it, and walk across and then just hit it like a putt.
And that's not easy to do either, is it?
You just look for the biggest gap and make sure you do it. And what they're doing here is umpires talking to the umpires. Richard Illingworth stepped in.
Change decision.
Dead ball.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go that way.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Still on the walkie-talkie. Have we made the right decision, boss? Yeah, you're all right, lads. Carry on. At least it didn't draw undue attention to the matter.
Richard Illingworth will have overruled everybody else, I suspect. And he would know what to do. De Keras drives the next one through extra, and that is well fielded out on the rope by Cash if they just get a couple.
Well, it's Davalath out there, Frank, so I'm just trying to figure out who is not out there. Is that it might be on for Kashif actually.
Carers again tucks this away on the onside.
So who is missing? I think it is Kashif, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Sawant drives down the ground. Solipool fields nicely. Stephen Mann sent us a message, Jim, and he says, with Middlesex and Sussex announcing new signings this week, given our obvious weakness with the bat, are there any signings on the way? De Keira's taken on the pad by this one. End of the over, a rare dot. 219 for 3, 9 off it. Well, not that I've heard of.
Well, I think it was covered in the Three Pairs chat, wasn't it, on the YouTube channel last week. You know, you get the feeling actually that with the emergence of Cullen and Dan Latigan, and with the hopes for Isak Mohammed, I think they feel like there's batting talent there. That just as a batting unit, it hasn't. Too many batters have been in and out of form. When one player gets in form, another one seems to slip. So I wouldn't be expecting anything, I would say that. I think they're also realistic about, if you think about the most expensive assets in the game, it's top order batters that can whack it a long way.
Batters are very expensive.
I know there's hankering when you see people like Martin Guptill in recent years. And there's the social media clips of him whacking a 35-ball century.
Tom Taylor's back at the New Road end.
He is. Sawant waits. He's got plenty on that, and that's going to go for 6 as well. He's absolutely smoked it on the bounce up towards the Beard Terrace. So he's had enough of watching it from the non-striker's end. Young batter looking for a piece of the action. He's got a good old piece of Tom Taylor there. Length delivery. And he's smeared that over deep mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, just going back to that conversation about signings, I mean, I noticed that Warwickshire yesterday announced 2 signings just to beef themselves up before the end of the championship season.
In comes Taylor. How can he respond? It's clubbed down the ground. Swanepoel's after it, so they'll restrict them to a single.
But it's it's the haves and the have-nots, isn't it? You know, it's all very well saying let's go out and sign some people. A, you've got to find them. B, you've got to persuade them that you're the place to come to. And C, you've got to pay them. Yeah, I understand the frustration with it, because we have seen that the batting talent, and there is plenty of it, that just hasn't quite fired this year, and it's been frustrating. But there's also the backdrop of trying to find a new ground, the costs implicated with that, the cost in the consultations and everything else. So there's lots of financials in the background where Worcestershire are very, very keen to not spend what they haven't got. Absolutely right. Speaking of new grounds,
this should be out. Allison underneath it, and he takes the catch. So a fantastic innings comes to an end. Josh De Keira is looking to hit out, doesn't quite get all of it. Ben Allison takes the catch. Tom Taylor gets the wicket. But we have witnessed an absolutely fantastic innings here from Josh De Keira's. And New Road as a whole gets to their feet and shows their appreciation for what has been, well, a masterclass really in control, composure, touch, power. And he is, I don't want to say single-handedly, but he's taken the weight of responsibility, and Middlesex find themselves in a really good position here. 226 for 4. And what a cracking innings. We've seen a few of them, but that's as good as I've seen here in white ball cricket this year. Fantastic innings. On a good day for cricket, on a big day in the Worcestershire calendar.
16 fours and 1 6.
It doesn't make a difference what shirt you wear, Frank. We love good cricket, don't we?
Well, that was as good an innings as you say. I mean, without getting too carried away, I think the applause of the crowd showed it. Not just the Middlesex supporters sitting to our left, but the whole ground. If you know, that's as good as a white ball innings as we've seen on this ground this season, notwithstanding that ridiculous 13 ball 50.
Oh, in the Cameron Darrowell, where he went absolutely ballistic and stole a game away from Worcestershire.
But that was a proper innings.
It was a generational sort of, well, you know, once a decade sort of fantastic display of power hitting.
Yeah.
This was altogether.
This was a proper innings. Yeah, absolutely.
Not to disrespect Cameron Darrowell at all, but he had one aim and one mode, and that was, I've got to whack everything for 6, and he did, which is fair play. It was wonderful.
I didn't realise until yesterday, I read about it, that he's a full-time medical student, Cameron Darrowell.
Ah.
Yeah. So playing cricket while being a medical student, and he said, I don't think I could do one without the other, was what he said. Phenomenal.
Well, what a talent as Taylor's in. And so it turns that around the corner. Joe Cracknell's at the crease. He got a single off his first delivery. He will look to be aggressive from the outset. Platform is set.
Yeah, they've got to be looking at 300 now, haven't they?
Wow.
Got to be looking at 300. The carers has given them the platform.
Libyan discussion with Tom Taylor. He's got one ball left of his 9th over, and he comes to new man Cracknell. Looks to pull this round the corner. Kashi Valley is out in the deep, completes the fielding. So an over that started with a sizable 6 ends with relative relief from a Rapids perspective, because it's seen the end of Josh DeCary's 10 from the over. These two batters now in discussion how best to go about things. And while at times on this new road surface, when it gets attritional, it's not always the most dramatic, we have seen plenty of drama here, Frank. I get the feeling there's going to be more here this afternoon.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be close, do you?
Yeah, I think so. I suspect you're right with the notion that it might well get easier to bat on as the day develops.
Fateh Singh from the Diglis end in the sunshine bowls, and Cracknell drives him out on the offside and wants to, not going to get it. That's one of Ball Fields. Bright sunshine now. 5 overs and 5 balls remaining. Singh in, bowled short, and someone goes back and flat bats it straight down the ground. Just a single. Singles are okay. Worcestershire would settle for 6 and over off the remaining overs. Sure of that. Oh, well, maybe a bit better than that, because Cracknell's been done by a quicker, flatter delivery from Singh. Absolute Yorker, and Cracknell's gone. And of course, as we often say, the best way to slow the scoring rate down is to take wickets. And Fateh Singh picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, Fuller push through. Cracknell on the move. Semi-Yorks himself, really. But again, it's good variation from Fateh Singh. Again, it'll be interesting to see how Middlesex approach this. They've got plenty of pace on options, whether they look to offer those variations for the seam bowlers. But Cracknell has to go for 3. Fateh Singh yet again successful. 2 to his name so far. 3 balls left, he'll look to add 1 more. I'm sure Zafar Gohar will have every intention of being aggressive here.
Zafar Gohar then, the new man. 2-3-1 for 5. And what have we got? We've got Taylor with one more. Swanepoel 2,
Yep.
Allison 2.
And that's your lot.
Worcestershire going again with just the 5 bowlers. Singh's first ball to Gohar is nicely flighted and quite slow, and it's a dot. His next one is a bit wider, flat batted through the covers by Gohar, really nicely fielded out there by Allison, but they get back for 2. Last ball of the over is a dot, well bowled Fateh Singh, that's a very good over, just 4 runs coming from it, and the wicket. 233 for 5, and Fateh Singh finishes with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 59.
Well, Tom Taylor's going to bowl out here. Finish up at the New Road end. In Taylor comes. So on. Clubs it down the ground, just be a single to Swanepoel. Here in the last 5 overs is just limiting
really
boundaries.
Really important, isn't it? This last 5 overs, really, you really feel like the game could hinge on whether Worcestershire chase 270 or 290.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it's boundary count that's key at this point.
I mean, you've got to be looking at 8, at least 8 and over. If you're Middlesex, at least.
Taylor round the wicket.
That's 4.
And it's just evaded Swanepoel, and Zafar finds the boundary. For a moment, Swanepoel was interested. But as soon as it had done just enough to beat him, it was always going to find the fence.
Dangerous player, Gohar, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll also have a potentially an important role with the ball. Round the wicket again to the left-hander is Taylor. Stays in his crease this time. It's worked down to third man. That's a really good shot. That's going to be 4 more.
Clever,
isn't it? The first boundary, use your feet, pitch the ball, drill it down the ground. Second, stay in your crease, back foot, help it on its way. Value of experience there. On the walk again this time, cut away. Fateh Singh again called into action. Run the first hard, but they'll just get a single. But from a Middlesex perspective, I feel like the heavy lifting for the over is done. They'll have more aggressive intentions, I'm sure. Oh, it's a thickish edge. Finds its way down to third. For a moment there, I felt like that was going to go down long on his throat. We were right in line with that. Deceived by the flight. But Sawant is playing a shot a ball here. And Zafar Gohar is going hard. 244 for 5. Left-handed all-rounder. Gohar on strike. Mid on and mid off, up in the circle. Well, he looks to go straight again. Does, but it goes straight to Jake Libby. 4 a single. And that'll end Tom Taylor's spell. 2 for 47 for him. So an expensive last over, rather like Ben Gibbons. 12 from it. 245 for 5. 4 overs to go. .300 is not out of the question here.
No, it's not. That was a big over.
Well,
and they've done it exactly right. They've done it exactly as we were saying it has to be done at the start. If you were listening when we were talking at the beginning of the innings about how scores are constructed here, and it might sound obvious, you might say, well, that's how scores are constructed everywhere, but it isn't necessarily. It's done here by laying a foundation and giving yourself the chance to go hard with wickets in hand at the end. It is not at a pitch on which you tend to get 100 off the first 10. Swanepoel starts with the shortest of short deliveries, tennis ball bounce over Gohar, and not surprisingly called a wide.
Yeah, what's telling is that even if you score 300 here, is that you can expect a lot of dot balls, and that's okay.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly
really
that.
important, and especially when people are watching it, going, well, this is, you know, dot balls are your enemy, but actually, it's losing wickets.
Yeah,
is what kills you on here.
Yeah. Gohar drives Swanepoel straight down the ground for 4.
Oh, it's
not gone for 4. It's plugged a bit, pulled back inside the rope by Libby, just 2. But the intent is clear. In this last 4-5 overs, everything's going to go. If it's up, it's off. 248 for 5. Zafar is 14 off 8. So went 34 off 38, despite a fairly circumspect start to his innings. The standout performance, without a doubt, so far. Josh De Keras is 130. Gohar chips this away on the leg side just for 1. Fatu Singh fields. But it's game on. You would imagine that Worcestershire, having won the toss, will have had in their minds that it flattened out a bit in the sunshine and get a bit easier to bat on. First 20, 10 from each end with the new ball will obviously be the test. Worcestershire's batting has not been hugely impressive in the top order.
Oh.
This is edged down to third man by Sawant, looking for a big hit. Gets a single.
And just to make that feel slightly less comfortable as well, Frank, is that Middlesex have rolled Glamorgan for 66 and Hampshire for 124. So that's 20 wickets for 190.
Yeah.
So
they do a bad day then, the bowlers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like your thinking. It's been an impressive start to the campaign from Middlesex.
Gohar on the charge, flat bat again, over extra, slapped. It's inside the line, and the 250 is already up. It's 254 now for 5. Carnage, just getting a bit untidy.
Well, he's given himself room towards leg, And it was a difficult shot to play because it was on a good length by the time he reached it as he was walking down.
Oh, that's clever as well. He's inside the line, flicked it away on the leg side. Taylor Fields though, and only a single. Difficult to bowl at. Go hard. Inside, moves across. His stumps, moves back inside the line.
Yeah, you have to say, I mean, Bear Swanepoel's not really done much wrong at all. It's just excellent batting.
Yeah, superb. 255 for 5 then. One ball left in the 47th. And it's Swanepoel's coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Sawant. Full toss, heaved away on the leg side. And 4. So a really, really expensive over that from Bear Swanepoel.
Well, it's gone all the way, Frank. It was a full toss.
Full toss hit for 6. Not the easiest shot in the world.
It's the first bad ball he's bowled actually in that over, and he's timed brilliantly. It was a valiant effort out in the deep.
261 for 5 then. So 16 off that over. 12 the one before. 4 the one before that. 10, 9 and 18 the 3 before that. Runs coming thick and fast now. 261 for 5. And Ben Allison to bowl from the New Road end. So he'll bowl 2. Swanepoel has 1 left. He's gone for 53 so far. .300 could still be on. It's not fish and chips. Pasta. What happened to Friday?
Allison round the wicket.
Short,
that's clubbed up in the air. Should be taken by Jake Libby. Underneath it, and he does take it. So a welcome wicket, as it's been raining boundaries here. Allison strikes. So Zafar Gohar on his way back. But an important little cameo.
Yeah, well, he made 20 of the 30 they added.
Yeah, 20 from 12 deliveries.
And
Toby Rowland-Jones
is not going to mess about, I don't think.
No.
He's walking out there with the purpose, with the demeanour of a man who knows what he's got to do, isn't he?
Yep. It's an opening bowler's trudge again, and I'm into it.
Yeah, it is.
But
it's exactly what it is.
It's you know, an opening bowler who also, rather like the Overtons of this world, or even a David Willey, has a good eye, a big bat, and can clear the ropes. Another player with Test experience. I was there at the Oval, in fact, 13 years ago when he was whacking sixes all over the place. For England, in comes Allison, and that's one nicely worked into the leg side. Think about 2. Going to give it a go. Tom Taylor running in. Direct hit might have made it interesting, but I know what you mean. There's that. He has the energy of a man who. There is intent there, isn't there? So 2 to get on. First ball. 263 for 6, the score. Allison on his way in. Full. Drilled down the ground. Single to Libby. And it may be slightly reductive, but whichever side can put together a good couple of overs right at the end of this. As you say, those kind of 15, 20 runs. Could make the difference. Every run's going to matter. I think from a Rapids perspective, they've managed to prevent Middlesex from getting away from, for the most part. Fielding though, a good full delivery. I'll take a single, but it's good bowling this from Ben Allison. We've seen a few missed fields, a couple of overthrows, Frank. It's been up and down in the field, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, no drop catches. One maybe not offered. I'd say Middlesex slightly ahead of the game at the moment. I think they're going to end up with an over par score. But I reckon when somebody plays as well as De Caires has, you probably deserve to be.
Yeah.
Slightly over par. That was quite a nicely disguised bouncer from Allison. Just a single. One ball left then in the over. It's not been a bad over this. A lot of pressure on Swanepoel and the lad to bowl his last over well. I'm whispering that because he's fielding very close to where we're sitting.
Yeah, don't make him angry, Frank. Another good Yorker.
Finished the over. Well bowled, Ben Allison.
So, 4 singles, 2 and a wicket as well. So a good over indeed from Ben Allison, and it will be Bears Swanepoel to make his way over to the Diglis end. Sure, he's a thoroughly nice chap, but we don't want to take our chances. For those of you who are not familiar, you know,
he's a very nice chap.
We can advocate for ourselves, no problem. But Frank and I are not brawlers. Let's make no mistake here. I can offer you a sonnet to describe how angry I am, but.
So here we go, 267 for 6, 12 deliveries remaining. Can he manage any dots? Not with that one, driven up to mid-off, but only a single. Well, Roland Jones, where's he going? It's got to be Cow, isn't it? Oh, no, straight, massive, massive, onto the side screen. Well, what do you do if you're Swanepoel? You've either got to get the Yorker in or you've got to go short, haven't you?
I think so, yeah, because we were thinking, where's he going to go?
That's just in the slot.
It is in the slot.
Absolutely in the slot.
And if it's up, he's going to go straight. If it's shorter, he's going to take on the leg side boundary, and I'd rather he took on the leg side boundary, to be honest. Got more to play with. That's skewed, though.
That's better. Fuller, straighter, skewed in the air for 2. 9 off the first 3 balls of the over. 276 for 6. Still looking at 300, I reckon. Psychological. Well bowled. Very full, very straight. Can only manage a single. Now, can you get a dot in? What would you do then? Still got to go full, I reckon. Your same field.
If you trust your Yorker, that's where you go. You go full and you go straight. If you don't, I'd go pace off.
Well, he's gone slot, I'm afraid, and he's gone
Wicket.
Up in the air, but he's got a wicket because he's not got all of it. So it is a dot. That's the important thing.
Thought for a moment that had been misjudged, and there was a bit of a panic to get to the get to the ball.
Ben Allison it was who took
Yeah.
the catch.
Went up a long way.
Most important thing is that it's a dot, isn't it?
Yeah, and in the end it's a good tumbling catch forward. He was expecting it to reach him and he was clung to the boundary. And a productive innings actually. Arian Sawant makes 44 from 44. He goes hitting out 277 for 7. And Henry Brooks on his way out into the middle. Ethan's brother, of course, who has found himself some new employment, Frank, hasn't he?
Yeah, signed a 3-year contract with Gloucestershire where he's been on loan. He's also been on loan at Derbyshire. Hasn't quite worked out the move from Warwickshire to Middlesex as he might have hoped. He won't hang around. Got a career best score for Gloucestershire this year, I think, at the bat. Full toss from Sonapol, just eases it down the ground for 1.
Well, they won't mind that last ball of the 49th over, will they? It's, Roland Jones is 13 from 6 and he's in the mood. You'll have to watch from the other end as Swampole completes his spell. 2 for 64 from 10. So at the moment represents the most expensive of the Worcestershire bowlers. Allison has 1 left. 1 for 52 to his name from 9. So Middlesex are going to be what we think, and it's it's a moving target as the season progresses. Above par, not by lots. But we'll see. A good over either way for either side here will make a difference. Middlesex will still be hoping for somewhere near 300 here. In comes Allison. Slower ball bouncer, clever delivery. It's going to be a single. D'Oliveira shapes to shy at the stumps. He was never going to let go of it, but there was a dramatic pose, and why not? So 5 balls remain. Roland Jones on strike. That's a slower ball bouncer, but that is going to be a wide and then some. I think we have a new record for the widest wide of the day, Frank. Again, a half tracker, tennis ball bounce, balloons over a not unsubstantially sized human being in Toby Roland Jones.
That's the 9th wide of the innings.
Well, I think there'll be a frustration from the coaching staff. Extras and misfields. It's better carved away. It's a good shot. Latigan's there. He can't stop it though. It's a really good shot, digging that out. Flashing blade. Timed it beautifully. 17 from 7. It's exactly what you want from a Middlesex perspective. Well, you called it, Frank. You said he came out with a real sense of purpose.
Yeah.
But first with Zafar Gohar and then Toby Roland Jones. Real energy and impetus at the back end for Middlesex. And a good reply. Good stop from Roderick as well. Wide Yorker. Three balls remain. So it doesn't look like they'll quite make 300, but these runs will take some getting. and it's full. Whipped away, Kashif in quickly. They'll think about 2. Good bit of fielding though.
I work it, don't I?
Deep in his crease. What a great shot that is. Used the full depth of his crease, and Henry Brooks has absolutely crunched that down the ground. Well, he's found alternative employment, Frank. Shots like that,
Well, as I
Middlesex
said,
might want to rethink.
got a career best in a 9th wicket partnership at Derby this year for Gloucester, I think, on loan of 80 odd, I think, 89 or something like that. 10th wicket partnership, or 9th or 10th wicket partnership, set a record, I think,
Just
from memory.
moved his front leg out of the way. Smacked it down the ground, straight and true. What a good shot that is. Right, last ball then. 289 for 7 the score. Allison on his way in. And he's got some of that as well. That's going to go for 4 too. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the innings from Henry Brooks. And Middlesex have set a really impressive total here. 293 for 7. A total that on this surface looks imposing. Foundation set by a fantastic century from Josh de Carres. And his mates down the back end, well, they've found a flurry of boundaries to see Middlesex up near 300. And you have to say, Frank, actually, that you can understand why Middlesex have started so well. Bit of everything from this batting lineup. Left-handers and right-handers in the top 7. Dashers and grafters, some youth, some experience. I think the real groundwork was laid by de Carres and Sam Robson, ably supported by the lower middle order.
Yeah, I think de Carres and Robson played beautifully, and then Gohar, Sawant, Roland Jones and Brooks finished it off. The fact that all the Worcestershire bowlers were relatively expensive, really. Taylor, the best of them in terms of economy, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 47. But Swanepoel 2 for 64, Allison 1 for 67, Singh 2 for 59, Gibbon none for 54. On a pitch which maybe got a bit easier, which maybe is a bit flatter than the ones we've seen here so far this year. Just having a very light roller on it, I notice Worcestershire at the moment. But 293 for 7, in my opinion, slightly above par. Not ungettable, but I would say Middlesex probably slight favourites after that first innings, and having been put into bat, they'll be well happy with that. And in Josh de Carres, they had a player. If anybody plays better than he has today, that for Worcestershire, then they'll
win the
have
game,
to play very well indeed.
Yeah. Well, look, the ground staff are going to work on the wicket now, looking resplendent in their blue for Bakes shirts, 33 emblazoned on the back. So they'll go to work, we'll go to lunch, and we'll see in about 35 minutes for the Rapids reply.
Oh yeah, there's loads of land on the morning of the wedding, like we did like a full spa and whatnot. It was incredible. And then 2 in the morning they brought out the sandwiches and yeah, that was it. Which is getting very popular. Woke up with plenty of them in the bed the day after. Everywhere looks better. Good weather. Yeah. Rain and alarming. And we got rain, but they knew we got rain. We got plenty. Yeah. Yeah, the other way we could have done it was flying into Kerry, but we'd have had to fly from Bristol, and I didn't want to take much time off.
Yeah.
So yeah, we flew to Dublin, got a hire car. You know, others filled the car up and got a ferry.
Yeah.
My parents had just come back from like holiday in Ireland. All sorts of places.
What part were they in?
I'll try and find a few of the places. My dad sent me a photo. It could have been Barbados because they had something wet.
Yeah. When you have the weather, you never ask to leave
Not exactly, yeah.
or anywhere, like same here.
Connemara.
Oh yeah.
But look at the photo my dad sent me from there. It could be anywhere in the world.
Anywhere. Yeah.
Oh, I never said that.
No.
Galway as well.
Yeah. Never been to this place. I'm going to go.
There's Key Street in Galway.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just trying.
That's like the main street
Right.
for the pubs.
I'm just trying to pick up bits of what they look like. Oh, and they did go.
Been visit Guinness Brewery.
Yeah, they did go up there. Yeah. I mean, I've been Dublin 67 times, so I've done that a couple of times. I actually enjoyed the Jameson's distillery more because it was more like they put you in a group so you never talk.
Yeah.
It's a bit more informative, whereas obviously the Guinness right so big.
That's right. Yeah. But it's Guinness not a bit overrated.
I like the tour bus.
Yeah, just pop it up on the shelf there.
Drink it, sir.
They can charge it for at the moment because they can't make it quick enough. It's just such a fact. Everyone, on Instagram and social media used to be seeing drinking part of Guinness.
It's just very, really good. It's not like
No, but when you do go around the shore, and see it all night, you understand why they succeed because
they've made
quite
it
cool.
in.
Yeah.
But Dublin,
Can you upload a black and white photo?
Yeah.
You've got the part of Guinness. It looks better than kind of Guinness.
but Temple Bar has gone a bit rough.
Last time I went to see Oasis at Croke Park in August last year. But in fairness, every single person who walked past that weekend was wearing Oasis. So it was like everyone was there for the same reason. But it was €11 a pint in the day. Yeah, there was 3 of us went, and it was £33 a round. Same in Goggins as well. Where they give the straw hats. But yeah, we didn't. There was no trouble that weekend. Like I say, everyone was there for the same reason. Yeah, Fleet Street, the Fleet Hotel on Fleet Street, next to like the Hard Rock. There was a bit of a strange smell to me. I think like we were above like the kitchen or something. But to be honest, we went a bit flush really, considering we were only going to spend time in the hotel. I mean, it was not. We had a couple of things in the bar area.
It's nice for a few drinks.
It's got a bench room, a bit of a yeah.
Yeah. Go outside.
But even like there's like an O'Neill, Wild Lord Alone statue, and that's like, I think it's €3 cheap.
But when you're away on holiday, you do try out these places.
Yeah, of course you do, yeah. Like I went to the Brazen Head, like the old Cook Islands, and I got that felt like the Guinness stew and that was quite neat there. Yeah, cool. The one year, me and Bob, when we were doing the skis, we stayed in student accommodation. So because we're in the middle of we're in like the middle of July, none of the students are there. And we found the cheapest accommodation possible. And they just messaged us saying, look, you'll have your own room with a lock. But if you go into the communal area, there might be other people who are staying. It ended up just being us in the whole grade. And that was like probably a 20 minute walk from Temple Bar. If you want to do it cheap, you know, if you want to do the accommodation cheap, then you can. But look at them all analysing the.
You don't often see Pepperhead on the ground that you
What's that, sorry?
It's not often you see here that you see in the low.
No, they do this ever so often here. It's quite good. I mean, how much damage are they going to do seriously in like a half an hour period?
Especially with the standard.
Yeah. It's all the oldies, all the members look getting stuck into the pitch. See how it's going to play in the second half.
Well, how did the game go? Remember yesterday it showed two teams that are in the 100, yeah. The anniversary of the old
Oh, no, that was England, Germany.
yeah.
It's when England won the World Cup before.
Yeah. How did that go?
What's that? When they won the World Cup in 1960 football?
Yeah, so they played a game yesterday. The same players.
Most of them are dead.
Oh, I don't know, they look pretty old. Well, they said they're very active.
They made a big train.
Jim,
I think there's only one member of the team that won the World Cup.
They must just, I don't know, they just must be doing that.
What a catch!
maybe you should have your food then. Or I can have it.
Well, the minute you
I
break
can. Well,
the minute you break it.
with the food, have you got the brown
said, there's no one next, nothing there, and there's nobody next door. Yeah. I don't want to just take anything like that. Yeah, please. Sprite.
I'll have mine and then I'll come in that
So it's about as basic as you can get. I also think that's on, obviously that radio receiver, but I'm pretty sure we can plug into the fibre. It's just another converter, I think.
Yeah.
Is that also manned in terms
No,
of?
there's another bird dog. So we've got a bird dog at both wicket ends, and there's one, you can't quite see it, based on the right hand side of that scoreboard, and then one on the right hand side of that white line.
Right.
So they're the 4 fixed ones, and then like a T20 game we'd have 2 of these manned cameras. Depending on what wicket we're on, we'd either put one on up there or up there in the top pod.
So in terms of being able to track the ball from that end, there's no way of getting anyone
possibly
to do tracking from
possibly,
there.
but they're fixed though. Those are fixed. We could put another tracking camera like this alongside it and sit behind them that bit maybe.
Yeah, so that you can get up there in terms of being successful.
Oh, that's basically just a sheet on the seat.
Yeah. Okay.
But as you know, cricket broadcasts, both ends are fixed because the viewer wants to see what ball's doing, and you don't ever move it.
But for the react to it, depending on which way they're bowling, you're normally going to switch coverage from one end to the other.
So yeah, we switch the fixed ones and then we just trap from the same position still. Which, to be fair, you kind of get away with.
It's a great show though, making that pod there, like the actual,
that one,
where
in the
the
middle.
where the comms are.
I think you just sit at a balcony, a bit of a, not a wall, but like a nice glass fence or something around the front. It'd be quite a nice spot. Stick some sponsors backdrops down the back.
You've got that in the background as well.
It's where you want to be, isn't it? 'Cause you want to be shooting that way.
Sorry, you think from the middle, that middle one there, and being able to actually do that with a lovely view in the background.
Well, I'd almost done suggestion was just take the middle pod out. So you've got the live stream stuff was in the middle at the moment, moved to the right hand side. They use the left hand one for sound on major match days, and actually just building a platform.
Yeah.
With your cameras at the far end of the screen, shooting that way. A couple of nice chairs upstairs.
Well, welcome back to New Road. Yes, Worcestershire openers Brett D'Oliveira and Dan Latigan make their way out to the middle, followed by a Middlesex side that amassed 293 in their innings. A sizable total on this surface, but one that's absolutely gettable with the right application, commitment and skill, something that this rapid side absolutely possess. To guide you through the next 50 overs and the rapid response, I'm Jim Dale, alongside me Frank Watson, and we have a young man in Dan Latigan, someone in good form and good to watch, and his opening parter Brett D'Oliveira, who had a very good 50 over campaign last time round before injury, who's a little up and down in form, but we feel if Worcestershire are going to chase down this total target of 294, a good platform is the way to go about it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We think they're probably a bit over par. Toby Rowland-Jones to start proceedings from the Diglis end. Two slips, the first of whom Josh DeCaras played beautifully earlier today as Rowland-Jones bowls, and Latigan is taken on the pad by the first ball. There were complaints earlier this year about the numbers on Worcestershire's shirts in the T20 Blast. And
not by us, I will say that, Frank. We didn't.
But they were reasonably justified because the numbers were difficult to read. What about these Middlesex numbers? They're the biggest numbers I've ever seen in my life.
I was thinking the same thing. You cannot read the names to save your life, but the numbers are sizable.
Huge. Rowland-Jones again in tall figure bowls down the leg side, takes Latigan on the pad. They go, well, they set off for a leg by and scamper back as the wicketkeeper James Cracknell does the clearing up and shies at the stumps. Doesn't make contact, but Latigan was home anyway.
Worcestershire have got that sort of slightly stenciled, almost military style font.
Yeah.
Middlesex have got a very 90s sort of bubble writing kind of thing going on. We're back to kit watch. I feel safe now.
Roland Jones in again, bowls down the leg side. That'll be a wide.
Thought about having a nibble at that, didn't he? And in the end, he just let it go through.
Yeah, because he
take the extra.
That's how he got out the other day, wasn't it? Heaving one like that down to long leg, much as we saw Fernandez do earlier today. 130 then for Josh DeCaris, 42 for Robson, 44 for Sawant. In the Middlesex total of 293 for 7. First run off the bat here as Latigan gets Roland Jones down to long leg for a single. 2 without loss. Worcestershire needing 294 to win this game, and they need to win it to keep alive realistic hopes of qualification for the quarterfinals.
Well, a competitive group, a couple of sides with 100% records. Yorkshire going well, just 1 defeat. Worcestershire just 1 defeat as well.
Roland Jones short of a length to D'Oliveira, gets this down to third man for a single. Off the mark.
And normally we wouldn't be considering urgency this early in proceedings of the group, but I think it's the fact this is the 3rd home game already for Worcestershire, and a pretty reasonable home field advantage as well. That there's some extra onus, I think, on the Rapids to get over the line today, especially given the occasion, given the crowd.
Ooh, Roland Jones to Latigan, an edge, died, dropped short of slip, I think. Get through for a single. Have a look at the replay. Don't think it was a catch.
No, I think it was a nick and it just dropped short. Soft hands. And it evaded keeper and first slip. Oh, maybe it did carry to Cracknell.
Cracknell, yeah. Dive into his left. Got a hand to it, couldn't hold on to it. D'Oliveira on the walk, pushes out on the offside.
Well, that's a let-off,
end of the first over.
It's a let-off. It was a tough ask. So 4 without loss is the score. And this Middlesex side, well, they've been very, very good with the ball. They've had a very, very good week with the ball. Dismissed Middlesex for 120. Hampshire for 124, and then ripped through Glamorgan with career bests flying about all over the place, Frank, as you'd probably expect. And Navia Sharma, another one of the former England under-19 contingent, is going to open up from the New Road end. He was one who got career best figures against Glamorgan, 4 for 29. Just 3 games into his career, 8 wickets already, and an average of 14.5. He's bowling to Dan Latigan. And immediately on the money. Well, if you've just joined us, welcome. If you're back after the lunch break, I hope you're suitably fed and watered. We'll be taking you through this reply. I'm Jim Dale, alongside me Frank Watson on Blue for Bakes Day. There's Worcestershire fans, staff, members, media contingent, all in bright blue in memory of Josh Baker. In comes Sharma again. Latigan walking towards the bowler. in the end can only drop it to mid-on. Roland Jones does the fielding. So rather like the Rapids, 2 slips in place for Middlesex. I think the nature of this chase, we're going to see the run rate go up before it calms down, most likely. It's at 6 at the moment. Only 20 years old, quite a slight lad actually, Sharma, but it whippy and comes out quick. No, good looking drive for no run. Big shout of no as Ben Geddes tumbles with the ball to make the stop. There's a gap through extra cover that Latigan's probably eyeing up. And 3 dot balls to start for Sharma. The key here, as we saw with an almost successful chase of over 300 from Hampshire, is that pacing it is important. Accepting there'll be dot balls and keeping wickets in hand. That's the key. Straighter this time, but Latigan can't beat the infield. So Noah Cornwell will do the fielding. 5 dot balls. 2 maidens in the Middlesex innings. And Sharma will be hoping for Middlesex's first here. And it is a maiden. Really good start from the young quick. Watchful from Latigan.
Yeah, good over. As you say, quite slight, but nice rhythm, nice easy action, and a good line. Bowled a good line throughout the over.
Yeah, just pitching just outside leg, passing just outside off, little bit of shape. Nothing very complicated, reasonable pace, but it's just where you need to stick it on here, and that's the important bit.
So what's going on out there then? I think Dan Latigan has felt a twinge in his hamstring, which was a bit of a worry. Physio's out there giving him a little bit of attention at the moment. Umpire Richard Illingworth in attendance just to find out the extent of the damage. I suppose he could have a runner if he's just done it. And you could argue that if he did it, umpire might argue if he did it in the field, he can't have a runner, but if he's just done it now, or could he have a runner if he'd done it in the field? Not sure. He's putting his gloves back on anyway.
The tricky bit is that how do you police such a thing anyway?
Oh, I think he might. Is he going to go off? Matthew Waite, the 12th man, is out there, having brought a drink out for Brett D'Oliveira, and they're having a chat.
Well,
Physio.
To me, suggests they are discussing the finer points.
I think he's going off.
He is going off.
Oh, hang on. are calling him back. Brett D'Oliveira talking to Richard Illingworth. He's telling him, well, if he's going off, you've got to get. It's going to be retired hurt then.
Yeah, well, you can see actually that he's in a spot of bother here. I think it is hamstring, and it's not something that you want to take liberties with. So the Worcestershire response has started in one of the most disappointing of fashions, really. It's to see Dan Latigan leave the field, and were he dismissed, it would be a shame. But to see injury, that's a real worry, because he has been in really good form. Worcestershire without Matt Waite today, of course. So
Gareth Roderick
will come out to bat, and I think unless it's game on the line stuff, you would suspect with a hamstring injury that you wouldn't see Dan Latigan again, Frank. It's not something that you really want to risk.
No, it's a blow, isn't it? I mean, Worcestershire, you could argue they've only got really 2 or 3 informed batsmen, and he's one of them. That's a real blow. Gareth Roderick is also one of them. Henry Cullen, I would say, is probably the other. But it's just start again, isn't it, really, for these two now? 2 overs gone 4 without loss. Roland Jones to bowl to Roderick.
Well, no one wants to see a player injured, but from a Middlesex perspective, see the back of Dan Latigan, I think they'll be pretty happy. 294 is a long way off a batter light, and D'Oliveira shoulders arms to that Roland Jones delivery. Pulled away by D'Oliveira, swirls on it, should have enough to get to the boundary. Yeah, it does. So first for of the reply, and it goes to Brett D'Oliveira. Wasn't short by any stretch, but there was just an error in line, a little bit too straight. D'Oliveira, diminutive of stature, can just swivel, roll his wrists over it, find the boundary. Walking towards the bowler this time. Cut away, that's going to be more runs, it's going to be 4 of them as well. Bit of width offered. And D'Oliveira. It's 4 more. Oh, another cut shot, and that was in the air for a long time. Zafar Gohar is in there at backward point, and he wasn't too far away from getting his fingertips underneath that one. Big shout, they like it a lot. Umpire unmoved, but that was an 11-man appeal. You don't get many of those.
No, it's a bit and I don't think you should, if I'm honest. I think it's a bit ridiculous. I thought it looked a good shout. He might have got a nick on it, but I don't care if it is a good shout. There's no point. Absolutely no point in fielders square of the wicket running towards the umpire with their arms in the air.
May have just been going down. It moved back in.
And I would say that whether I was in the field inside or not. No, it was going down, but I think, people running from cover with their arms in the air shouting at the umpire is ridiculous.
Fine leg going big.
I'd say that if it was Worcestershire or England. Makes no difference. Anyway, end of the over. 12 without loss, 8 came from it. Dan Latigan has retired hurt. And it's Navya Sharma to continue from the New Road end. And that is out. What a catch by James Cracknell. Little tickle down the leg side. Gareth Roderick has gone. Most unfortunate way to go. He can't believe it. He's got a clip on it down the leg side, and James Cracknell takes off to his left, dives high, goalkeeper style, takes the catch, and Worcestershire are 12 for 1.
Well, it's the second time in 2 home games that Gareth Roderick has been strangled down the leg side, essentially. And he's got a first baller. As you say, Frank, it's unlucky. It's a great catch. And Sharma, who bowled an excellent first over, was a maiden. It's the first time he's bowled a poor delivery, really. But again, it's got the wicket, rather like Tom Taylor in the first innings, where Fernandez will feel disappointed that he picked out a man. A ball that was going down leg side. But it means Jake Libby comes to the wicket. And
it's a great catch.
You have to
it's
say,
a great catch. It's a fun catch for a keeper as well, because it's a good height. Got both hands to it.
The highlight reel catch.
Yeah, but took it really well. And they have the look of a team where they're on a bit of a roll, don't they, Middlesex? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
in terms of their results and the way they've gone about things today, and things just falling into place for them, and Latigan having to retire. It's all just
teams that know how
going
to win.
Against Worcestershire, yeah.
Teams that are used to winning. And it's not been true in recent years of Middlesex, but it has been this. And I mean, going back to Latigan, Worcestershire have been very unlucky with injuries to batters in white ball cricket this year.
Libby is the new man, and he's forcing his first ball off the back foot into the covers. And there's no run. So 12 for 1. And Latigan retired hurt.
We saw in the blast injuries to Hose missed time, and Ethan Brooks missed time, D'Oliveira missed time, Sikandar had to leave early. Now Latigan with a hamstring problem. We have Isak Mohammed, of course, who hasn't featured in this competition this year. But with Latigan hurt and Roderick dismissed first ball, well, Worcestershire under real pressure now. I think it's also fair to say, Frank, that both Jake Libby and Brett D'Oliveira, they could do with a score. Sharma is looking to follow up his maiden with a wicket maiden here. Moderate dismissal followed by 4 dot balls. It's fair to say he's made a pretty reasonable start to his life in Middlesex colours. And it is a wicket maiden. And this 20-year-old fast bowler is putting the squeeze on Worcestershire already. 12 for 1 from 4 overs. Impressive start from the young man.
Roland Jones from the Diglis end starts with a dot. So yeah, Worcestershire. Well, you know, you start a run chase, you come out, you think might be good, we might get a bit of a flyer. See where we are after 10 overs, and after 4, you find yourselves 12 for 1. Somebody's got a first bowler, and he shouldn't have been in really. He's only in because of a retired hurt or ill, well hurt in fact, and all the best laid plans are derailed in the space of 10 minutes. That's what's happened here, and you have to reassess, regroup, build a partnership, but momentum very much with the visitors at the moment. Ooh, Roland Jones beats D'Oliveira, and the ball then beats Cracknell behind the stumps, and they go through for 2 byes. Not forgetting that Latigan also had an edge that carried to Cracknell diving to his left and couldn't hold on to it. It could have been worse for Worcestershire. 14 for 1 now. Tricky start. Oliveira chops this one down behind square on the offside, fielded by Zafar Gohar at backward point. No doubt he'll have a part to play with the ball shortly. Libby yet to score, D'Oliveira 9. Roderick out for 0, and Latigan retired hurt, having made just 2. That's the off stump from Roland Jones left alone. Excuse me. Pleasant afternoon here at New Road, not too hot today, mid-20s I'd say, good crowd, hazy sunshine, blue for Bakes Day here at New Road, remembering Josh Baker, former Worcestershire left arm spinner, passed away so tragically a couple of years ago. Roland Jones in, D'Oliveira on the walk, just nudges it away on the onside and picks up a single as Geddes comes from mid-on to do the fielding. End of the over, D'Oliveira keeps a strike, 15 for 1.
Well, these two just need to get their heads down here. need to do first and foremost is try and take a run off Sharma, which they haven't managed to do yet. Takeras and Robson in at slip. Sharma in. That's a beautiful shot. Slightly overpitched, bit of width through his hands through it. D'Oliveira has his third boundary. Another lead from D'Oliveira. That kept maybe a little bit low. Another leave. D'Oliveira not tempted by a hint of width from Sharma. He recognises that Worcestershire can't afford to lose another wicket. Deep in his crease, and he's shoveled that down the leg side. It's going to go for 4.
Nearly another catch.
I was going to say, Cracknell doing his absolute level best to get another worldie.
He didn't know much about that. Very suspicious look at the pitch. That just seemed to take off, didn't it? We didn't see many do that in the Middlesex innings. He was just fending at it, really, with one hand, wasn't he? Almost. It was just... yeah, not really knowing much about that, and that's done him again for pace.
Yeah.
That was quick.
Yeah, it was quick, wasn't it? Looked a bit high.
Leg by. I love watching Richard Illingworth umpiring. He's so calm. Everything is just so measured, isn't it? Turns one down, just walks away, signals leg by. Everything is just... He knows exactly what he's doing, and if he doesn't, he gives the appearance of knowing exactly what he's doing. I suppose when you've done the World Test final and the IPL final, etc., you're not really easily phased. Dot ball to finish.
No, it's a gentle stroll, isn't it? Yep. Highly respected in the game. And of course, in his playing days synonymous with Worcestershire. England honours as well. Most importantly, Rob Doverston's been on. He's got a pair of his gloves.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, so Rob Doverston, who's also a left-arm spinner. I don't know how he got a pair of his gloves, or why he would want Richard Illingworth's batting gloves, particularly. There we are.
Got a wicket in his first over, didn't he, in Test cricket? Phil Simmons at Trent Bridge, as I remember. Might even have been his first ball. hammered by D'Oliveira. He looks a little bit in the mood today, dare I say it. You get that score in a T20 recently when captaincy had been taken off him and he came out and batted with a bit of anger, we thought, and it just looks a bit the same today at times.
I was thinking the very same, Frank, and I didn't want to risk saying it out loud.
Well, we don't believe in that.
We don't believe in that now. We're reversing the commentator's curse. But yes, after a few words with the umpires over Latigan's injury, there's a determination there for sure.
On the walk this time, drives to mid-on. 22 off 21 though.
He's regarded as one of the nicest guys in cricket, if not the nicest guy in cricket. Maybe actually this is all wrong. He just needs to play angry. Someone needs to go and poke him in the ribs and call him some names before he goes out. But he certainly was pumped up, wasn't he, against Somerset in the blast?
I remember somebody telling me, I think I read an interview, it might have been, or even saw the interview with Michael Atherton, where he said that if he was batting and it was all very nice and pleasant, he would deliberately pick a fight with somebody.
Right.
You know, like short leg or something, just say something just to try to get a little bit of energy going, because he was always better when he was pumped. Interesting when you think of that confrontation with Alan Donald.
I mean,
Atherton had, you know, when he was at his best, when there was
the
a bit of
adrenaline's flowing.
Yeah,
there's something on it, and I mean, it's one of the most fascinating 40 minutes or so in Test cricket, because it actually felt dangerous, didn't it, when Alan Donald was steaming in.
Absolutely.
That scream he let out when Boucher shelled a catch.
Yeah, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That one bounced a bit and D'Oliveira rode it well, steered it down to third man. He'll keep the strike. 23 off 25 for him, and a rapid 29 for 1, with Latigan also in the pavilion having retired hurt. 294 the target, 5 from that over, 7 gone.
I want to say that was 98. I think Atherton also survived a very good shout for LBW as well, but it was
epic.
An example of really compelling cricket, and trying to explain to people that when nothing happens, it can still be very dramatic. As Sharma's in, and D'Oliveira, who is farming the strike here, really, in behind it.
It was epic. It
yes.
really was.
Theatre. It was intense.
Yeah, absolutely.
In an era of fast bowling duos that were particularly exciting, you had Pollock and Donald, Walsh and Ambrose, Waqar and Wasim. Full this time again, D'Oliveira offers the full face of the bat.
It's been good from Sharma, hasn't it? Really accurate. Picked up a wicket rather fortunately, one could say, but he's bowled with good pace,
yes,
good line, hardly anything wide at all.
And he's hitting the bat as well.
Yeah.
He's hitting the bat hard. And it was a poor delivery that got the wicket, but when everything else beforehand, rather like Tom Taylor, had been so good, you don't mind that, do you? Again, it's down the leg side, it's going to be a wide this time.
This time we've done him.
D'Oliveira's probably quite relieved he didn't get anything on that. So there's one thing we know, if it's going down the leg side, Cracknell's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he? Goodness me.
Yeah. Well, D'Oliveira pretty much single-handedly carrying this run chase at the moment, isn't he? 23 to him, 30 on the board. Only 2 of the runs off the bat. Brian Halford's got an ice cream and I'm jealous. $30 for 1. Small matter of 264 more runs needed. And the rate 6.2.
Nothing to worry about at the moment. It is a sizable task though, as Sharma comes in again. And it's going to require contributions all down this Worcestershire batting order. Starting with these 2 in the middle.
Which is slightly thinner for the absence of Matthew Waite. And we don't know the extent of Dan Latigan's injury at the moment.
I think it's fair to say with a hamstring injury, you do not want to make that worse. Because if that goes badly, it's a surgery job. You want to just nurse that and look after it. If it gets tight, we might see him later on. The run chase rather than the hamstring, I mean.
Sharma again on the money with that one. D'Oliveira can't do anything with it. Pushed out on the offside. Another really good over from Sharma so far. Just a 1 run from it.
Yeah,
which was a wide. He's bowled 2 maidens already. It's a cracking spell.
Well, it's exactly the sort of control you want at the top of the innings, isn't it? Don't let Worcestershire get off to a flyer. Not an easy thing to do in his limited experience, but he's doing a fine job of it. First season in the first team, and it's in this competition. 1 wide, 1 run off the bat, 2 in total comes from it, and very impressive stuff.
31 for 1 then, after 8. And Roland Jones to continue from the Diglis end. Plenty of bowling options. Roland Jones takes Libby on the pad. Sorry, D'Oliveira on the pad. Ball runs out on the offside. So we've got Zafar Gohar. You've got Josh De Caires with his off spin. You've got Henry Brooks. You've got Noah Cornwell. You've got all sorts of bowling options. And I think this is one area where Worcestershire, with their 5-pronged attack, is slightly lacking, as we were saying earlier, in terms of options. Roland Jones bowls slightly slower. D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside. You really need a 6th, maybe even a 7th bowler sometimes. Worcestershire haven't got that. D'Oliveira in other years a reasonable backup leg spinner, but not particularly bowling well at the moment, not full of confidence. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira again can't do much with that. And it does limit the captain's flexibility in the field, and he's only got 5 bowlers, and he's got to think about when to bowl them, and only 1 spin option. We've talked about that this morning. Ooh, that's a beauty. That is a beauty from Roland Jones. That one took off, and actually really well played by Brett D'Oliveira, who dropped his hands underneath that and allowed it through to Cracknell. Excellent stuff all round. Good bowling, good batting. Goodness me, it's hard work out there at the moment. D'Oliveira cuts. What a fantastic piece of work by Gohar at backward point. He doesn't just get one congratulation, he gets 3 from his fielders. Keeper and second slip and cover point running to congratulate him. It was a brilliant bit of work diving to his left. It's a specialist position, backward point. And if you're left-handed like Gohar, you can go just that little bit squarer, take most of the balls on your good side. That's what he did there. Great work. And that is the end of a maiden, the third of the innings, which tells its own story. 9 gone. Worcestershire 31 for 1. 294 the target. And Middlesex going about their business in very, very impressive style at the moment.
Well, we're going to see the rarest of things, Frank. Jake Libby on strike. Just faced 6 deliveries. He'll be facing up to Nav Sharma. Takes a quick single to the skipper, who goes for a theatrical round the back throw. I think he's done himself a bit of a mischief as well.
That'll learn him.
It will learn him. You don't want to hurty back on your birthday. There we go.
Don't really know what he was trying to do, actually.
I think it was a little bit of show ponyism, wasn't it? That's what it was. Just did a
flick round the back.
An exercise in being a show pony, and that's okay. He's in a bit of discomfort here, but he's smiling, mainly because his opening bowlers are doing a fine job here. In comes Sharma again. A little bit straight and worked into the leg side. Run the first half, think about the second. But no, Cornwall's there. It's a good bit of fielding.
Still rubbing his back, Geddes.
Yeah.
He ran in from mid-on, he picked the ball up in his right hand, and then as he fell, he flicked it round behind him. Sort of reverse throw behind his back in the direction of the stumps. And he ended up in a heap. And in a bit of pain. He's rubbing his elbow as well.
He's another bowling option as well. Although it's unlikely we'll see him, I think. They'll all be fresh though. Noah Cornwall came on against Glamorgan, but no one else did. Henry Brooks didn't even get a bowl. They didn't get to second change. So that's a good way of keeping your bowlers fresh. A quiet murmur going round the ground. I realise that these two batters, experienced players in Libby and D'Oliveira, have just got to dig in here. In comes Sharma again, full and straight, flicked away by Libby straight to Noah Cornwall. Run rate now 6.5. 2 balls left of the power play. Libby in behind that one, not that it will concern them particularly. I think there'll be intentions, as Worcestershire still 261 runs away from the victory target, is that the aim is to take this game as deep as possible already. more than a bit of fortune that. Inside edge, it's gone down leg side, not quite where he intended, but it's found its way to the fence. So Welcome runs off the bat of Jake Libby, 37 for 1 from 10. It's all about building a partnership here.
Well, end of the power play, 33 for 1 Middlesex, 37 for 1 Worcestershire. The difference, Latigan being retired hurt. Henry Brooks loosening up at mid-off, suggesting he might be in the attack fairly soon. Oliveira takes a single, well judged. Yeah, I think, having just said that Worcestershire is slightly ahead by comparison, notwithstanding the Latigan injury, it's indicative of the situation that you kind of think of Worcester. You know, they're struggling a bit here. They're not really. They've got to get 290, whereas if they were batting first, you think, oh, they just lay in the base,
yep,
just putting down the platform. So you've got to keep it real in that respect, and think that if this were the first innings of the game, you'd be perfectly satisfied with it.
Yeah, it's just a case of not being intimidated
by the target. Yeah,
not being intimidated by the run rate.
Yeah,
trusting your shots, knowing that you can catch up.
But also, I guess, knowing that somebody has got to play the same sort of innings as Josh Takera has played. In other words, be the player that everybody else plays around.
Yeah, and there's an onus particularly on the likes of D'Oliveira and Libby to not put too much pressure on those that come after them. It's about taking responsibility and giving those to come an opportunity, giving them a chance to succeed.
Good over from Roland Jones. There wasn't much to hit in that. One run from it. 11 gone. 38 for 1.
Now, if it transpires as a bowling unit, Middlesex, particularly the seamers, and they end up bowling 25 overs of seam that go for 3.5 and over because they've been absolutely metronomic, sometimes you just got to say it's fantastic bowling. Remains to be seen. We are going to see the change.
Henry Brooks. Formerly of Warwickshire, about to be of Gloucestershire. Brother of Ethan, who plays for Worcestershire.
Yeah. The familial resemblance is evident, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit taller,
Yeah.
longer of leg.
Long arms, languid walk.
Grew up in Solihull. His first club was my first club, Alton and West Warwickshire, before moving to Nolan Durridge.
Well, in he comes. Right arm fast medium, and it's flashed away straight away from D'Oliveira. Bit too full, bit too much width, and another square drive on the offside. It's been a very profitable shot for both sides. It was a long half volley. It wasn't. Straight back in is Brooks. That's better length. Run down to third for a single. So D'Oliveira moves on to 31. Good looking punch off the back foot. Take a couple here. Toby Rowland Jones in pursuit. So 7 from the over. Good start to this one from a Rapids perspective. Libby on to 7. Full. And clips straight to Josh the Carriers at mid-wicket. Play, so no slips in place. Middlesex looking just to control the run rate here. More natural length for Henry Brooks. A splice of Jake Libby's bat. Seven from 5 balls. Libby cash in. Oh, looks for the quick single. He's come a long way down. Direct hit might be trouble. And he's got back.
Never a run there.
No. They've taken 7 from the over. I think both sides will be fine with that, actually. After a boundary 4 from the first delivery. So Henry Brooks has tidied up the over well. Slight over enthusiasm from Jake Libby. A man who probably wants as much strike as possible and wants to play himself into some form. Normally so strong in this competition. But just hasn't got going in this year's competition. Averages in the late 50s in the Metro Bank Cup. Just Jake Libby. Last year was incredible, just hasn't quite fired this time round so far.
Rowland Jones starts a new over and D'Oliveira says, well, if you want to strike that much, you can have it, and he takes a single.
I mean, he was waiting for that actually, wasn't he?
Former Worcestershire skipper Joe Leach on the way past.
Seemed very happy with life, didn't he?
That's 4. That's absolute half tracker from Rowland Jones. Doesn't bowl many of those. A real drag down, an absolute long hop, and slapped by Libby through mid-wicket. It's just what you need to get you going when you're struggling a bit to get started.
Yeah, too much power on it for Josh the Terriers to have a realistic chance, but it was a dramatic dive nonetheless.
50 up for Worcestershire. It's been a bit of a struggle. D'Oliveira 32 off 43. Angry 32.
Angry runs. That's what. This is. I might. That's club shop. I want angry runs.
We could be
D'Oliveira t-shirt.
We could be completely wrong, but it looks that way.
There's the marketing team.
Of course, that was Jack Shantry's nickname, wasn't it? Angry Jack.
Was he a particularly angry man? I always found him a very pleasant individual away from them.
I think he had his moments, I think.
It's better than Grumpy Jack, isn't it?
I think I remember Daryl Mitchell telling me about when he was captain once. Single to Libby here, and Shantry kept getting hit through mid-wicket for 4, and he said, "Can I have another man out there?" And Mitch said something like, "Well, you could, or you could stop bowling leg stump half volleys," and that produced a very angry response, I think. But angry is often good for, as we were saying before.
Yeah, I like a fast bowler.
Controlled angry is. I'm not so sure about wild angry. D'Oliveira slices that one away in the air over the offside field. Keeps the strike. End of the over from Roland Jones. 52 for 1. 7 came from that one. Middlesex at the same stage were 54 for 1. The difference is Dan Latigan has retired hurt. But whether he's retired hurt and had some treatment and he might come back in or not, we don't know. Henry Brooks to carry on from the New Road end.
I hope it doesn't happen because it's generally a bad sign, but there is something to be said. Every now and again you see a cricketing moment where a player comes out injured, batting at 11, so in comes Brooks.
To win the game.
Or attempt to win the game. I mean,
or not.
Chris Wokes in a sling.
Yeah, Chris Wokes in a sling.
Unbelievable. You know, there's this sort of semi-heroics. There's Ben Mike, who almost won a game from absolutely nowhere last year.
There's some longer ago. There's a famous Colin Cowdery one from the 60s as well, I think, that
was it with a broken arm?
Too young to have seen it, but I remember seeing it, pictures of it in books and so on. Malcolm Marshall did it once, batted one-handed.
Brooks to Libby. Another square drive fielded by Gohar at backward point.
And I even remember, and this one really is from the history books because it's before my lifetime even, but my dad, remember my dad telling me about Eddie Painter being dragged from his hospital bed in Australia to go and bat in a test match. That's in an Ashes test. Try and find out the exact details.
Good bit of running, taking a single in the covers.
I've been saying James Cracknell, it's Joe. Thank you, Kevin.
And James Cracknell's the rower, isn't he?
James Cracknell is the rower, Joe's brother. Sorry, Kev. At least he's listening, eh? Eddie Painter, here we are. I wonder if I can... He's from Oswald Twistle. Second only to Herbert Sutcliffe amongst Englishmen. His average is the 5th highest ever in Test cricket.
Pulled away. Out into the deep. Sharma's going to do the fielding.
Test average of 59.
Well, that's pretty good going. If you're talking going way back when, are we talking uncovered pitches?
Perhaps the most famous of his Test appearances came against Australia in the Bodyline Tour. At Brisbane, Painter was taken to hospital suffering from tonsillitis, but with England in difficulty at 216 for 6 in reply to Australia's 340, came out to bat after spending the night in hospital. He made his way to 83 and helped his team to an unlikely first innings lead. And though he only fielded for a couple of hours, returned for the second innings and had the honour of hitting the winning runs with a 6 off McCabe. That's the sort of story that I was brought up on.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's how you sow the seeds of love of cricket. That's how you end up sitting in a car in a garage at 5 o'clock in the morning, because it's the only radio in the family that gets whatever station is required, and I was listening to Bob Barber make 125 at Sydney in 1966.
It's that sort of heroism as well that makes it so desirable, and these days it'd be like, well, I'm not going to risk it because I've got a franchise contract out in the United States starting next month. I don't want to risk my 80 grand.
Yeah. Me and my brother sitting in my dad's Austin, Cambridge, in the garage at 6 o'clock in the morning listening to the Ashes Test from Sydney when Bob Barber got 125. Remember it so well. Changing the bowling. Noah Cornwell from the Diglis end starts with the ball in at Libby's pads, which he turns on the leg side for 2. Moves to 16. D'Oliveira is 35. Worcestershire 58 for 1. The man out, Roderick, without scoring. Dan Latigan retired hurt. On 2, the target is 294.
I'll give you some more daft numbers on Middlesex bowling after this.
Clothed pull by Libby.
Noah Cornwell only got to bowl 23 deliveries against Glamorgan. He bowled 22 dot balls and took 3 wickets for 1 run.
Crikey.
So again, some career best stuff going on. So this young bowling attack. He actually made his list day debut, Middlesex debut, on this ground 2 years ago in the Metro Bank Cup when Worcestershire went nuts. Ed Pollock and Roderick getting hundreds. In a very, very big win. But another lad with good looking action. Only 21. Another one who was part of the England 19 setup. Several of which in this Middlesex side. Tall, high release point, left armour as well. That's a good player. And there we are. 23 balls, 22 dots, 3 wickets. That'll do, won't it?
That's nicely played for a single by D'Oliveira, down to Brooks at third man. $60 for 1. Whipped away on the leg side by Libby. 2 more. 50 partnership for these two, which has been achieved with a minimum of fuss.
Yes, they've approached it rather similarly to Carriers and Robson.
Yeah.
And it's no mean feat. Hard work out there. Some good bowling.
Bright sunshine now as Cornwell is in. Bowls down the leg side and just helped on its way uppishly by Libby down to long leg for a single. He keeps the strike, end of the over. 63 for 1. 7 runs came from it. 50 15 gone, and at similar stage 65 for 1 was the Middlesex score, so it's absolutely neck and neck.
Yep.
But
the tricky bit is
the Latigan issue.
Yeah, there's also the matter of the upping the run rate, going at 10s in the last few overs, but although in terms of established batters missing Matt Waite, he will be a loss. Worcestershire batters, well, they can all play. It's about these set individuals getting them close. That's key. It's Brooks is on his way in, and again drive square of the wicket on the offside. Now take a single. So Libby on to 21, D'Oliveira 36. Still 230 runs away, but these two put a good partnership together. Plenty of time to accelerate. Nicely guided by D'Oliveira, down to third. I'll take a single. And rather like we saw first time round this morning, Frank, is actually, unless you're absolutely bang on with your line and length, there are singles to be had, and you can rotate. And what I've liked thus far, these two have shown real intent. Let's keep the scoreboard rolling. Good full ball, dug out well by Libby and well fielded off his own bowling. Good cricket all round. Toby Rowland-Jones in discussion with his skipper, just talking about the finer points of field positions. And Ben Geddes, 25 today, it's his birthday today. He's a skipper, it's relatively young for a captain. I imagine having someone of Toby Rowland-Jones's experience, know-how, is very useful. Just a couple of singles off the over thus far. Just seem to keep a little bit low. Off the bottom portion of the bat. Another dot ball. Oh, that's climbed.
Well, that didn't keep low. Goodness me.
Plenty of carry there. Well,
good over that, just 2 from it.
I'm going to say it, I don't feel good about saying it, Frank, but corridor of uncertainty. There we go. That 4th, 5th stump line. So 65 for 1, 16 overs gone. Both batters set.
Cornwell round the wicket now, and that hurt D'Oliveira. Hit him on the bottom hand. Joe Cracknell and Henry Brooks having quite a discussion about something. At the end of the last over, Brooks don't think he's too happy. Cracknell feeling the need to continue the discussion after that first ball, coming down towards Brooks at the third man. Not quite sure what it's all about. Cornwell bowls again, and rather like Gibbon did earlier when he came round the wicket for Worcestershire, tucking the batsmen up and stopping them getting their arms free. Cracknell likes it, applauds. Plenty of noise and encouragement from the Middlesex keeper. Cornwell again is in, and again Oliveira has no room to work with. Earlier today, Josh DeCare's 130 underpinning the Middlesex total of 293 for 7, 2 wickets each for Taylor, Swanepoel and Singh. Oh well, there you are, that's an interesting variation on a pull shot. Cornwell banging it in short and Oliveira basically playing a periscope shot, tennis shot back over the bowler's head. Didn't really hit it very well. On him maybe a bit quicker than he thought. Gets a single. 38 to Oliveira off 53 deliveries. 21 to Libby off 36. Single to Libby here off his hip. Oliveira on the walk, drives on the up, only a single. Well fielded by Sharma, I think. That's the end of the over. 68 for 1, 3 runs coming from it.
I think what's been impressive from this Middlesex bowling display thus far is you look at Sharma and Cornwell, they'll actually, the amount of control that these young bowlers are bowling with. And the pressure of playing against highly experienced, high quality batters in front of a big crowd. Quite often you'd expect young fast bowlers to come into the side and at times be a bit leaky. But Sharma and Cornwell then, I think, have done a pretty good job of maintaining control. Genuine edge, flashed away.
Great
one
fielding.
more to Oliveira, but yeah, it's Sarant down there who
really
got to the
good
ball quickly.
Got to the ball quickly, picked it up on the run. Throw was on the way, right over the top. Oliveira fancied 2, didn't even think about it in the end. Turned and looked, and it was almost in the keeper's gloves. Super work.
Whacked into the leg side. There's plenty of space, square and behind square on the leg side, which is a good safety valve. Is that Brooks is just straying onto legs, well, onto his legs, middle leg a little bit, but Libby will still whip that from off stump if there's an easy single to be had. I'll take another to Carries this time with the fielding. So a single apiece from the first 3 deliveries of the 18th over. 71 for 1 the score. Both batters set, they'll both want to go on. Run rate 6.9, not a problem at the moment. Middlesex doing well in the past 4 or 5 overs of just keeping that boundary count down. classic Libby punch through the offside for a single. So 4 from the over with 1 to come. Generally, Henry Brooks, economical in this competition. Well under 6s, which is good going. He's just tucked Libby up there. So just 4 from the over. Middlesex more than happy with that.
Yeah, there's not much in it. 76 for 1 Middlesex, 72 for 1 Worcestershire. But as we said, there's the Latigan factor to consider. Worcestershire just trying to put the base down to launch a chase. Still need further 222 to win. Cornwell and the wicket bowls, and Libby punches off the back foot for a single.
Yes, I don't think these two will be too concerned in the first half of this innings. In Cullen and Kashif actually both have batted well in this competition and with more fluency than the rest. And we're due in next. I just feel like with these two the focus is just keep chipping away at that total.
Rare misfield from Zafar Gohar, doesn't result in a run. Another good over. Spoiled by a leg stump half volley off the last ball, which Libby clips through mid-wicket for 4. Not the last ball, that's but 1 delivery. Similar, I was just thinking similar. I think we both said that there was that period when De Keras and Robson were in where they were just scoring freely without doing anything drastic, just scoring off most deliveries. And we're going through a similar phase, aren't we, in the last 3 or 4 overs?
Well, it's having the patience and maturity to wait for a bad ball as well, which they just got.
And he just got another one. And he's whacked that one all the way over mid-wicket. So 10 off 2 to finish that over. A big over, which produced 14 runs. And Worcestershire after 19 are 87 for 1. And Jake Libby has moved quickly on to 36.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, how quickly those things can change and how the feel can turn, because I think less experienced batters than D'Oliveira and Libby will have felt a couple of overs ago that the run rate's creeping up and they have to try and force the issue, and that's where a wicket comes. Whereas these two have just said, we're going to sit in, we can take our 4 singles, we'll get 4 singles in an over, wait for a bad ball. One bounce for start the next over.
Bit of width, throws his hands through it. 14 off 3 deliveries.
And then all of a sudden, pressure on the young bowler. And that's key, isn't it? It's that in-game intelligence.
But don't need to do anything silly now.
D'Oliveira on 47. And he ducks under one. Well, it's been given wide, more on line than anything, because it definitely wasn't too high. It was a late call as well.
Well,
yeah, it's fair enough.
It's not advisable to get on the wrong side of an umpire, I don't think, and Brooks has expressed his discontent. There's always a danger you might just find the close one not going in your favour.
Yep.
Single to D'Oliveira off this one.
Yep, Dolly on to 48. But again, it's just understanding the nature of the pitch, the nature of this chase. And in the space of 4 deliveries, the world feels slightly different. The run rate starting to drop, required rate. Just puts a bit of pressure on the bowler. In comes Brooks. Short, help round the corner. I'll take a single. Nicely controlled by Libby though. Kept on top of the bounce. He's found his way onto 37, rather like with Sam Robson. All of a sudden, knocking it about. 1s, 2s, the odd 4, then a couple of boundaries, and before you know it, he's got a score on the board. In comes Brooks again. Ken just worked into the leg side. From the over. 2 balls remain. Fielder's out at fine leg, square leg, cover point, 3rd man as well. Everyone else in the ring. Think about a single, decide against it, so a dot ball. A profitable little period here for the Rapids. Again, leg side single to finish the over, so 9 from it. Worcestershire 96 for 1. Oh, in fact, they're going to get an extra. $97 for 1 from 20. So 10 from the over. These batters are going to get themselves well-earned refreshments. D'Oliveira 1 shy of a very well-earned 50. Maybe 39 from 48, so he's accelerated. Target now is below 200, 197 to win. DLS tells us it should be 91 for the Rapids. They're on 97. It doesn't take into account Latigan's injury. But it's been a good consolidation period, isn't it? The last 10 overs or so, these two done particularly well.
scores elsewhere. Should we have some of those?
Yeah, let's go round the grounds.
Right, well, Surrey, Gloucestershire at Bristol. This is the one that started a bit later than the others. Surrey going well there, 191 for 2 off 37. Dom Sibley is 86 not out. Rory Burns is 50 not out.
And that's 50 for D'Oliveira.
63 balls. 12 fours. 12 fours? Can't be that many, can it? Northants 246 all out against Leicestershire. Leicestershire going well in reply. They are 168 for 1 at the halfway point.
Wow.
Patel 115 off 61 balls with 13 fours and 5 sixes. So looks like game over there. Durham got 165 in the end against Yorkshire. Yorkshire cruising 123 for 3. Going well, as you say, in this competition. Essex 317 against Hampshire. Hampshire 129 for 3 in that one. And you got the runs for Essex. Noah Thane got 100. And Critchley 40 odd. Rulofson 52. In reply, Hampshire 131 for 3, so it could be game on. Derbyshire got 315 for 5 against Glamorgan. This is at Repton School, so it's a quick scoring ground. Derbyshire 100 not out for Brooke Guest, 80 odd for Caleb Jewell. Glamorgan in reply are 114 for 4.
Edged and gone. So it's 50 and out for Brett D'Oliveira. Noah Cornwell has his man. Just held its line, finished of Nicks. Joe Cracknell takes the catch. Big breakthrough from Middlesex.
So exactly 50 for the captain, I nearly said. Old habits. For Brett D'Oliveira, big breakthrough just when they needed it in the 21st over. And Worcestershire got to start again. I'll just go back to those other scores. So Glamorgan 115 for 4 in reply to that Derbyshire score. And Somerset 313 for 9 against Kent. Kent 106 for 1 in reply, so you're up to date with scores from elsewhere. Here, just as Worcestershire were getting back into it really after that rather troublesome start, they lose their second wicket.
Yeah, it's a good one from Noah Cornwell as well, Frank.
Yeah.
Angled in, just straight and took the edge. Beauty of a delivery. And you felt like it had to be a good one to get rid of D'Oliveira. He had a bit between his teeth, didn't he?
He did. He played really well.
Cashi Valley now at the wicket. And as you say, start all over again. 195 away from a victory target. That would be a very, very impressive chase, it must be said. Libby's there, 40 from 51. Cashi Valley played well in this competition so far. But again, he'll have to get himself set. That victory target is a long way away. Everybody's got to contribute. Slip in place, Robson's in. That's 21 overs done. Noah Cornwell has himself a wicket. It's the prize wicket of Brett D'Oliveira. 99 for 2. In pursuit of 294.
And we're going to see Zafar Gohar with his left arm spin. Bowled beautifully here in the championship game recently. I've just looked through my binoculars at Kashif Ali's first delivery and I've banged on about it many times, but just again reminded as I look through closely, his bottom hand grip is extraordinary. How he can play the shots that he plays with a straight bat into the covers, etc., with his right hand that far around the handle is absolutely, it hurts my elbow just to look at it. He also has the thinnest handle on a bat I think I've ever seen, and I used to like thin handle bats. Extraordinary bottom hand grip. His right hand is way round the handle. Gohar starts with a ball to Libby, which he squeezes out on the offside for a single.
Well, both Kashif Ali and as the 100 comes up for Worcestershire, 100 for 2. Kashif Ali and Zafar Gohar play for the same regional side in Pakistan.
So he must have faced him a fair bit in the net, you'd think. But he has his hand, his right hand is round there, and to play through the offside or grip like that, there's a double jointed right elbow, I reckon. Gets a single here to get off the mark. Makes him extremely strong through the leg side, obviously.
Here comes Gohar round the wicket. Nicely placed by Libby. So 3 singles off as many deliveries to start the 22nd over. And the prolific bat twiddling continues. And Kashif Ali in outfield. Floated up there and cut to deep cover point. So the singles continue. That won't concern Middlesex with the current state of things. A little bit quicker this time, a little shorter though. And cut into the offside. I'll take 2 to the man in the deep. Good bit of running. Sharma doing the fielding. And Libby on to 44. And that's where he'll stay at the end of the 22nd over, 105 for 2. A solid start from Zafar Gohar. Worcestershire will want more than 5s and 6s and over. As long as they are rotating the strike, ticking over, Frank, they stay in the game. What you don't want is maidens run overs going for 1s and 2s and pressure building.
Cornwell round the wicket to Kashif, nicely timed for a single. Kashif with the slightly darker blue helmet which he wore in the T20, as did Sekanda Raza. They seem to have got their own little sideline going. Everybody else's helmet's rather more turquoise, like the one that Libby's wearing. Short from Cornwall, hit off the back foot by Libby up to mid-off for a single. So singles at the moment not hurting Middlesex, but Worcestershire quite content to tick over at about 5 and over at the moment. Oh, that's out. Wide from Cornwall, loose shot from Kashif. Really loose shot. Flashed at it. Big nick. Cracknell gets his third catch. Cornwall gets his second wicket. And that is a disappointing end to Kashif Ali's innings. Not a great shot, I don't think.
No, there's not much footwork really on offer. Trusting his eye and his instincts, Cornwall gets another, playing a long way away from his body. And Kashif goes for 3, so Noah Cornwell doing a good job for his side. Gets rid of D'Oliveira, breaks the partnership and sees away a dangerous Kashif Ali. So Henry Cullen, fresh off the back of a couple of really impressive performances with the bat, but he's coming to the wicket with a lot of work to do. Worcestershire still 187 runs away from their victory target. Libby's there, he's set on 45, but he's going to need some help.
Yeah, well, you know, I just looked at D'Oliveira's again, and I mean that was as you described, an absolute beauty from Cornwall. Round the wicket, angled in, held its line, and he got a nick. But that one from Kashif, I haven't seen the replay yet, but I suspect that when I do, I'm going to see a wide delivery, not a lot of footwork, hands thrown at it, and
yeah, it was a good delivery. There was shape there again. It was angled in. It was a bit wide, sort of on the 5th stump, but there was no footwork, playing away from his body. I think he saw a bit of whiff, and you're right, he threw his hands at it. Slipped back in. Sam Robson in, the new batter.
well, I thought Cullen was impressive last time here. He was also very impressive at York the other day. Yeah, that really was it was a flat-footed flash, wasn't it, from Kashif? But it's a very, very different set of circumstances here from what it was when Cullen came in at York. He's off the mark, dabbing that down on the onside. $108 for 3 then, the Rapids. Further 186 runs required. Latigan retired hurt earlier. Will we see him again? We don't know. You'd have to say, I guess, that if he was fully recovered, he'd be out there already, wouldn't he? So
yeah,
it must be something of an injury.
Yes, I don't think you see him again. If the game ends up being close and you think perhaps he can get you over the line, then maybe. Otherwise, I don't see the value in it.
108 for 3, 3 off the over. 23 gone, 27 left. Have a go hard to continue. Henry Cullen on strike. Batters to come. I mean, you're looking at, you've got Allison slated to come next ahead of Taylor. It could well be the other way around, I think.
I think that would be a wise assertion, yeah.
Not a huge depth with weight not in the side, and Attigan not likely to bat again. Worcester up against it. Cullen on strike against Gohart. Nicely played, good hands through the ball. Just one. Suspect Cullen might play the reverse if he's on strike against Gohart much longer. For Libby, the slip has gone to short third, so there's 2 men behind square on the offside. He goes back, cuts. Slip goes back in as they take a single, which means Cullen might go for that reverse, which he does play very well. Might feel it's a bit early. Indeed, just props forward and pushes it back up the pitch. And same again. Gohar sends long off back. Looking to get out of the over. And Cullen drives into the gap on the offside and keeps the strike. End of the over. 3 from it. 111 for 3.
Yeah, very neat and tidy, very experienced operator though. It's 100th List A game today. Let's have a go, huh? 136 wickets, best of 6 for 21. But the key is his economy so good for a spinner. Just 4.8 over that period of time. A man who knows his game inside out, bowls with good control, good all-round cricketer. Good in the field as well. He's there at backward point. And the run rate, it's nudged up over 7. For 3. Cornwell into his 6th over. 3 left for Toby Roland Jones, 5 left for Sharma, 5 left for Henry Brooks. Plenty of options. Henry Brooks will do the fielding. Down at 3rd. Oh, welcome boundary. Cut away for 4, bit of width.
He's good at that, isn't he?
On offer. And it's a rare loose one actually from Noah Cornwell, who's bowled really nicely since reverting to going round the wicket. Left arm angling in at the right-hander. It's taken the slip out. Plenty of lift there. Some of the home crowd calling for a wide, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
Quite nicely bowled, I think. Just knowing that Cullen had taken it on the one before, slipping another one in.
Well, it's going to take
a little
us
bit
to
shorter, and it bounced a bit more. Might have gone to third man if he'd have had a cut at that one.
Charity to combine to do something with the cricket, but then also something that was that I could kind of believe in and get behind. So JB33 Foundation is providing opportunities for people to get into sport. So anyone who might be watching this at home, who might not be able to get down to the ground or might not have the funds to get involved in sport, have a look at the JB33 Foundation and they might be able to do something to you. So that's what I try to do.
And just a little bit on the actual challenge itself, how many miles did you cover and how much is the charity fundraising, how much have you got to so far?
So overall is about 250 miles. I was going to try and do it in one day, but it would have meant cycling from about 4 in the morning till 2 a.m. So I decided to split it over to a couple of days. I stayed over in Ryder, mid Wales, and then the second day cycled down to Chepstow. So far, I've got some generous university friends, generous work colleagues, and people I pester every year to kind of sponsor me. And we've got to £1,350 pounds so far, so that's been good, and I think I'm really looking forward to be able to go to some of the events that the JB33 Foundation are doing and to see kind of where some of the money would go. So that's kind of the next part of the charity involvement.
And you've had a lovely day today, enjoying watching a bit of cricket and being able to see yourself on the live stream as well.
Yeah, Paul and Lisa invited me and one of my friends to come down, so we've had a good chat with people from the charity, see all the great work that's being done and the momentum that's getting behind it. And also, I think I was a fan of Worcestershire. I always kind of got the impression that Worcester was a family club. The more I've got involved in the charity, I've really seen that from the side and seen the support that the cricket club's been able to give to Josh, his parents.
Thank you very much, Matt. Round of applause for Matt Foden. Thank you very much.
Cheers. You're a good host.
Thank you. No, I don't.
I think a lot depends on these two. 117 for 3. Cullen on 8. Libby on 47. You could argue a lot depends on Libby. Can he be the one that the rest play around?
Gohar in, shorter, faster, fired into the offside. They'll take a single. They got Henry Brooks long off for Libby. He's going to come in to Henry Cullen. Well, they'll have talked about it in the drinks break, won't they, what the approach is from here on in. The run rate's currently at 7, which is okay. If they keep going at 4s and 5s and over, it's going to climb quickly from here on in. I think they will likely take the approach of keep rotating the strike, keep taking singles, wait for a bad ball, stay in the game, see where you're at in 10 overs time is sort of how I feel about it.
Yeah.
But they've got to get that total to win down, and they've got to be the two that do the lion's share of bringing that down. Libby on strike.
It's
a dot ball. Thickish inside edge. And
varies his pace quite nicely, doesn't he? Gohar, without making it too obvious.
Yeah, I think it's the length as well. Even Libby, not quite sure whether to go forward or back. They're sending mid off to the fence for Cullen now as well. Cullen waits for him on the front foot, just drops it in to the leg side.
Just 3 off this over so far.
There's the reverse, beats the man. That's going to go for 4. Really good shot. Absolutely needed as well. Just 3 singles from the over up until that point. That gets them the runs they need to stay in contention. Nicely times, almost jams down onto the ball. Just smothers any spin there might be. But an example, it's a cricket shot for a man who's in good form and has confidence at the crease. So Cullen on to 13, Worcestershire on to 124 for 3. Victory target is 170 away. We're going to see the return of Nav Sharma from the digless end this time, bowled beautifully in his first spell. So impressive, with pace and most importantly with real precision as well. And Libby punches that off the back foot. He'll get to 50 as well. He's needed a score in this competition. He's got himself one. 50 from 63 balls, exactly the same as Brett D'Oliveira. Can he go on? .125 for 3, run rate just north of 7. A lot rests on these two shoulders. In comes Sharma. Cullen again looking to run it past backward point, but Zafar Gohar is there. Full, dug out well, and again he's been busy in the field at backward point. That's another dot ball. .33 deliveries Sharma's bowled. He's bowled 26 dot balls. Really impressive. This time it is guided past Gohar. Henry Brooks will get there, so they'll take a couple. Cullen will move on to 15. So at the moment, Worcestershire building a partnership. 20 from 4 overs. Again, another little mini rebuild. Run rate around about 7.2, which is still controllable.
Nice change of pace.
Yeah. And the upshot of that is it's another dot ball. Well, beaten all ends up.
Good over.
Really impressive from this young man. Just 3 runs from it. it's an over that brought Jake Libby to 50, but actually it's an over that brings back some control to Middlesex.
That's a great shot. Because that wasn't that short. He's given himself room, and he's not just timed it well, but he's got it absolutely between the two fielders at backward point and short third. Cracking shot, that is. Very difficult to play. Very impressive. Just might encourage Gohar to go a bit fuller. Might be able to drive him through extra then. In fact, he goes short and quicker and just cuts it for a single this time. Good start to the over though, 5 off the first 2 balls. Very careful about where he's got his man. Henry Cullen capitalises on a straighter delivery. Hits it straight down the ground. He's so capable of scoring all around the wicket, Cullen. He's played that reverse, which has made Gohar move his man on the cover boundary much further behind square. He's gone too straight and Cullen's hit him straight. He could also hit him over extra. Shown that capability in the past. And he could also do that. Play a little scoop shot. Third boundary of the over. Brilliant from Cullen. Don't do anything else. 3 boundaries off the over. No need for any more heroics. But that was very clever batting.
Just had a flashback there, Frank. I felt like I was back in the classroom. It was stern but fair, that warning, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I hope he's listening. 140 for 3.
But he's
a great batter to watch, isn't he? I had a friend of mine from Yorkshire got in touch yesterday and said he was at York the other day. He said, I reckon you've got a player in this boy, Cullen. Not much footwork there as he just dabs it back. But yeah, he's an exciting prospect. He's had to wait quite a long time for his chance. Turns that on the leg side. End of the over. Good one. 13 from it. 140 for 3 Worcestershire.
And it might just make Ben Geddes think about his plans, his options, which is what you want to do. Try and put bowlers under pressure. But you're right with Cullen, is that you're just seeing him flourish really in terms of confidence. And, you know, it's the sort of the sad irony really, the fact that Roderick has been just so fantastic for Worcestershire in all forms that it has perhaps stifled Cullen's development a little bit. But talent undeniable, and we're seeing it now. Anyway, Sharma to continue from the Diglis end. And another drop out to deep cover. Brings Libby a single. Then all of a sudden, Cullen's up to as good as a runner ball. So good little partnership building, but Worcestershire still not halfway there yet. 141 for 3, 153 still required. Long way to go.
He's bowled as well as anybody, isn't he, Sharma? If not better. Very, very good. doesn't bowl bad balls.
Hits the bat hard from a length. Difficult to get away. Doesn't offer you any width. Bowls at a good pace. Just a kid, really. Yeah, he's been really impressive, Frank. Full. Clipped away. Through mid-wicket. Should be a couple, and is. And every run-scoring shot now being applauded by this home crowd. Back on a length, back in the dot balls. I think the circumstances, 3 down and the Latigan injury, means there's probably less inclination to use your feet and try and knock Sharma off line or length. Short ball is going to be called wide. It is going to be called wide. Again, it's just dropped into the leg side. It's another dot ball. Going at less than 3.5 and over, Sharma. Really impressive. 1 ball left of his 7th. 144 the score. I'll add 1 more to it as Cullen takes a single down to 3rd. And another very neat and tidy over from Sharma. So we're under 150 to win. 149 required. 21 overs to do it in.
Yeah, that's tough, isn't it?
It's going to be a tough ask.
It is,
because when new batters come in to try and hit the ball hard or find the boundaries from the outset, very tricky to do.
Well,
but they've just got to get in range here.
140 odd in a 20 over innings here is, I mean, we say par in a 20 over game is about 170, but with 4 down, 3 down and the injury, it's a tall order, I think, and a batter light as well, you could argue, with weight not being in the side.
And no power play as well.
Yeah,
it's a tricky one. But we've seen Hampshire get very close to chasing north of 300 when the game looked like it might have been in trouble. And shots like that will help as well, Frank. What a good shot that is.
Yeah, he's done it again. Cullen's gone for the little scoop. It's premeditated. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's very, very good at it. And, well, it's modern batting at its best, isn't it? Very impressive. Jim's gone on a tee run. Really good from Cullen. Takes him to 30 off 30. Boundary off the first ball of the over again. Puts pressure on the bowler a little bit. And he's gone for it again, and he's executed it again. Absolutely superbly, just for 2 this time. But it's clever batting, and it's making Gohar think. Cullen is an impish sort of batter. Light on his feet. A keeper, you won't be surprised to hear. And he's just asking a few questions of the bowler. This time driving on the front foot, but straight to the fielder at short extra. Geddes, the captain. Toby Rowland-Jones loosening up directly down in front of us.
No, she and I went almost at the same time. So when she went...
Gohar bowls again, and Cullen drives out on the offside, and they take 1, they think about 2, they hesitate, they both stop, and then they get away with it owing to a slight misfield. So 2 more to Cullen. He's taken 8 off the over so far, 34 to him, 153 for 3 the total. Gohar is in again and bowls, and Cullen drives up to long off for a single.
4 weeks, yeah, I've been 4 weeks, so I've got a bit of holiday. But obviously, I know I said to Joe, obviously, I'm always around, and if I'm needed, I will.
Libby on strike, 56 off 66 for him. Turns it off his legs for a single. End of the over. Good over for Worcestershire. 10 runs coming from it. 30 gone there. 155 for 3. 132 for 2 is where Middlesex were off 30. So they were a lot further behind. But of course, they did have Josh DeCaras going very well. And they hadn't had a man retired hurt as Worcestershire have in the form of Dan Latigan. Toby Rowland-Jones is returning to the attack at the Diglis end. Previously 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 26. His figures, the other bowling figures. Sharma, very impressive, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Henry Brooks, 5 overs, none for 27. Noah Cornwell, 6 overs, 2 for 36. So, Jake Libby on strike, Toby Rowland-Jones back into the attack at the Diglis end. And Worcestershire requiring 139 runs to win. Rowland-Jones bowls, Libby turns him on the leg side for a single. The required rate is 7. The current rate is 5.2. Rowland-Jones bowls to Cullen. He just blocks it up to mid-on. Oh, another brilliant bit of work by Gohar at backward point, diving. Timed it well, Cullen. Might have expected 4. Gohar superb in that position. Joe Cracknell runs across to give him a low 5. They got through for a single. Could have been worse. Although he has got sweeper out on the cover boundary as backup. Libby can't do much with this. Works it to mid-wicket. Fielded by Robson.
Short from Roland Jones, hammered away on the leg side by Libby. He's timed that really well, the Worcestershire skipper. And he goes to 62. A much needed boundary. And the 50 partnership is up between these two. And that is another cracking shot from Libby. Through extra cover off the front foot this time. Not going to go all the way. Two more as Cornwall does the fielding. Jim's back with the tee. Have to find out if it was as good as mine. That was a really good couple of deliveries for Jake Libby. And at the end of that over, Worcestershire are 163 for 3. 8 came from the over. At a similar stage of 31 overs, Middlesex were 143 for 2. Duckworth Lewis says 163. Worcestershire are 163. Duckworth Lewis, as Jim Dale said earlier, doesn't take into account the fact that Dan Latigan has retired hurt.
No, but at the moment, run rate just a nudge under 7.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they've not let that escalate at any point. These two have done a very good job, actually, of taking what's there, been aggressive when they can, rather than trying to force the issue. And as long as it's around about that mark, it's manageable. Doing a really good job. In comes Henry Brooks. And Cullen in behind this one for his runner ball 36. And you feel if you need 70 off the last 10, it's not asking too much of you. You think about Tom Taylor and Ben Allison and Bayer Swanepoel, they can bat. They're good players, and 7 and over isn't going to bother them. It's when it gets to 8s and 9s under pressure for an extended period of time. So at the moment, still a long way to go. Worcestershire are okay. I'll take a quick single here to Toby Roland Jones. Good line, good length from Henry Brooks. Partnership is now worth 57 from 9 overs, which is pretty good going. So these two going at above a runner ball. Just 8 extras. And you feel Worcestershire in the field probably gave Middlesex 10 or 15 more than they'd have liked, as that's worked into the leg side. Good tumbling stop from Josh DeKayes. We haven't seen him with the ball. I imagine it's unlikely we will at this point, especially as Gohar ended up being quite expensive. Henry Cullen was particularly effective against him, using his feet and using the scoop and the ramp as well. It's punched off the back foot. Classic Libby shot. Fernandez is out there, so it'll just be a single. Cut away again, just a single down to third. But this is a good over from Brooks. 3 singles from it. And at this point, this stage in proceedings, every over that's cheap will see that run rate lift immediately. And as we did in the first innings, at the 33 over mark, everybody in New Road shows their appreciation in the memory of Josh Baker on this Blue for Bakes Day. Well, Worcestershire players out on the balcony in their blue shirts. One out in the middle. Cullen and Libby continue to toil away, try and get their side somewhere near the impressive Middlesex total. Well, we asked them, didn't we, to take this game deep and ask questions of Middlesex at the pointy end of things. These two doing a good job.
Yeah, well, we didn't see Middlesex start to do anything too drastic until the last 10 overs, and I think it's the same approach here.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was it was around this point that Middlesex, they tried to be a slightly more proactive, but they weren't particularly aggressive, were they? It was using their feet a little bit more. DeCarris started playing that reverse.
Three dots on the trot though from Roland Jones.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just put Cullen under a little bit of pressure. He's liable to try and break out in some way, possibly with a scoop, possibly if it's full, over extra.
See you later. Bye.
Plays a little dab down to third in the end, just for a single. Roland Jones hasn't bowled many loose ones, dropped a couple short.
Well, he just has one more after this, and you feel like if Worcestershire are going to get over the line here in the last 10 overs, they're going to have to target one or two, and you'd fancy they'd rather target the younger bowlers. Yeah, well, as well as they have bowled.
Sharma and Cornwall have both bowled really well. Not much you can do with that, Libby. Good over this. Really good. One ball left, only one from it so far. So, does Libby look for a boundary off this last ball? I think he might, Well, he got the opportunity because it was short, but he picked out the fielder Fernandez on the leg side. So just a single and just two off that. It's a really good over from Toby Roland Jones. 33 gone, 168 for 3.
5 from the last 2 overs, Frank, which means the run rate's just crept up by half a run. 7.4 now, and that's how quickly it can change if you can stack good overs back to back.
And Ethan Brooks, obvious slip, Henry Brooks is pretty economical, as you said earlier in this format.
Well, to play as many games as he has, and to be going at
5.
Just over 5.5. Really, really good. Whipped away by Libby. Just a single, though. They won't mind that. I think actually just as a bowling unit, I've been impressed with them, Frank.
Very, very good.
Backed each other up well. And it's that sort of thing that makes life easy for a captain, doesn't it?
They've been very good, very impressive. Given their youth as well.
Pulled away round the corner, just a single.
Boundaries have dried up, haven't they?
Yeah, it only takes a couple of overs to make life difficult. So Toby Ronan-Jones has got 1 left. Sharma's got 3 left. And Henry Brooks will have 3 left after this. Go has been expensive, actually. Last couple of overs. Again, it's line and length spot on.
Yeah, I was going to say, the seamers, all of them, Sharma, Cornwell, Brooks, Ronan-Jones, when they've got it right, they have been difficult to score off. And that probably just makes you think about those Worcestershire bowlers that were going at 6s. They were just a bit more wayward. That's a good cut shot from Libby, but it's only going to bring a single. So Ronan-Jones has gone for 4, Brooks just over 5, Cornwell 6, but Sharma 3.5. Tom Taylor only went for 47 from his 10, but none of the other Worcestershire bowlers were that economical.
Well, and in those 7 overs, I can recall 2 deliveries from Sharma that were off. So again,
good from Brooks.
Yeah, on a length, hit the bat hard, and one of them was the wicket, which went down leg side. The other one had a bit of width. That's it. 2 bad balls in 7 overs, and one of them still produced a wicket.
Very good.
But to be consistently good on that sort of platform at the age of 20, got time for it.
Yeah.
But we're yet to see what they're like under the pump late in a game with experienced batters at the crease, and that's what we should be hoping for. Is that slashed away, and that should be 4.
That's a great shot there.
So the last ball of the over turns a good over for Middlesex into a good one for Worcestershire. 3 singles.
That is a really good shot, because that was straight, that ball. That was on the stumps. And he's given himself room and made it into a cuttable delivery. Very, very clever. Very, very clever batting from Henry Cullen. 7 off the over. 175 for 3. The men out. Roderick without scoring. D'Oliveira for 50. Kashif Ali for 3. Dan Latigan retired her, having made 2. Jake Libby is on 68. Henry Cullen is on 44. And these two have added 68 so far for this 4th wicket.
I think
Henry Cullen continuing his impressive form.
I think they're feeling, Frank, that whatever the run rate is, so long as it's in the single figures, even if it goes up to 9, those are the 2 that want to be there towards the end.
Yeah,
I think they're more concerned with preserving the wicket than trying to get ahead of the rate, because I feel like these 2 could take 10 and over no problem.
Well, they're still ahead of where their opponents were at the same point, and they're still in touch with Duckworth Lewis, just a couple of runs behind. Bright sunshine again now as Ronan-Jones starts a new over. Whipped away on the leg side by Libby for 1. Certainly a game which is holding everybody's attention right to the end. Well bowled. cut away by Cullen for a single.
Well, a key part of this, and I suppose what Ben Geddes is trying to figure out, is that what does he do with his 5 overs of spin? And he's got Toby Rowland-Jones, Henry Brooks. Is it a case of trying to just keep ramping up the run rate before he reintroduces his 5th bowler, Gohart, or brings someone else into the attack? You feel the later the game goes on, the less inclined he'll be to bring someone in to the attack that hasn't bowled yet.
But Rowland-Jones proving once again that batters find it difficult to score off the seamers when they land it in the right areas. De Carers, of course, could turn his arm over. Geddes himself. And that's well fielded by Gohar. Libby fails to time it. It's another really good over from Rowland-Jones. Just 2 from it so far.
Yeah, they've got a few options in terms of slow bowlers who are batting the top order, but I'm not sure you risk it late in the game, late in the innings. I think he's just looking to ramp up run rate if he can.
Ooh, well, they steal a single there, but Cullen would have been out had that throw from the keeper hit. Rowland-Jones finishes with figures of 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 39. That's really good.
Brilliant effort.
In these circumstances, really good.
Well,
and that could well have been a run out, but Cullen got fortunate that Joe Cracknell's underarm throw as he ran up, having taken a glove off, missed the stumps.
I didn't like anything about that, Frank, I have to say. For the sake of 1 run off the last ball of Toby Rowland-Jones' spell,
no, I
don't see any value in that. But
they got in.
They got in, so it was a good run, well judged. But we saw Cullen was particularly effective against Gohart. It's Libby on strike. Is this the moment they try and up the ante a little bit? Required rates now at 7.7, 116 still to win. So they're going to need a few double-digit overs if they're going to get home. Is this the time to do it, or do they wait? Well, unlike his earlier spell, mid-on and mid-off, well, they've gone to the fence. Plenty of cover, straight and square of the wicket is the value behind square. It's punched on the back foot. They'll take single. Uses his feet, takes a single on offer. Fernandez will do the fielding. So you feel there's a single every delivery if they want it. Faster, flatter. But there's the single. So 3 singles and as many balls. Is there a big shot coming? Just dabbed into the offside. It's going to be a dot ball.
He's got his man at short fine a lot finer now for the ramp. Cornwall loosening up. He's going to replace Roland Jones at the Diglis end. Cullen's got to find something.
Uses his feet, and he'll find long on for a single, and that won't hurt Middlesex at all. So one ball left of the over. 4 singles from it.
Hard, isn't it? See where Libby goes here. Over extra. Slog sweep.
Maybe straight back over the bowler's head if he uses his feet. But he was tuck it into the leg side for a single. So 5 from it. Well, again, I think it just emphasises the point, A, that Middlesex have bowled actually very well indeed. But these two feel like these two, if they're determined to do it themselves, however it looks. $14 overs to go. Run rate just under 8. 111, sorry, from 84 balls. So at some point, we're going to have to see Worcestershire make a move.
Yeah.
When are we going to see it? That's the question.
Maybe not yet.
No, I mean they might wait as late as the 45th. In fairness, they might decide they're just going to go big in the last 5. But Middlesex will have other ideas. Noah Cornwall into the attack.
That's a great shot for one, isn't it? Timed it really well, Libby. But straight to the fielder. Now Cullen, always a bit more interested when Cullen's on strike, because I think he's got more scoring options than Libby. That's not to say he's a better player, not by any means, but I just think he's got more options, because he will do things like that. He hasn't made contact with it, but he was looking for that little scoop shot down the leg side.
Well, yes, you have to legitimately defend every part of the ground to Henry Cullen, don't you?
And he can go over extra, although that's very difficult to do against the left arm round. He can pick it up on the leg side, but it's 2 men out in the deep.
I was going to say, over mid-wicket, I prefer to the scoop against Cornwall.
Chops this one down, just misses the stumps. So 2 dots. Cullen on 47 off 53. Worcestershire on 184 for 3. Duckworth Lewis is 187. Tells you that they're there or thereabouts. Really good, intriguing situation. Cornwall round the wicket, bowls, and Cullen cuts. But he's only going to get 1 as Brooksfield's down in front of us. So just 2 runs from the over so far. 2 balls to go. They need a boundary.
Wow, it's the consistency, Frank. The lack of boundary balls on offer is so impressive.
Yep.
And these two working hard.
They need a boundary.
They've been offered very little.
What can Libby do? Can't find a boundary with that one. It's just cut away for another single. It's good cricket from the visitors at the moment. 186 for 3. 1 ball left in the 37th. 108 needed. Game on. Cullen cuts again. Nicely played, but only for 1. It's a really good over. 4 from it. 187 for 3. Worcestershire off 37.
Well,
Middlesex were 169 for 3 at a similar stage.
Required rate 8.2. Spinner back on. Cullen on strike. He's one shy of his 50. Does he have slightly loftier ambitions for this over though? Does he take on the man in front of us at long on? He's good at clipping them down the ground for 6. We've seen it a few times this season.
The reverse isn't on, is it?
No, not at that angle. And it's through extra cover. And he'll take his 50. And it's been a really assured innings. It's taken 56 deliveries. And it's back to back half centuries for Henry Cullen. So he's stacking good performances in a rapid shirt. And we mentioned against Hampshire it felt like a coming of age innings. Well, he's having a really good campaign with the bat, backing up Libby well. It's a good bit of bowling from Gohart. So the personal milestones, impressive as they are, they're not what matters here. Libby 75, Cullen 50. The key figure is 106. That's how far away Worcestershire are from victory. Heaved into the leg side. Good diving stop from Henry Brooks. Impressive athleticism from the big fast bowler. So again, just restricted to singles. It's been that way for 5 overs now. But both Libby and Cullen still there. That's the key. That's the key. What can Cullen do? Looks for the reverse, gets plenty of it over the top.
That's a brilliant.
And that's gone all the way for 6.
Wow. Wow.
Well, there are 2 men there, Frank, to try and prevent him playing the shot.
Absolutely brilliant. And he knew they were there, so he's deliberately gone under it and he's executed it to perfection. Absolutely brilliant cricket shot.
Well,
fantastic.
Felt like you had to put pressure on the spinner with the seamers being so tight. Gohart's an experienced campaigner. What's he going to do? Down the wicket, and just manages to jam the bat down on that in time. Cullen was on the walk, almost got himself into some bother. Still there though, 56 not out. 1 ball left of the 38th. Target now below 100, 99 needed. Fired in, and he's just dropped that down to Roland Jones at long on. Cullen will keep the strike. I think Libby will be fine with that. He's going to anchor his side home here. But that reverse, Frank.
That was genius.
I mean, the confidence of it, knowing that the field is set, that they put 2 men there for it.
Well,
the length has to be bob on. You're right, had to get underneath it.
I remember saying to you when James Rue was batting for Somerset in the T20 here, albeit in a losing cause. He played 2 or 3 shots, and I said, it almost genius modern cricket, and that's what it is. It's just brilliant. He looks, where can I score? It has to be premeditated, but he knows roughly where the ball's going to come from, Gohart, and then he has the confidence to go for it. Cullen cuts this one away in the air, but it lands short of Sharma.
Yeah,
get a single. It's a good job he didn't.
Yeah, I was going to say he didn't quite get it, and Sharma didn't pick it up that quickly either as well. There might have been a chance if it had picked up the flight a bit sooner.
But yeah, going back to that switch hit, put yourself in the mindset of the batter. You're looking around, all the gaps are plugged really. Libby's gone big on the leg side this time. It's in the slot, and that's all the way for 6.
It's a great shot.
Don't see that from Libby very often.
He's used the full depth of the crease there, Frank. Gone deep, right onto his stumps, and heaved that over deep mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, just going back to my point. So Gohart's got his field for Cullen. He's got exactly where they want them. He's blocked off the reverse. He's blocked off the little scoop. He's got 2 men back on the offside. And he still finds a way. He looks where he can score, and he thinks, well, if I get it over these 2 with my reverse, with my switch hit, then it's going to go all the way. And he has the confidence, as you say, to go for it. And he executes it beautifully.
Because the thing is, if you get that wrong and cloth it to one of those guys, you look like a wally.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't mean to use such strong language as Wally, but that's what it would be.
Yeah. Slower ball. Waited for it well, Cullen. Thinks about 2, not going to get it. As Fernandez comes in to do the fielding.
Well, you're right, he waited for it and took what was there in the 6 early in the over.
Ahead of Duckworth Lewis now. Short, pulled away just for a single. One off the 100 partnership. End of the over. 10 from it. 19 from the last 2. Go hard to continue. So far, he's gone for 53 off 7. What will Libby try and do? I think he'll try and give the strike to Cullen, if anything.
Yeah, rocks back, lifts that over extra cover. Fernandez should cut it off. Good diving stop. They'll take 2, but it will bring up the 100 partnership. And it has been a fantastic effort from these 2. In less than 17 overs, 101 partnership, Libby 86, Cullen 59. Just flicks that behind square, take a single.
Now, this is what I'm interested in. Where's Cullen going to go now? He likes to go over extra. He's capable of going over mid-wicket, but it'd be against the spin. He likes the switch, as we've seen. I don't think he'll go for the ramp, because the man is too fine. Down the pitch, drives, picks out Geddes.
Well, went for a little stop-start, didn't he? Almost like a little stutter step. In the end, decided to go and meet the ball at the pitch. Goes this time, and he goes over extra cover. What a fantastic shot.
Absolutely beautiful cricket shot.
Light on his feet with the spin. And just pinged off the bat as well. Enough elevation to make sure you beat Geddes in the ring, but placed so well. On the walk again, but go high. Threatens to throw, gives him a stare.
Last ball of the over.
Why wouldn't he?
Keep the strike.
7 from the over. Yeah. A single keeps the strike. Keeps up with the rate. But if it's there, it's going to go. And he's given it a good go. It is going to go. That's 6. Straight down the ground. And it was a game within a game. The spinner against Henry Cullen. And it's a contest that Henry Cullen is winning right now.
Well, you do ask yourself sometimes questions about young players, and the question I ask myself about Henry Cullen is, how can he be so inexperienced and play like this? Because his confidence is extraordinary. His invention is extraordinary. He's a player, I think he walks out to bat and teams think, well, who's this? We've not seen him before. He's made a lot of runs in second team cricket, but
A lot of players have, and they've not made it.
Just,
you know?
just remarkable poise. That shot over extra, for me, was better than the 6. It was just beautifully played, beautifully placed. We've seen him do it before. As you say, it's his third 50 on the trot in this competition, and he's growing in stature.
I tell you what, it was down at Taunton for the last T20 game when he opened the batting, and he got caught out on the boundary by Craig Overton. Stunning catch. Yeah, I think he made 22, something like that, from 15. But it's the way he made his runs. This lad that just, I'll open the batting, no problem. Looked good doing it. Just presence.
Cornwall bowls. Libby turns this on the leg side for 1. Let's hope we've not done enough to put an end to Cullen's innings, but he's played beautifully. Libby goes to 88, 220 for 3. Duckworth Lewis is 210. As we keep saying, that doesn't take into account the Latigan situation. Sharma's loosening up. I don't think we'll see any more of Gohar as yet. 8 overs for 66 now for him. Short from Cornwall, cut from Cullen. Bottom edge, gets lucky, but gave himself room. 4 more down to third man. The crowd are loving this now. Cullen, fortune favouring him there, as it does players who were on a bit of a roll. He's gone to 73 from 67.
You see, now this is the test for young seam bowlers under pressure. Still 70 runs away.
Oh, he's given it away. Oh dear, he's tried to play the little backward scoop, and he's got it wrong, and he's got it on the toe of the bat. It's lobbed up in the air, and he's been caught by Gohar running in from backward point. So Cornwall gets his 3rd wicket. Lovely innings from Henry Cullen comes to an end. You can't really fault him for trying things, because that's the way he has played, and he's got Worcestershire into a really good position. Super innings. He's out for 73 from 68 balls, and Worcestershire 224 for 4 in the 41st.
The applause from round the ground justified. It's a fantastic knock, and you're right, Frank. You kind of feel, did he need to play that shot? No, he didn't, but it's what he does. He didn't need to play the reverse that went for 6, and I'm with you. Playing the way he plays. Dan Latigan's coming out with a runner. So the drama at New Road continues, Frank. It doesn't make a difference what the competition is. It doesn't make a difference what the stage is in the game. There is drama. Drama at New Road, no matter what. So Dan Latigan's going to come and bat on 1 leg. And why not? I think they're going to treat it as a free hit and see if he can just smear a few. But Henry Cullen, the invention, the determination, the sheer skill to survive that long as well. But being able to bring his side within contention. So if you're a little bit late to the party, Dan Latigan had to retire hurt on 2. Had a few issues with his hamstring. Gareth Roderick's going to come out and be a runner. So we'll see how this one goes. He's going to have a word with Jake Libby. I think it's either going to be stand and deliver, whack it as far as you can. Like what you don't want to have happen is that he eats up dot balls. You imagine that Noah Cornwell will look to spray the ball around, make him reach for things, make him feel uncomfortable, and tuck him up. Nine and a half overs remain, 70 to win. Sharma looking for direction here. He's down at fine leg. Does he go wide or does he go fine? In comes Cornwell. Latigan on strike. down the ground for a dot ball. Well, he's going to have license to swing, but what's the mobility like? Because the danger of bringing someone in who's got limited mobility, like in a situation like this, is you don't want them to eat up dot balls as they strain and stretch. Heaved into the leg side. Well, there's a boundary to Latigan. So the free license to swing the bat. Frank Watson's got a smile on his face. I've got a smile on my face. I love this game.
Yeah, well, it's got a bit of everything, hasn't it? I think we've seen some fantastic batting earlier from De Keras. I think we've seen some excellent seam bowling from Roland Jones and Sharma and Brooks.
Well,
seen some lovely batting from Cullen and Libby. And now, well, there's always a bit of fun when you've got a runner out there, isn't there? It's always a bit chaotic.
Yeah. Odds on a run out.
Yeah.
Always odds on a run out. Any
one of the three can be run out. I just think it's really interesting. We're going to watch Josh De Keras have a bowl now, I think, which is a development because he's not been used yet with his off spin.
It's an interesting move, isn't it? I think Gohar might have been worth a shout. Now Cullen's gone.
But De Keras is the off spinner and he's going to be turning it away from the left-hander. I think that's probably the thinking.
Yeah.
Latigan, I doubt, will have faced De Keras before. He might have done in the second team
You have to
game.
say possibly seconds in the county championships fixture. But it is going to be Josh De Keras, who until today had best bowling and best batting figures against Hampshire. 6 for 35 he took against Hampshire last week.
6 for 35 last week and he hasn't bowled yet. Extraordinary, isn't it?
Well, De Keras to Latigan. Down the wicket and a thickish edge takes it down to third man. So it will be a shot a ball and it won't be a glance or anything, will it? Latigan's going to go hard at the ball. Libby on strike. He's on 88 and in amongst the scoops and laps, reverses and aerial extra cover drives, Libby's innings not forgotten about but was almost taking a back seat. 88 from 96. He has anchored this reply well. 64 required. And what's his approach here? Does he take singles and let people bat around him? We have had a complaint, Frank. I'll get to that in a moment. It's uppish.
Well bowled.
Problematic.
Staying round the wicket to the right hander.
Yeah, we apparently have both been guilty of not referencing Stern in the Duckworth-Lewis Stern.
Oh, okay.
They always forget Stern, apparently. Sorry, Daz. I apologise. Duckworth-Lewis Stern, to give it its full title. Apparently someone cares about that, Frank, incredibly.
Yeah.
Well, Stern probably does. No one mentions me. De Keras in. Libby down the track. Thickish edge.
Inside out.
Not where he intended it, but they'll look to kick two. And the threats of a run out were very real. Sent back by Gareth Roderick. So Latigan walks with a reasonable purpose here.
Yeah, if he does his little jog up and down, well, he isn't doing that, you see, that's his pre-ball routine. That's well bowled. I think the other thing with when the injured player's on strike is who calls when he hits it in front of the wicket. Does the runner call from square leg, or I think that's always a source of confusion.
Yeah, it should be the runner, but fired in quicker. Single there.
Could be two this time. No.
They're not taking on. And actually, this is a good move to have the carries on.
Yeah,
it's
it is.
4 singles from 5 balls, and then now you start to feel like this has got to be a boundary.
Yeah.
I think.
I agree.
Again, Latigan has got the licence. Can he do enough to shuffle down the wicket and send it over the bowler's head? Or does he go over extra cover? He goes over the bowler's head. Has he got enough of it? You're damn straight he does. 4 more to Latigan. So that boundary means they keep up with the rate. Oh goodness. Libby on 90 from 99, Latigan on 13 from 16. So he's added, I was going to say to his overnight score, he's added 11 from 6 deliveries. So he's living up to his part since he's come back out. 57 to win, 8 overs to go. $234 for 7. Cornwell in. Clipped off his toes by Libby for a single. Really important boundary off the last ball of that over. Just means that they can settle back into taking what's there. Focus on taking this game deep. Last over for Noah Cornwell. Has he got enough on that?
Just.
Is he going to split between the 2 midfielders? It is neither fielder.
Great bit of field. Sam Robson, how he's picked that up, I do not know. Sliding on his knees, it's bounced in front of him and he's picked it up one-handed.
Well, he's also got the small matter of Toby Rowland-Jones like running towards him. You know, it's
brilliant piece of fielding.
Well, the upshot of all that, as I lost all ability to speak coherently, was a single. It's well bowled.
Let me just run his fingers over that one. Yeah, he did. Little off cutter. Well bowled. Short this time. Pulled away by Libby in the gap. Gone for 2. Didn't quite get hold of it. Every ball's an event at the moment, Jim. It's quite exciting stuff. There's 241 for 4. Libby 93. Can he become the second centurion of the game? Required rate is 7.2. And that's short. And he got away with it. Crowder asking the umpire to give a wide, but I think he's right. I think it dipped a bit, and by the time it passed Libby, it was within reach. It's over shoulder height, 1 for the over, but it wasn't a wide. I think he's got that right. Umpire Hollingshead. Hush it around the ground. Short. That will be 4. That was in the slot. That's the end of the over. Libby's clubbed that away. He's gone to 97. 245 for 4. 8 from the over. Just what was required. It's 26. What have we got? We've had. It's been
less than 50 to win, Frank, and it's boundaries off the last ball of the last 2 overs.
58 from the last 6. 7 and over required. Libby 97. Latigan 14. The men out. Roderick without scoring. D'Oliveira 50. Kashif 3. Cullen a very impressive 73 off 68 deliveries. With 8 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, it looks like Sharma to come back into the attack. He's got 3 overs left.
Yeah, and he's
been excellent.
He's been the best, hasn't he, in terms of economy, certainly.
But he's now facing a situation I imagine he hasn't experienced before, where he's got a burly left-handed top-order batter just swinging from the hip with a runner. And Jake Libby on 97 not out, defending 7 runs and over. And there's nothing about what we've seen so far that says he can't handle it.
So the De Caires experiment has been abandoned.
Well, they're going to have to find one more over a spin from somewhere.
Robson was loosening up.
In comes Sharma. Latigan on strike. Drilled, great shot. It's a brilliant bit of fielding from Ben Geddes. He's saved 4. Over-pitched
Even
from Sharma.
I'm applauding that. That was fantastic fielding.
Not only is it great fielding, Frank, in the context of the game, a 4 first ball of the over.
Yeah, and it
would
looked
have
for all the world,
changed
didn't
the
it?
compression.
It looked for all the world as though it would be. It was brilliant fielding. Absolutely brilliant. Captain showing fine example.
Well,
full length dive. Just one hand on the ball. Superb.
They run through for a single, but it would have been a boundary all day long were it not for the intervention of Ben Geddes. Sharma to Libby. Get flicked into the leg side. Thinks about 2. There's not 2 there though.
Needs a boundary from Latigan, I reckon.
Well, again, it's captain, senior bowler, and youngster in discussion. Toby Rowland-Jones, again, talking his young teammate through proceedings.
You know, Worcester would be looking down their card at the moment, normally.
Well, he's clothed that. He might get away with it again. He will get away with it again.
And they would be thinking, we've got Matthew Waite sitting in the pavilion ready to come in. Perfect situation for him. But he ain't playing in this game for whatever reason. That was good bowling from Sharma, I think. If you know that a batter's struggling a bit with his feet, banging it in like that makes it difficult for him, doesn't it? Got away with it, Latigan. Libby's on 98. 248 for 4.
Striking options down the ground if he wants a good Yorker.
99, well bowled.
So he'll take a single, and
it's mature bowling, this, isn't it?
Well, again, it's just singles, and that's what we've seen from him. I mean, there was one loosest delivery that was his captain bailed him out.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, if that's what we're clutching to,
it's been brilliant.
I mean, this is a high pressure situation.
Absolutely tremendous. Rowland-Jones and Geddes get together before every ball, don't they, at the moment? They're telling him what to bowl, I think. Go full, go wide, go short. I think he might go short again against Latigan.
Well, Latigan's going to go hard at whatever's presented. It is
has
short.
Gone short again. And it smashed it, but straight to the fielder at backward square leg. Just one again.
It's a good contact, wasn't it? All things considered. One ball left. Just 5 from the over. Can Can Worcestershire find a boundary from the last ball
Well,
of the over?
Libby needs to get a 1, doesn't he? Really get. Well, I don't know. I mean,
No, take what's there.
he's on 99.
Well,
And
250
nobody's
comes
gonna-
up for Worcestershire. 250 for 4.
Big grudge him
44
100.
runs needed to win. Jake Libby takes guard. Sharma at the top of his run-up.
One big over it needs, doesn't it?
In comes Sharma.
Wide.
That's going to go down leg side. It's going to be a wide. He'll have to bowl it again. And at this point, every little bit of assistance is welcome from a Rapids perspective. An absolute nail biter. Whether you're watching this of a Rapids persuasion or you're in and around the capital and following this as a Middlesex supporter, we've seen a cracking game of cricket. We've seen an awful lot of quality on show. A very talented young man bowling at a highly experienced batter in Jake Libby. And Jake Libby moves on to 100. Fantastic innings, a standing ovation around New Road. In the summer sun, Jake Libby back in form, back in the runs. Is he going to take his side to victory? He takes the congratulations of Roderick and Latigan, who are out there with him. So a second centurion in the game. Oh, he said that Jake Libby needed a score, Frank, and my goodness, he's delivered.
I think we are going to see Sam Robson, you know. I might be wrong. No, we're not. Henry Brooks, who's been tidy. He's gone for 37 off his 7.
Run rate remains bang on 7,
Cornwall's
Frank.
finished, yeah. Three for 68 for Noah Cornwall. Cracking game of cricket we've got here.
The drama continues at New Road, Frank.
7 overs remaining, 42 required.
Good running from Roderick.
1 scored by Libby off the first ball of the over. Latigan will be on strike. Libby 101, the second centurion of the game. And we said earlier, hundreds are not easy to come by on this New Road ground in white ball cricket, well, in any cricket these days. But for the second game running, the scores have been in the high 200s to 300. Can't complain about the pitch.
Bowlers produced some fantastic cricket. It's
Yeah.
just asking a different question of the players.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
as we've said, there's nothing wrong with that at all. It gets boring watching cricket on roads. Well, 41 from 36. 35, sorry.
Full toss from Brooks. Dispatched by Latigan. Just hammered through mid-wicket. It's a gimme, really. 2 men on the boundary, neither had a chance of cutting it off. I said 1 big over would make a difference. Wonder, could it be this one? Brooks will be thinking no. 5 off the first 2 balls.
Well, I think oddly the licence for Latigan to treat this as a free hit every ball.
Had a swing at that one, just got it away for 1 on the leg side. It's a bit like after De Keira's got to 100, he played a bit like that, didn't he? Really did. Whack it. Stand and smash it. Played some great shots. Libby never plays like that.
No, he's a different generation, isn't he? And he plays as such, but both effective. A real pleasure to watch.
Just nurdles this one round the corner, Libby.
Think about 2? No. No. No.
Keeper with the glove off. throws to the non-striker's end.
Well, yet again, Sam Rhymes, the media officer here, Frank, he's got a lot of things to cover in his article. He's probably how many times is he going to have to rewrite it? Drama at New Road. It's every game. Every game. Regardless of competition, Frank. To the wire.
Oh,
drilled down the ground.
Smashed it down the ground, Latigan. One bounce 4. Big over. One ball left. 11 from it so far. Another boundary would be that really big over that makes the difference. Latigan, 26 off 23 on one leg.
When he came back in on 2 from 10 deliveries, Frank. So he's going some.
And he's out. Banged that in, Brooks, and Latigan taken by surprise, really. He's across him and he's chopped it, sliced it in the air, and caught at extra cover.
Well, since his reintroduction, 24 from 13 deliveries. A licence to be aggressive. And some lusty blows. Despite injury. Just gives that a little bit of impetus into this rapid chase. He's getting a very warm round of applause for it as well. Well, we were wondering if he was going to come back out. I had my doubts, but of course, it's New Road, there's always drama. Out comes Tom Taylor, 5 overs remain, 31 to win. Yet again, all 3 results possible. 263 for 5, Libby on 102, Tom Taylor strides out.
Well, if it were a T20, you'd be saying it was a stroll, wouldn't you? 5 remaining.
Well, 2 left for Sharma, 2 left from Henry Brooks, and you've got to find 1 more over. But do they just think, we'll bowl Brooks and bowl Sharma and try and take this deep and then steal an over from someone at the end? I mean, the Geddes has now got some numbers to crunch.
I bet they feel a lot better now that Latigan's out.
Well, you'd feel like he could win the game for them.
Yeah.
And I think, again, that psychological, that licence to just try and whack everything. Tom Taylor's an aggressive player, but when the run rate's just a notch over 6, but they'll be banking if Sharma can find a couple of overs worth 3 or 4.
31 off 30.
And if they can just find a way to nerd or Libby out, then all of a sudden Middlesex will fancy their chances. Not easy to get started.
Sharma in to Libby. Flicked away on the leg side. Just a single. Down to Cornwall. Long leg.
Little bit straight from the young man.
Taylor.
What a runner ball in this circumstance. I know they say don't take it to the final over, but I think you take what's there and wait for a bad ball. Don't get yourself into any trouble. They've got to find an over from somewhere as well to Middlesex.
A little nick for 4 would be nice for Taylor to get off the mark, wouldn't it? Fancy him to go over extra if it's straight. Just pushes out on the offside. No run. Every ball at the moment, an event. Really good from Sharma. Really good for a youngster to be so accurate. So straight. 1 for 32 so far from 8.2. You'd be happy with that if you've been playing for 15 years, wouldn't you?
It's a miscue. I think he's going to get away with it, though.
Got away. Taylor's got away with it. Looped up on the offside. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone anywhere. On him a bit quicker than he thought, maybe. Gets a 1. Bit of luck.
Well, he's fortunate. He's got himself into a bit of a tangle. And yeah, I think it's hurried him. Clever bit of bowling.
You can't take liberties against Sharma, I don't think. I think anybody has. Libby hasn't, certainly. Just works this one away for a single. I think Libby thinks, you know, a singular ball will do against Sharma, particularly.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's been a fantastic performance from the young man.
It's been a great game, actually. Very even. Very well contested. 2 fine hundreds. No run there, well bowled again. 1 ball left in the 46th.
Well, just 3 singles, so it's absolutely to form with young Sharma, isn't it?
I reckon he might go short this time, you know. Man out at deep mid wicket.
It would be worth the gamble as well, I think, because if they take wickets, they stay in the game.
Got a single.
Well, 4 from the over, really impressive under pressure from Nav Sharma. Body language a little bit different from Middlesex now. 27 to win from 4. Still takes some getting. But what it means is that there is very little margin for error from a bowling perspective. Henry Brooks from the Diglis end. Tom Taylor on strike. He's 2 from 4. Never easy to get started. At New Road, Libby 104. He desperately wants to be on strike. Can Tom Taylor get his skipper? Down the other end. In comes Henry Brooks. Taylor in behind, it's another dot ball. It's 27 from 24. Tom Taylor has smeared that to the mid-wicket boundary. It's 2 straight from Brooks. And that takes the pressure out of the over. It's a good shot. I may have been a bit harsh on the bowler there. He's picked that up off stump. .23 to win. Again, Geddes in discussion with Toby Rowland-Jones. In comes Brooks again. Hooked away. That's going to go for 4 as well. There's plenty of top edge on that, but Tom Taylor won't mind at all. Back-to-back boundaries. Victory target under 20. Frank Watson's running back. It's all going. Well, with those 2 boundary falls to Tom Taylor's name, it makes it Worcestershire's game to lose at this point. And there's another edge, and that's going to go for 4 as well. So frustration for Brooks, a bit of good fortune for Worcestershire, they won't mind at all. 3 boundaries and as many balls. Now just 15 runs to win. And these two have just got to keep their cool. Singles will do it. I don't think Tom Taylor will be thinking in those terms, though. Played out into the offside. Take a single. Libby stays on strike. So 13 from the over. Two edges find the boundary, Frank. And while that's good news from a Rapids perspective, feel for Henry Brooks a little bit there. Game like this, you feel. Good Yorker, dug out by Jake Libby. A dot to finish. But those successive boundaries taking a bit of the heat out of proceedings from a Rapids perspective.
I agree with you, but I also would say that when you talk about taking it deep, which you've been doing for quite a long time, one of the things that happens is you get that license then to play a few shots at the end, and that's when you get the edges, and that's when you get the little bits of luck. And I think that's what's happened, but you have to earn that right, which is what we said about the Middlesex innings as well, which allowed Roland Jones to come in and smash it at the end, and Brooks himself, and you earn that right, and they've done exactly that. And Tom Taylor's capitalised. 15 off 9. Libby, the anchor, very much needed runs for Jake Libby. He's been phenomenal in this competition over the years, and this season has struggled a little bit so far, but he's come to the fore just when he needed to. The emergence of Cullen has been a factor for Worcestershire, missing weight today. I'm not saying they've won yet, they've still got to get it over the line, but it's been a good effort. And that's going to be more runs from Taylor. Full toss from Sharma, a rare one, and a rare misfield as well in the covers from the carers. 2 more for Taylor. Worcestershire need 12 to win, and they have 17 deliveries to get them, and they'd kick themselves from here to Hereford if they didn't get it over the line now.
We'd probably help them, to be fair.
Sharma to Taylor, gave himself a bit of room, looked to go big, well bowled by the young man. Gosh, I've been impressed by Sharma today, whatever happens. Full toss, hit away on the onside, and Geddes diving to his right, takes a good two-handed catch. Taylor's annoyed with himself, and they haven't got it over the line yet. Taylor's gone, caught by Geddes, off Sharma's second wicket, and if anybody's deserved to take wickets, it's Sharma. He's bowled absolutely beautifully. The low full toss is often a dangerous delivery, and he's picked up Taylor as a cameo. 17 off just 12 deliveries, but he's gone, and it's 282 for 6. 11 still needed, 12 still needed.
Well, Bears Swanepoel on his way out. And I echo those sentiments, Frank. I think Nav Sharma has been excellent. And it's got 2 wickets, oddly, one from a delivery down the leg side, one from a full toss. But it's not a fair reflection of just how good he's been, how consistent, good pace. In a game away from home, under real pressure. And Worcestershire, well, they've still got work to do. 12 from 15. 6 down, another wicket, and then it starts getting edgy. Swanepoel, you'd expect, is going to be positive, as is his natural way, as we saw against Hampshire when things were tight. Brilliant Yorker.
3 dots. 12 to win. Gosh, it's tight. You think those 3 boundaries from Taylor have ended it, and they haven't, because this guy's bowled beautifully.
Well, he's going to need some help from the other end. 2 balls left of Sharma's spell. Round the wicket to Bears Swanepoel.
Oh, brilliant piece of fielding. Absolutely brilliant by Gower. That was well, it's only saved 1. There's got a man behind him, but diving away. That's 4 dots on the trot. Fantastic bowling at this stage. Absolutely brilliant.
Actually, we've seen the stop from Geddes as well. It's that on the whole, Middlesex have been excellent in the field. We saw multiple misfields from the Rapids, and at the moment it's probably those misfields that are the difference between the 2 sides.
It is, and Roland Jones is really skippering it now, isn't he? To be honest, in terms of, and I understand why. I'm not saying he's undermining Geddes, but he's talking to the bowler about what you're going to bowl now, where you're going to put your field, and I think he's going to go short. Put 2 men out on the leg side. No, it's a bluff. He goes full. 5 dots on the trot.
Well,
that's fantastic over that was.
Absolutely brilliant. 2 runs from the first delivery. 5 dots and the wicket of Tom Taylor. For a 20-year-old fast bowler.
10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. The best figures in the game by a long, long way. Outstanding bowling. And Worcestershire need 12 from 2.
I reckon that's almost a run a ball. Well, he's getting a round of applause from the home fans as well now as he makes his way down to fine leg.
Henry Brooks is going to bowl. Toby Roland Jones is going to organise everything again. He's probably telling him exactly what to bowl each delivery. The 3 men, captain, bowler and Roland Jones, are in conversation. 3rd man is coming up. Libby is on strike.
Mid-on goes to long-on. In comes Henry Brooks. Libby
drives,
drills to mid-off. They take a run.
A 1. 11 off 11. Gosh, that over from Sharma was good, but he's got to find another over, hasn't he?
Well, this was always going to be the query, wasn't it? The question.
Gohar or De Cares, probably.
What will make it interesting if it goes to the final over and it's a bit of spin? If there's a new batter in,
go for De Cares.
It's a tricky one. If Bears Swanepoel's on strike, I would probably be inclined to go for De Cares.
3 men again in consultation.
But I think the tricky bit is if it goes to the final over and you bring spin on. and there's a new batter at the crease, then it becomes a very interesting equation as well. This is
every ball at the moment it's like chess, isn't it? Well, it's not like chess. What game is it like where you set everything up before every ball, before every move? They're taking an age, but they've got plenty of time. 7 minutes to go to cut off. Brooks round the wicket to Swanepoel.
Swanepoel deep in his crease. He's got hold of that. Has he got enough to clear the fielder?
Yes.
He has.
Big
He's
full toss.
absolutely smoked it.
Toby Rowland-Jones will not be getting involved now, I don't think. He's probably thinking, well, what's the point? All that talking. I think he's tried to go full and wide, and he's ended up bowling a big full toss. And he's hammered it away over cow corner for 6. Swanepoel.
Well, he's
289 for 6. Worcestershire need 5 to win. Jake Libby, what an innings he has played here. Brooks again round the wicket.
Again, it's a full toss. He's clothed it though.
He's absolutely clothed it. Massive shouts from the crowd as it loops back over the bowler's head for a single.
Well,
some glum Middlesex fans away to our left.
3 balls left in this over, and Libby will want to get it done before this over is out.
Great innings from Libby. Brooks just not able to deliver. He's gone for 63 in 9.2, which is actually in keeping with most of the bowling in the game. Bowls now to Libby.
Drilled down the ground, that's going to be it.
4, and that's it. Brilliant innings from Jake Libby. Brilliant innings from Henry Cullen. Good innings from Brett D'Oliveira. And Worcestershire win by 4 wickets.
Well, look, Frank,
with an over to spare.
I'm calling it now. Pound for pound, the best place to watch cricket in England right now is New Road. When was the last time we had a dull game of cricket here, sir? Absolutely astonishing stuff. It's a fantastic chase. This game has had absolutely everything. It's had a stunning century from De Keres. It's had incredible bowling from Toby Rowland-Jones and from Sharma. We've seen a high quality 50 to get Worcestershire's reply going. We've seen Henry Cullen yet again score another sumptuous 70 odd. We've seen Jake Libby back in the runs. It's just been another fantastic day of cricket here at New Road. And if you thought it was good listening to us on the live stream, well, just take a listen to this. Jake Libby walks off New Road with an unbeaten century. He's waited a while to find himself a score. Greeted by his teammates in their blue for Bakes t-shirts. And it's hard to think of a more fitting way to honour the memory of that young man than with a high quality game of cricket that went all the way, that had absolutely everything. Frank, yet again, it's 3 games from 3, it's 3 home wins, but it's another absolutely belting game of cricket.
Yeah, brilliant game of cricket. I feel for Josh De Keres, who will not play many better knocks than that, and certainly not in a losing cause. I feel for Sharma, who bowled absolutely brilliantly. I don't think I've seen a young pace bowler bowl with that much control in such tense situation for many, many games. Thrilled for Jake Libby because he's got a fantastic record in this competition and he's had a lean time. Henry Cullen is exciting, I think, in particularly in white ball cricket. I think he's also going to deliver in red ball cricket as time goes on. But yeah, more than anything, I'm pleased for the club, for Worcestershire. Blue for Bakes Day, get a big crowd in. £10 for adults, £1 for kids. Got a good crowd, and they've produced again. And as you said, Jim, quite rightly, there's been some really good cricket here at New Road recently, and that's what it's all about, and it's why I'll say this once and for all, we love this competition. We see young players that we haven't seen before. We see players growing because they're given the opportunity, and it's producing really good, exciting, watchable cricket. And I hope you've enjoyed it, everybody.
Yeah, 50 over format. The 50 over format, it can give you ebb and flow, and it can build tension like no other competition. And you're absolutely right. It's a level playing field for the most part, and we have seen some fantastic cricket here. Now, if you spent the time on the live stream with us, we really appreciate your company. It's good fun bringing you the live coverage. We've only got one more game in this competition to bring you. It's on Tuesday the 11th of August when Durham and a certain Ben Stokes finds their way to New Road. He's got quite a good record here, Frank, hasn't he, Ben Stokes? So if you want to come and see it in the flesh, get yourself some tickets, very generously priced. £10 for adults, £1 for kids. Absolute bargain. So there's a little bit of a gap between now and then. So in the meantime, enjoy Worcestershire on the road, and we will see you on August the 11th. So my thanks to Frank Watson. I've been Jim Dale. What a game of cricket. We'll see you guys soon.